few minutes just in case people want to come in, so.
Yeah, because everybody knows it's starting at 7:30, so we kind of want to make
We'll
sure that
start.
everybody's in.
I'm gonna say we'll get up and make a few announcements about 7:27, 7:28. That way at 7:30, that's when things are supposed to go live. We'll let you take off at that point. It'll be o'clock, I'll make an announcement about that, but you guys
Wanna
took
make sure all the
2
grandmas
days
and
to
moms
get here,
can
and now
watch.
it's like, let's go.
7:30.
Our beds are waiting for us.
Exactly. You get done soon enough, you go see opening ceremonies. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't even pay attention
Well,
to that.
on the paper copies, you wouldn't notice it.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
But in here, I happened to notice the
No, I
page
did
count,
not see
and
that.
it was 24 pages. Who's that?
He's the guy that beat him in that
Oh.
race, and he's from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
So, yeah. Yeah, see that? Maybe it's because it's on the computer.
I'll do it, I just do it in here.
And I tried it.
Doesn't work in, maybe it's.
So I'm not. Yeah. So maybe it just wasn't mine. But see, Kent State's, because they had theirs went to, they had an Instagram page.
Yeah. If you're gonna talk so much about social media, make one.
What's that?
If you're gonna talk so much about social media, then you're thinking, make one, so. website, so for anybody who's interested in sharing that information as well, you can do that. So, Dave's gonna talk a little bit about the clock.
So, as you know, you have 10 minutes for your presentation. This is not an exact timer, we're just gonna put it close to 10. If it goes off while you're still presenting, just know that you can start wrapping things up at that point. And after that, we'll have 10 minutes of Q&A. So whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. We are Delta Design Group, and we're pleased to present you 1262 Ogden Lane in North Liberty, Iowa. What you'll be seeing today is a three-bed, 2-bath home sitting at 2668. Apologies. So what you'll be seeing today is a 3-bed, 2-bath home sitting at 2668 square feet. With this home, you're looking at a six-month build time and a return on investment of 25.9%. Now I'd like to introduce you to the team here at Delta Design. We have myself here, Abel Turbiartes, Kyle Schmidt, Colton Kauser, Jake Song, and lastly, Caroline Smith, as she will continue with market analysis.
Thank you. Johnson County is the second fastest growing county in the state with a 20% growth rate for the past 12 years. They have a population of 150,000 individuals, primarily consisting of a younger demographic, with the average age being just over 30 years old. Here they have 65,000 jobs in supply, and approximately 70% of Johnson County's population are actively in the workforce. With the presence of a Big Ten university that includes a world-class hospital and a medical research facility, the top occupations are healthcare and education services. Here, on average, homeowners make $63,000 per year and have a 19.4-minute commute time. Johnson County has an aging housing stock, half of which have been built since the 1980s. There are 2.37 people per household, and most homes only sit on the market for 34 days. Here we are comparing the average price per square foot of homes in North Liberty, Johnson County, and Iowa as a whole. We created our target market of young but established individuals that live in either Cedar Rapids or Iowa City who are looking for a home to grow into over time. After looking at our data and reviewing the data of our competitors, we created a price proposal of $169 per square foot. Now on to residential development areas. Choria Meadows has a low lot cost, but is in an undeveloped area and has a daily commute time of 23 minutes. Tamarack Ridge is within city limits and only has an average commute time of 7 minutes, but the average lot cost is more than double what homeowners here make. That is why we decided on Greenbelt Trail. It is located in North Liberty, an already established area. It has an average commute time of 12 minutes, which is under the county's average commute time. The average lot cost for various lot types is $90,000, and homeowners here make an average of $96,000. This is the ideal area to live because it has the #1 school district in the county, Iowa City Community School District. It's a mix of urban and acreage with easy access to local parks, and it feeds into 2 economic hubs, Iowa City and Cedar Rapids. Now I'm handing it off to Jake to talk about our design.
When reviewing comparables in the area, we noticed an oversaturation of 5-bed, 3-bath homes and upwards of $475,000. For this neighborhood, we chose lot 47, which is a walkout lot, and while being slightly more expensive than some of the other lot types offered in the neighborhood, we thought it would help us sell our home because home buyers statistically favor homes that have walkout basements. We also wanted to offer something that the development desperately needed, which was a starter home that allowed a new family the opportunity to live in a neighborhood as desirable as this, but at a competitive price that they can afford, while also giving them a home that allows them to grow into over time as their family size increases. Our floor plan has 3 key features. First, all of the public spaces are arranged in a modern open concept. Second, has a large master suite, which makes it even more desirable to prospective home buyers. And finally, has a semi-finished basement that allows that homeowner to finish it later on as their family size increases. There we go. All right. Here at Delta Design Group, we believe that the end user experience is very important. We treat each home with site-specific attention by running it through a series of energy simulations, which inform design decisions. Then those design decisions are combined with sustainable building practices and Energy Star appliances to create a more improved end-user experience. Now I'd like to turn it over to Colton for project management.
Thanks, Jake. So how do we get from that design to the finished product? Well, we've got a great design. We've got a semi-custom home that is tailored to our market. We're using regionally standardized materials and finishes, so whenever we order our materials at the beginning of the project, we know they're coming in on time. Secondly, we've got great relationships. We know at the end of the day, if all general contractors were on a level playing field, it would come down to who has the best relationships. We cultivate these relationships by putting safety at the forefront, and then obviously developing communication through our project manager and superintendent. And since we have a great design, strong relationships, we're able to hold a high standard that has been come to known throughout the region through our subcontractors, inspectors, and prospective homebuyers. Moving into our site logistics, as you can see, it's fairly simple. We've got our dumpster, porta-john, and washouts located by the road for ease of access, and our material laydown will be in the front of the house, and that will move in the house as construction progresses. Now to talk a little bit about our schedule. So whenever Delta Design is considering building in an area, we go through a feasibility study where we do a market analysis and then we go through HOA approval. Once our feasibility study is complete, then we begin with our schedule. A few notable things about our schedule is starting with site work, foundation, and framing. We've got some contingency built into our schedule because we know weather delays are prominent. And then once those tasks are complete, then we move into a little bit less contingency to where we can rock out production more. Now I'd like to pass it over to Kyle for marketing.
Thank you, Colton. We presented you with our in-depth market analysis, our unmatched design strategies, and our high-quality project management practices. Now let's get down to business. And understanding that the average home in Johnson County sits on the market for 34 days, we have developed two key marketing strategies, the first of which is our soft marketing. This is based on our high reputation and utilizes our general ads and as well as our social media to inform homebuyers who we are as a builder and the homes we build. Secondly, we have our hard marketing. This would be introduced in May 2023 and is particular to this home specifically. This utilizes our targeted web searches as well as this virtual tour, which you can try here with our QR code. This allows potential homebuyers to view our home prior to its ever full construction, which we believe is a competitive advantage in this market. Looking into our financials, we've evaluated a total cost of $353,000. This includes a lot acquisition of $82,000 and total direct construction costs of $271,000. With this, we have worked with our local bank to establish and secure a construction loan at 7.98%. We will utilize a 15% construction loan draw method, and this will have 6 key payments of 15% early on in the project and 10% at closing. This allows us to stay ahead of our costs, pay our trades on time, and keep that positive relationship which we are proud of. Lastly, looking at our projections, we project that we can sell this residence in June 2023. This would put us at a sheetrock stage, which we're considering substantial completion at 69%. At this point, we would sell the house for $452,000, which is a competitive yet affordable price in the Greenbelt Trail community. At this price, we would have an ROI of 25.9% and a profit margin of 19.9%. Here at Delta Design Group, we understand we work in a constantly fluctuating market. And with that, we've assessed 3 key risks: dates sold, construction costs, and our interest rates. And understanding how each of these may fluctuate and affect our ability to be profitable, we're able to better be a successful company. However, in addition to this, our business model in general protects us from any potential risk. We're an established builder. We understand the costs associated to building in the Johnson County community. Secondly, we're a lean, versatile team. Our team understands their role in the company, and we're able to take on projects at a high quality standard. In addition to this, we have outsourced our design to a third party. This mitigates our costs and in turn our risk. Lastly, as any great company should do, we have built in a budgeting buffer. As times have been good to us, we've been able to put money aside in case of any potential downturn. In summary, we have presented you with a residence that fits the needs of Johnson County. Our home with its unique design and it's in a desirable location allows our home buyer to meet a market of a younger market and sell at a competitive yet affordable price. We thank you for the opportunity to share our latest residents with you, and we at Delta Design Group look forward to continuing to build in the Johnson County community, where our homes are the difference. Thank you. We'll now open it up for questions.
Okay, first of all, I just want to say that was an outstanding presentation. I mean, really fantastic work, especially considering you guys, just had a nap last night. And so really, absolutely fantastic presentation. I'm just going to comment on one little thing here because this is going up while we're talking. So I was a student participant in not this particular competition, in a different one several years ago. And we did the same thing you guys are doing right now. We let our renders kind of run in the background because it's really a nice feature, especially nowadays in today's market. People want to be able to see this. They're expecting it. Customers are expecting it. And so I really like that you guys did that. It's fantastic. So I have 2 questions for you though. Can I do 2, you guys? Off the bat? Okay. So, we were going to do 1 and then come back, but I want to do 2. Okay. So my first question for you is you had mentioned that you were outsourcing the design and that you were hoping to have the house, like under contract basically by the time you were in the drywall phase. So if you're doing all of this pre-marketing, if someone comes to you and they're interested in purchasing this home, what is your, let's say before that phase, what is your plan for being able to make customization or be able to change things since you don't have the design in-house?
Of course. Thank you for the question. We are a semi-custom builder at the end of the day, and so our home, with our market analysis, fits the needs. However, with that, if a home buyer is to buy prior to our projection, we're able to make accommodations for that. However, it would come at a higher price. We would have a markup on not only any changes to it, but also we would have a change order fee associated of $200 to that. And so that's accommodating with it, as we were able to make it up to probably about our sheetrock stage at this time, that any homeowner to come in, we're able to make modifications. However, it would just come at a premium.
Okay, perfect. And then the second question I have for you is, so the problem description gave you basically $1 million to work with, right? So what made you decide to, what made you decide to just use a portion of that and not use the whole amount and be able to make a larger profit on it?
This was all driven by our market analysis, by understanding what is built in the area, as well as what homeowners can afford. We decided to take a different turn in which our home fits majority of the market. We're able to sell that to that younger community, that younger demographic that we are seeing. And at that affordable price, we're able to get in that desirable location.
So why not build 2 instead of just 1?
Why not build 2? Ultimately, we have a company. If you look at our annual projections, we are building several homes. And so we were able to build a secondary home at this time. However, we were presenting this home on Ivan Lane.
Perfect, thanks.
Really good presentation. Again, yeah, thanks for being here, because we know everything was a little bit messed up on your flights. Just a couple things that I want to comment on. I really liked why you picked the lot. You had some options between lot 1, 2, 3, say, and you did some really good research on that. I think you were probably one of the only teams that we've seen that. So I thought that was pretty cool. And you had good supporting documents for that. The graphics I thought were really good. I liked your location movement graphic. Kind of looked like a compass. The energy simulation one was also pretty neat. The QR code, when we first got the presentation, first thing I did was try and scan it. It did not work. So obviously it's up and running now, and just tried it on the phone. So that was awesome. What you guys have up there is great. But yeah, it didn't work from the beginning. So, and then one question, talking about the basement finish, you're saying it's semi-finished. Layout, you're showing just about half that basement. Did you have any other options figured for that, or talk about your semi-finish? What was it, just rough ends or drywall? Where were you going with that?
Thank you for the question. With this, we have assessed 3 alternatives that we can do with it. However, ultimately, it comes to the home buyer's options that they would like. So what we are presenting is just one of the many options that you can do in this open layout. The walls don't exist. We are just providing the plumbing stub-ups and general electrical up to the sheetrock stage. So that allows us to actually fully enclose and insulate the basement area. However, to the actual option. It allows the home buyer to build out at a more opportune time.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I've got.
Again, very nice presentation. Congratulations for at least making it here. I know the struggles you've been through. I know they've said that too, but that puts unneeded stress on you, and I thought you guys really handled that well and gave a great presentation. A couple things that I wanted to touch on. Your site plan, spot on, in my opinion. You could turn that in to Johnson County right now, and they would accept that. Your layout was good. Things were strategically placed, so I'm not sure who put that together, but great job. On top of that, your construction timeline I thought was very good. You're starting at a good time of year for Iowa because we deal with frost and whatnot. And your completion date, if you can hit that target, is good. If I'm going to get real picky, I'd like to see it just a little sooner because for us, August 27th, I think is what you had for a date, is about when school starts. And most families will want to move in ahead of that if they can. But that's really nitpicking things here. So really good job. How did you choose your profit percentage? That is one question I have.
Just to step back briefly for a moment to your previous comment. With that, we have our contingency built in of our schedule, and we believe that we can finish our home prior to that projected date. And we have acknowledged that the market with the school time is our desired market with potential teachers coming in, students, whomever that may be. So we have acknowledged that, and we believe we can get ahead of that schedule. To your comment of the profit margin, we had a reevaluation, and we were actually at an 18.45% profit margin. Our presentation does not reflect this. However, we would like to share with that at this point. So the profit margin is driven by our ability to, with our direct costs, and then from there, our marketing and agent fees removed and our interest as well.
Very good. Thank you.
You guys did an amazing job this morning, and I know you're all really tired and stressed. But the thing that stuck out most in your presentation, you had $1 million you could have spent, but you didn't. And that's amazing. And I think more of our generation needs to embrace that. You're spot on with the fact that we have an oversaturation of very large houses that people can't afford. We have enough monuments to insecurity, and we need more houses like what you're designing. Your site work cost was actually spot on. I just did a cost estimate and it was like, did they cheat somehow? Did they call a contractor? Which is not cheating, it's just good research. And yeah, I have the semi-finished basement. Yeah, let people make it into what they need it to be throughout their life. That's a great touch. And the 3D renderings, that's going to sell it all day long. Despite the fact that you guys, I know, are all tired, you all presenting very well this morning. So, yeah, congratulations. Good job.
All right. Echoing what everyone has said, I'm at the end of the table here, so not a lot of questions left. Starting to feel like you guys. But one thing I did want to talk about on the safety component, it was really, really heavy on the OSHA stuff, which is great. There was not any mention of NAHB safety and the resources there. Any comments on that, or did you?
Ultimately, we are driven by OSHA. We want to make sure our job sites are safe. However, we have worked with our local HBA. We have assessed those safety factors as well, and it's just not directly related in that proposal. So, as a company, we are supportive.
Thank you.
Very good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice job. Thank you very much. Yep. Nice job. Nice job.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you all.
Nice job. Nice.
Thank you.
Well done. Nice job.
Thank you, sir.
Nathan Gibson, good to meet you.
Jay,
Nice to meet you.
You'll be fine.
Derek,
Luke.
nice to meet you. Morning, Jay, nice to meet you. Luke, good to meet you. Luke, good to meet you.
Jenna, nice to meet you.
Eric.
please know that this seems like it's a little fast. Most people, it buzzes about 30 seconds before they're done, because I think everybody's got, that 10 minutes down. So
Yeah.
when it buzzes, just keep going, finish out, and then we'll have 10-minute Q&A like Deanna said afterwards.
Wonderful.
Okay?
Sounds
So
good.
whenever you're ready, you go ahead and start.
Good morning and welcome home. My name is Nathan Gibson, lead project manager of Red Cedar Custom Homes out of Iowa City, Iowa. And along with my team, we're very excited today to show you our planned home for the 2024 Iowa City Parade of Homes.
I'm Jay Lucko, Business Development Director.
Jenna Dick, Sales and Marketing. I'm Madison Rude, Lead Draftsman.
Luke Lundgren, Superintendent.
Derek Johnson, Safety and Sustainability Director.
We have selected Tiffin in Johnson County, Iowa, based on their potential for growth and great location. As of 2021, the population was 5,282, and this is near two of Iowa's largest cities, Cedar Rapids and Iowa City. In 2020 to 2021, Tiffin had a large population increase, actually the largest in the state. The I-80 and I-380 interstate expansion has caused a lot of demand for new housing in the area. We also, like Tiffin City Planning Board, has created a 20-year plan outlining how we can successfully grow Tiffin, and it's kind of what we based our decision on Tiffin. Our house will be built on a secluded 1.8-acre lot in a small 6-lot subdivision called Lincoln's Landing. This is close to Tiffin schools, along with close to retail, and then also attractions listed in the chart below. We've noticed that there is a limited supply of rural new construction homes in the area, and we feel that our Lincoln's Landing 1.8 rural lot will stand out to potential buyers. We also have awareness that there's potential for a housing market decline, but we do know that state of Iowa is less impacted compared to other states regarding the housing price index.
To finance this project, we have obtained a $1 million construction loan from Hawkeye Settlement Services in Iowa City. We have a long-standing, over 30-year relationship with them, which allows us to negotiate based off LIBOR rates that they obtain their funds at. We negotiated this rate in September of 2022, about a half point over LIBOR, allowing us to lock in at a 5% interest rate. For this project, a monthly draw schedule will be used, typical through a title company, and based on the value of work completed. On the screen now, you'll see our interest schedule and cost overview. On the left side, you'll see the large sum numbers, soft costs, hard costs, closing costs, etc. And on the right, our interest schedule. We purchased this lot in January of 2023. We plan to start construction in June of 2023 so that we are able to enter the market in March of 24 when home buyers are most active. For this house, we'll be asking a confident $1.2 million. We believe that our project will stand out to the targeted demographic. On the right side there, you'll see a graphic from the National Association of Realtors. This is specifically on the Iowa City metro area. We will be targeting young couples ages 35 to 44. Majority of them with graduate degrees will be working in the 2 large cities nearby and making an average income of $100,000 to $150,000 per year.
We like to focus our advertising on larger social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, as well as our website. On these platforms, we include interior and exterior photographs and walkthrough videos of the different construction phases throughout the process. We are also a part of the Greater Iowa City Home Builders Association, and we like to participate in their parade of homes. We find this is a great way to connect with potential buyers and also promote our trade partners. We also have a long-standing relationship with Century 21 Real Estate. This allows for us to obtain a 2% realtor fee, and we also list our home on Zillow as well. Here's an overview of the home and our main features. Again, we like to hone in on the secluded lot, the 1.8 acres. This allows for plenty of room for the kids and pets to play outside. The house is 3,772 square feet, 4 beds, 3.5 baths. We also like to include the warm, neutral tones that we picked. We feel this allows for a more homey, timeless feel, as well as our luxury finishes such as hardwood flooring, quartz countertops, and custom cabinetry.
As our lead draftsperson, my main goal with the floor plan was to create a family-friendly space that would promote family growth as well as be long-term for them. In doing so, I created a main floor that has a secluded master suite as well as all of the main amenities located on it. The other feature we'd like to highlight is the master bedroom that is also secluded with its own walk-in closet and bathroom that could be used as a guest suite as well. On the second floor, we located a couple extra bedrooms and another bathroom. And again, the main feature we'd like to highlight here is the bonus space that could be used for multi-purposes, whatever the potential buyer would like, such as storage or a play space for the kids. Okay, and then on the basement, we decided to keep the floor plan unfinished. We included the major bearing walls, and then we did draw a potential future floor plan that the client could decide to use if they'd like. Otherwise, we would be willing to work with them to create a space that they are more happy with.
Our spacious lot allows us to run efficient site management. We have an adequate area to store materials as well as for trucks to enter, turn around, and exit. We also incorporated elements of our SWIP plan onto our site plan, such as running a silt fence around the construction area, gravel driveway over a geotextile fabric, as well as a concrete washout area. Shown on the screen is our milestone schedule. We have allocated 218 working days to the project, lasting 10 months, with the house entering the market in March. We would like the project to begin on May 29th of this year, with a groundbreaking on July 13th. Our rough framing will begin September 11th, and we hope to have the exterior envelope begin to start closing off in the middle of November, so we can start running temp heaters, and we would like to begin our interiors at the start of the new year, with the owner move-in on March 13th of 2024. Shown on the screen is our estimate here. A few areas I would like to highlight where we allocated more cost to. Division 1 general conditions, that is due to our lot selection of $180,000. Second is our Division 7. We upgraded our insulation, so that number is a little bit higher than typical, as well as our Division 9 number with our high-end finishes. We also have a contingency of 6% to combat any fluctuations in any prices. That brings our total project amount to $998,675.41, with $249.17 per square foot.
Our sustainability plan is highlighted by a multi-zone HVAC system and heat pump. This will save up to 10% per month on heating and air conditioning bills. There's also a upgraded insulation. We have R34 insulation in the walls and an R54 insulation on the roof and ceilings. We are incorporating smart appliances, which will also save about 10% per month on utility costs, and we are implementing a rain barrel to water plants. Our safety plan is all PPE will be worn at all times on site. This includes hard hats, safety glasses, high visibility vest, and closed-toed boots. There'll be a 3-strike rule with safety violations and other PPE violations, as well as there will be a site orientation be given to anyone that comes on the job site to work. And then we've also highlighted 5 potential hazards and how we tend to mitigate them.
In summary, our total construction cost is $998,675 with a construction cost of $249.17 per square foot. With our listing price of $1.2 million, that brings the owner's investment to $318.13 per square foot, with a projected profit of $201,324.60. Thank you.
Nice proposal. Just a couple comments. I saw you added some additional slides, so that was some good information there. I really like the information you just gave on the safety plan. Some people mention the safety plan, don't give a whole lot of feedback or any other points on that, so that was nice. I really like that you work this in with the Iowa City Parade Homes. We're all part HBA members, so I think that was really neat that you included that, visibility for the home, you know, kind of that other type of goal. Just a couple things, and this might be a little picky. You had really good list of suppliers and vendors, but then you picked Century 21 for your realtor, and we don't have a Century 21 real estate office in Iowa City that I know of. So, and I know you said that you had a long-standing relationship with, and that was just one thing that stuck out to me right away. And then Hawkeye Title and Settlement also, they don't necessarily do home loans. So just a little bit of an inconsistency there with picking those two people when everybody else was really good for your suppliers and subs. So, but overall, really nice job.
Thank you. All right, a couple comments, and I've got a question too. As Aaron pointed out, putting the home in the Iowa City Parade of Homes is a great idea. Obviously, we're going to totally support that. One thing I would say about that, though, and I was just trying to look it up, you have a completion day for mid-March on your home. Just remember that a home that's in the Parade of Homes cannot be occupied until the parade is completed, which is in mid-June. So that's something you can think about with your schedule, your start date, your end date, things like that. And I'm sure with your schedule, you're wanting to get the home closed in before it gets cold, things of that nature. So just one little detail to think about as you're going through there. After that, I've got a question, and it is for your market analysis. Explain how you found the info about basically Iowa being minimally impacted by, I think you said declining markets or something of that nature.
Yeah, we researched multiple different resources. I'd have to look back and get to you the specific names of those, but we were just, the overall state of Iowa, we saw that wasn't as greatly impacted compared to other states, but I can look at what specific resources we use and get back to you on that.
And that's great because we all spoke about this. The Iowa City Cedar Rapids area, we are extremely lucky to live in. It is kind of a bubble of sorts because of what we have for industry in our area. So it's a spot-on comment that you put in there. I'm glad you did that. That's a huge selling point for homes, for people to know that their jobs are secure and they can make home payments, especially for a home of this cost. So that was great to include. Nice job.
Great presentation, guys. I think the gentleman over here on my right, you're probably going to take this question because it came up, so come on up to the mic for me. It's good, I promise. So when I read your presentation, I loved the rock wool, and I loved the exterior outboard insulation.
Yep.
I kind of geek out on that stuff. And I was super excited, like, oh, this is something that I can go on and ask him about. So then today you add that slide on how you're actually going to install it. So how did you come up with that?
Well, the rock wool insulation, Nathan's more in residential than I am, but there's some train tracks that are pretty close to the site, and so we like the sound properties of rock wool insulation, as well as the R value is a little greater than just flash and bat, but yeah.
Well, and what I liked about it was, and you can tour when you're done with this and can relax, you get to tour the floor, and you're going to see all these vendors that are telling you how you can actually install. I see your head shaking, you know, and add all this R value, and then the reality sets in. It's pretty hard to do. So it was great to see, and awesome that you then today mentioned, hey, our insulation budget's a little bit higher too, because that's a reality. So good job. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, if I could add on that as well, like he was saying about Rockwool. So I've worked with it a little bit. Not only is it both sustainable, it doesn't hold moisture. The fibers are knit tighter, so you get that higher R value. We insulated interior walls, so that master suite, you have sound deadening properties from the entire house. So if you're entertaining, you have young children, you have your own private master suite. And the exterior enclosure, it doesn't absorb any moisture, so you can insulate the foundation with that and under that rigid and everything. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about the design. I think your guys' quality of drafting of your plans is really, really nice. It's very professional. I think they look really good. So So that's really nice job on that. One little thing, you guys don't have it up anymore, but mudrooms are like a really, really big thing around us, especially if you have kids. And so you don't have it on your plan, but you'd be able to really easily put a whole set of lockers in that hallway by your laundry room. And I would even like probably close that off right at the stairs just so that you can kind of keep that mess away, but your guests can still use a powder bath and not see all your kids' backpacks and all that kind of stuff. So really nice job. I like that you have that second master suite on the first floor because I think it just kind of recognizes the ability to, you know, bring in an aging parent or something like that. So nice work on that. I do have a question on, so a house in this price range, and you had mentioned that, you know, you would put it on the parade of homes. What is kind of your sales plan for, and I know you're talking about social media and that kind of stuff, like sales plan for putting this house on the market and then allowing people to make any changes? Like what would be the process that you would do with that? Or are you kind of looking at more of a spec parade house?
So we're building to sell, and when we start out, we wouldn't have a buyer. But if a buyer did decide they would like to hop on board with our home, we would try to work with them, you know, put little changes, see what we can do, but due to schedule and then also lead times, that could be hard to make some changes. So if they're willing to work with us, we're more than willing to work with them.
First of all, good job on your presentation. I really like the aesthetics of the house, that when you look at the front elevation of the house, you're not seeing a bunch of garage. That's just a thing with me. That's up here in Sandyland. This house is actually not in the city of Tiffin. You're in Johnson County, so you're going to be under different regulations. And I get to be the unfortunate bearer of bad news. You would not be able to build this house on this lot. Johnson County has extremely stringent stormwater regulations, and it's not your fault, and there's no way you would know this. We didn't ask you to research this, but what could basically be built on this lot is a shed. And it's unfortunate for the developer and the landowner, but just something to know for your future careers, to make sure that you research. And again, we didn't ask you to do this. Make sure you know what municipality or what jurisdiction you're under and what kind of requirements they have. Yeah, so, but the house, I really liked the house. So, and that being said, had it been in the city and not had these requirements and woods in the background, and you're right about the railroad track, that was, you absolutely probably could sell it for 1.2. But yeah, so good job.
I am gonna just kind of expand a little on what Sandy said. I personally, like once she brought this up, we were like, oh, well, that kind of stinks. I personally didn't grade, assuming, like, just to let you guys know, I looked at your proposal outside of that. So, you know, just, yeah, exactly. And we kind of got talking about it, and we were like, well, we're going to have to tell them. But overall, I think you guys had a really nice proposal. So,
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
thank you.
No, you're fine.
Yes, thank you. Oh, it is. But it's the same way on their side, though. Lots of time put into that, so nice job.
expecting us to go, you know? So I was just, thank you.
Shanice, you want me to show you? It's the link. Good. Thank you.
As you know, you have 10 minutes for your presentation. We have a timer up here. It's not exact by any means, so if it goes off and you're still in the process of finishing, that's absolutely okay. Don't let it distract you, okay? It's just here as a reference. I will set it on 10 minutes, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. We are Rose Canyon Builders. We come from the New School of Architecture and Design from San Diego, California. My name is Yuri Silva, and I am the project executive.
How's it going, you guys? Good morning. My name is Jose Sosa. I'm the project manager.
My name's Kane Barton, and I'm the pre-construction manager.
Good morning, I am Shanice Silva, and I am the architect.
Hongzhang Dai, the estimate.
Ivan Gomez, Chief Financial Officer. So we are looking for an $800,000 loan at a 7% interest rate to build our custom home in northeastern Iowa City. We're located at the Tamarack Trail. Up top, you can see on the top right corner, that's our home. We are an 8-minute drive from the University of Iowa and about the same distance from the VA Medical Center. We have the Harvest Preserve just up the street, just a couple minutes up the street. And also the golf course is right there for local amenities. We know that education is most likely going to be important for our target audience, so we highlighted a couple schools in the area. The Shimmick Elementary School is the highest rated elementary school in all of Iowa, and so we think that could be in a factor for our homeowner. This is our local market study for our specific neighborhood. These are all homes that have sold in our neighborhood. All these homes are relative to our price point and relative to our footprint. So with these homes, we feel that our price point and our square footage is reasonable and a good option. So our target market, when we look at the U.S. Census Bureau, for our zip code, the median household income is $63,000. But when you look at ages 44 to 64, that jumps up to $93,000. So we are actually looking to target this specific market. So we're looking for most likely some kind of middle-aged family with multiple children, multiple careers. The VA Medical Center, well, the University of Iowa is the biggest employer in the city, followed by the VA Medical Center. So we would be looking for people that possibly have careers in those fields. And because the VA Medical Center exists, we know that there will be a veteran presence within the city. So we would like to target some veterans that maybe have a VA home loan to use to purchase our home.
Great, thank you, Yuri. Okay, so for the site that we chose lot 22. As you can see, well, on the topographical map, you could actually see that it naturally slopes and drains to the west,
which is good for the homeowners, but a headache for us during construction. For the project, the focus is on erosion and risk levels for sediments, debris, and chemicals on site. For our project, we used the combined risk level matrix and determined that our project would be a level 2 due to the amount of precipitation that we estimated throughout our construction phase. We plan to mitigate this by controlling the runoff of water and snow into a water catch basin or recapture system and other BMPs to prevent site contamination. Our recommendations are based on the SWIP Best Management Practice Manual of Iowa City. In our project proposal, we have also mentioned our material and procurement recycling plan as well. Oh, and then next, I want to talk about a little bit about our construction safety plan. We decided to implement the NAHB Safety and Health Program. On a daily basis, we will, our project managers, our site supervisors will be making sure that the construction site has the proper signage, has the correct PPE, and they'll be implementing this throughout our project duration.
Thank you, Jose. And then when we design our site plan, we design it around, safety and effectiveness. So up here, the green arrows are our delivery route, and they'll be coming in from the I-80. And then obviously the red arrows are the exit route. So our delivery drop-off area is in orange, and that has a track-out control mat as well. So, to keep the dust, debris, and the rocks and stuff out. There's an alternate truck route for the tradespeople, the trade specialists, who just need to get into the back, do their work, and then leave. And then the tradespeople, so we picked our tradespeople from the NAHB members directory. And, they're well-trusted, they have good quality work, and they're local in Iowa. And then our permitting is going to take 10 days, 10 business days to finish our permitting. And those are all our inspections as well. And our inspections are listed, just so you guys can see the milestones. And also the inspections are with the code and regulations for the city as well. And then moving on into our schedule, total it's going to take 11 months. And I included the design phase as well in our schedule. That's why it's going to be a little bit longer. And then we're going to break ground mid-February to avoid, all the winter and the weather delays. So we'll be done building around, or with the building shell, will be done around at end of August, early September, which will be good so that, just avoids the weather delays. And then also in the schedule, in the final, I added the labor delays as well, because there will probably be labor delays, with the workforce and COVID and everything like that.
Thank you, Kane. The Ivory Tower is a 4-bed, 5-bath luxury home with an interior that offers comfort and tranquility. We start with our basement. That is a walkout basement with a downstairs bar, entertainment, full bathroom, full laundry, and a home gym. We go upstairs to the first floor, and it is a 2-car garage with a home office, guest bath, guest bed, as well as a mudroom. Also a kitchen, dine-in open concept that looks into a double height space living room. Also on the first floor is a deck and a screened-in porch. We take it upstairs to our second floor, and there are 3 rooms, all complete with bathrooms and walk-in closet. The master suite boasts a his and hers large closet, as well as a master bathroom and a private deck that looks out to the south. These renderings are going to be used as market tools. Marketing will start when frame-in goes up. We will use home selling websites as well as social media platforms to advertise our home. And as Yuri said earlier, we will ensure that our veteran population are especially targeted because of the VA loans. Some sustainable features to highlight are the panels, solar panels on the south side of the home that, due to the sun path, we know that there's long exposure on that side. We also have some passive sustainability, which are some deciduous trees on the west and the south of the home. Other sustainable features include Energy Star certified doors and windows, and also a Icynene spray-on insulation. In all, this home is supposed to save the homeowner money and to provide longevity. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanice. And here is our estimate overview. The square footage as earlier I mentioned, is 3,733 square feet. Our lot cost is $147,000. Our construction cost is $584,000. The cost to pay per square footage is $157. Our contingency is 5%, and our contract fee is 6%.
Thank you, Jung. So this is our cost breakdown. As you can see, interior finishes takes most of the work because of the quality of the work. This percentage are based part of the NAHB Economics Housing Policy Group, special studies by Karma 4. We make several assumptions. First was our interest rate. We believe for the size of our home, 7% is a fair rate and it aligns with the national trend. Also, we also made a comparative analysis of the city of Iowa and the overall housing market. We arrive at selling point at $1 million and expect a 25% return of investment. This is our pro forma, and we want to invite you to ask any questions about it in our Q&A section. In terms of our sensitivity, we dropped down $50,000 from our selling price in case of any scenarios. So we expect a return of investment on the drop down between 13 to 20%. We also increased $50,000 from our selling price and expect a return of investment between 25 to 44% if the market rises. This concludes our financial portion of our slides, and we want to thank you and our rest of the team members for making this project possible, and any questions you may ask. Thank you.
All right, nice job on your presentation there. Well done. One thing I want to point out, I don't know that I have a direct question, but your safety plan, I was really excited when we were going through this, and other members saw it also, that you had pulled the information right for the NAHB website for their safety and health program. I think, as you well know, that this is really an important item in our industry right now. Safety, obviously, sending all of our workers home in the same or better condition as when they showed up that day, and also the beyond just the health, but the mental health of it. So I was really excited to see that you put that right in your program here. I guess I did have a small question. You talk about a 3-ring binder will be kept on site and at the local office at all times. Can you maybe just fill me in what you're thinking, just in general, what might be in that binder?
Yeah, so in the 3-ring binder, I mean, we're going to have pretty much, it's a table of contents of what we would need to do if, say, something happened on site, right? That's, depending on what it is, that's what we're definitely going straight to, right? Yeah, we would use our safety and health handbook to move forward.
And that's fine. And yeah, the table of contents is there. I had read on how you talked about having possibly forms for the subcontractors fill out remedial training and whatnot. So I just didn't know if there was anything additional to that. So it was just more curiosity for me.
What's the thing?
So.
With that, we were thinking, so when we see like site incident reports, stuff like that, SDS, material data sheets, if subcontractors come through and they have to have any sort of specific training, that's a place that you want to keep your training. It's just a good way to organize your safety plan, just to have everything on site. And then also you let your employees and subcontractors know so that, if anything happens and anybody needs to know where it is, everybody knows where it is. So it's a universal spot where everybody can go.
Excellent answer. That's spot on. Nice job.
Thank you.
I wanted to make a comment as a veteran myself. I think you're the only team that actually addressed that we have a VA hospital and that, yes, you can get VA loans. So good job on identifying that. Your SWIP, I haven't seen anybody give us comprehensive of explanation and truly understand it. I've seen some BS up here, but you actually, I can tell you understand it and know what it's for. So, good job on that. So, and the aesthetics of the house, this fits in with Iowa City. So, we're a little bit eclectic, is a nice way to say it. But, yeah, those are the comments I had.
What I noticed today, we're kind of halfway through the presentations, and there were groups that didn't quite understand the market or the city. I felt like even though you guys are 2,000 miles away from where this is, you knew where you were, you knew what was going on, and I felt like you were from the area. I also liked today on the sustainability portion, it jumped out to me, the outline, the installation you chose and why. In your written presentation, but then you could tell like you guys have worked on it, added some more things from sustainability, because I have right in my notes here, hey, we need some more in here. The first time I read this, and it jumped out at me the second. So I'd like to see that as a team you're improving that. So yeah, it's a good performance today. Thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to, who did the renders in here? Okay, those are really nice. I know that I've kind of been commenting on that in general in a lot of presentations. I think nowadays it's something you almost kind of have to do. Customers are kind of expecting it. And even if you're not doing photorealistic ones, being able to do a walkthrough in a 3D model just so that people can understand, especially when you're going into custom, a lot of people really can't visualize things, so your renders are really beautiful. I also just wanted to comment that I like that your floor plan pages, you kind of address each level and you say, this is the level, this is what's on it, here's a couple of pictures. I mean, that could easily be used as sales material as well, so I think that's really nice. You guys had talked about having a more extended design process, so are you thinking this house is gonna be a pre-sold, or that it's going to be placed on the market and then you're trying to find a buyer at that point? Like, how are you gonna allow changes and that sort of thing? What's your thoughts on that?
In terms of pre-sold, what exactly do you mean?
So are you going to market this house and see if you can sell it before it starts?
Yes.
So that you can allow a customer to make finish,
Absolutely. So the beginning of frame-in is in April. So as previously mentioned, we said that we'll start marketing as soon as frame-in goes up. And since we already have these beautiful renders and what we expect the house to look like, we think we have a strong chance of getting it sold within the time construction is finished.
Okay.
Just a couple things. Nice job. I like you had a lot of additional slides and photos from today that you didn't have in your presentation we saw, so that was good. When GT said it really felt like you knew the area, you did. The only thing I'd say, talking about the schedule, I think you said you were going to start breaking ground in about February. Yeah. That'd be a little bit tough to do in Iowa. And your schedule, I think, says mid-March. Even mid-March is ambitious. Most of the time in Iowa, people are starting like late fall, trying to carry it through the winter. Ground's still frozen. I mean, people are still digging in February, but that'd be a little bit tough to do. So just kind of keep that in mind. But really, again, nice job overall. I like the list of inspections was really nice to put out too. So just a couple things that I saw. So nice work.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
is on here though. This is the, hang on a second. This is the so it's actually the one at the bottom for everybody for scoring. It's at the bottom of this. But it's at the bottom, not at the bottom, on the IQ. Yeah, it's at the bottom of the thing. When you log in. Because they're not labeled, that's what I'm saying. It's at the bottom. It's confusing. Purdue 1 is listed as Purdue. Yes, must be. So this would be.
Y'all need anything? Oh, I'm just saying for you all. You all good?
All of the presentations on YouTube, and it's NAHB TV, so if you want to share that or check out other ones, they're on the stage, you can do that. The team will be doing a 10-minute presentation followed by a 10-minute Q&A, and I will send it over to Dave to talk about it.
All right, as you know, you have 10 minutes for your presentation. I'm going to set a timer, it's just kind of a guideline. It may go off before you get to the end, absolutely okay, just finish your presentation. But more for you to kind of gauge the time and whatnot. So I will set this for 10 minutes. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Good morning, we're Boiler Built Construction, and this is the Oakview Cottage.
I'm Jacob Scott.
I'm Noah Graham. I'm Bryce Drury.
I'm Nicole Anstadt.
I'm Jack Paris.
And I'm Tyler Bauman. So starting off with market analysis, our home is placed at 720 Silver Lane on the east side of Iowa City. Our home is perfectly located for our target demographic, which is going to be families of 4 to 5, the homeowners being 34 to 44 years of age, and their kids being in middle school to early high school. Our home is perfectly located for them because we're in the center of multiple parks, allowing any type of recreational activities for the homeowners and their kids. As well, we are just down the road from the best hospitals and schools in the state of Iowa, as well, just 5 miles down the road from the University of Iowa. Then looking at the current market trends, as you can see, the current average days on market is 32. New home construction is going to be around 30 days. And then the average sale price is listed, includes both new construction homes and old construction homes. New construction homes are going to be around that $600,000 to $700,000 range. When comparing our home to the average price for new construction, we fall perfectly within those numbers, as we are at $205 per square foot at around 3,300 square foot in total, making our market price at $699,000. And then looking at marketing, we plan on marketing our home by first using our website developed by our design team. Within that, we're going to have a 3D interactive system for our homeowner to use from their own home for ease of access. As well, we're going to list it on social media platforms and as well utilizing Zillow in order to make sure our home gets out to our target market. If the home does not sell within 60 days, we are prepared to contact local real estate agencies that are well-versed and very reputable with new home construction in the Iowa City area. And here's Jack.
Thank you, Tyler. So as you well know, the construction industry is all about building connections. This is why we've been hard at work establishing relationships with our local suppliers and subcontractors in the Iowa City area. And with these connections, we'll be able to decrease lead and procurement times, as well as ensure quality products and services. As you can see in the example here, we have an extensive list of our local partners and what services they can provide to make this project possible. The lot requires no rezoning and is classified as a planned unit development. Permits will be obtained through Iowa City and include items such as a traditional building permit for new construction, as well as water, sewage, and gas tapping fees. Inspections will be conducted with a strict accordance with the local jurisdiction and include underground utilities, windows, doors, and final inspections. And the total cost for both permits and inspections is going to be roughly $3,400. We understand that it's important to tackle risks early on, which is why we've incorporated concerns such as supply chain disruptions, weather delays, and long lead materials into the schedule. Price changes will be monitored, and weekly meetings will be conducted with our stakeholders to ensure that the work and cash flow remain steady. We'll also be outsourcing all of our labor, and any labor that goes unfulfilled will be completed by us as long as it's within our scope, and we have an extensive list of substitutes in case we need them. And here we have Nicole.
So as for our safety plan, the entire plan we listed on our job site trailer so that it's clear for all of our trade partners to see. We really want to put an emphasis on fall protection because it is often overlooked in the residential side of things, especially considering that we have a one-story house that we're doing. We also want to have daily reports kept up to date every day. And then we also want to have a 15-minute kind of time at the end of the day to clean our work site and mitigate any safety risks so that we can start the next day as easily as possible. And we also wanted to implement toolbox talks at the beginning of each week with all of our trade partners. As for our site logistics plan, we do want to emphasize efficiency and coordination on our site. So we're going to put our porta potty, our dumpster, and our concrete washout all very close to the road for ease of access, ease of cleaning, and then we're going to have our material storage on the back end of the site to kind of stay out of the way. And then as for our SWIP plan, we want to put our equipment maintenance all done off-site, and then any debris or mud that's dragged onto the road, we'll be sure to clean up at the end of each workday. We really are going to utilize silt fences on this project to divert the water runoff and contain the soil because we do understand our site has a little bit of a downward slope. In addition to that, we're going to be installing drain covers to kind of help the environment. And then our topsoil, like I said, will be stored towards the back of the site, and this will all be posted on our job site mailbox. And Bryce.
Thank you. Looking at sustainability, all our appliances are going to be Electrolux. They're a Swedish manufacturer whose MO is all about carbon neutrality. Here at Boiler Built Construction, that's something we really strive for as a construction company. Looking at our lighting, this kind of started back in the design phase. We looked at the patterns of the sun throughout the seasons, and we added windows and areas to let in more light during the wintertime and less light during the summer. On-site recycling is very important to us because 30% of all materials that end up in a landfill come from construction projects, so we want to do our part to try and mitigate that as much as possible. All materials on site are going to try and be as locally sourced as possible. Anytime you're traveling long distances for shipping, you're going to be burning gas, harming the environment, so we want to try and mitigate that as much as possible as well. And as far as water usage, it's something else that we're going to keep in mind to try and keep our project as sustainable as possible. For our homeowner, they're going to be responsible for all small appliances, furniture, and decorations for their home. We're going to be responsible for all the major appliances, like I stated before, and electronic fixtures. If our sales plan goes according to how we think it's going to, we'll have a homeowner earlier on in the process, and they'll be able to request some add-ons that we'll be able to fulfill. All necessary inspections will be performed by us, and we are also going to provide our homeowner with a finished basement. And now Noah.
Thanks, Bryce. I'm going to be going over our design process here real quick. So first we have our zoning and neighborhood analysis in Iowa City, Iowa, and then we move on to our design process as well as our Revit renderings and modeling. And then after that modeling phase, we go into the marketing and construction. And as you can see, those are kind of tied together because as soon as we break ground, we want to be marketing. We want our homeowners incorporated on the process as soon as possible, just so they can make those homeowner decisions. And then I know you all have already seen our plans, but if you want to direct your attention to the picture on the left, I can go through it with you real quick. So we did a modern cottage style, and what modern cottage says to me is front porch. So we start with our large front porch, we move into our warm foyer, and then we have office or dining room to the right. We'll let our homeowner choose those. Then we have our kids area over off to the left there, those 2 bedrooms connected by that Jack and Jill bath. Living up there at the top, and then owner's suite off to the right with their owner's bath, owner's closet, and then the laundry also attached to that closet. We think that's a really awesome feature. And then, of course, our 3-car garage there at the bottom. Then if we move over to the basement, you can see that 1,000 square foot area that we left open. Our homeowners are the ones that are going to be living in that space, so we want them to be able to choose what they can do with that. And then as well, we have our 4th bedroom located in the basement there. That could be guest space or anything they may need. Then we've included some renderings just so you guys can see what we plan to build here. So the two pictures there, you can see our front elevation, and then that picture up in the top right, that's our exterior living space, and we think exterior living is really important for our homeowners in Iowa, so we've included a beautiful space out there. Then next, our interior renderings. Up top, you can see our kitchen and living spaces, and then on the bottom, we have our owner's suite and owner's bath. And now here's Jacob.
Thanks, Noah. So I'm going to be talking about the schedule. Our construction time is looking at just over 7 months. We built our schedule based on those long lead items, procurement. Obviously, with COVID happening a few years ago, that has set the construction industry back a few months on project times. Looking at that, you can see the back end of the schedule is based off of those procurement items up at the top. Using that, if they come in earlier, that's great. We can catch up on a few days and pick up some days. Moving forward, just some key dates. We're going to have our HOA approval and our building permit already done by September 6th. It gives us 2 days to mobilize to the site, and then September 8th break ground. Moving forward, dried in by December 5th. That's really going to hopefully keep us out of most of the snow. Obviously, we can't do anything if snow decides to drop in the beginning of November, but that'll keep us out of historical rough months of snow. 2 weeks later, have our MEP roughing complete, and then move to interior finishes over the next 2 months, and then give us about 3 weeks to get the house cleaned up, prettied up, hand the keys over to the owner during the project closeout. Moving on to the estimate, as Tyler mentioned earlier, we have a $205 per square foot, so we were able to come in just underneath that $213 range for new builds in Johnson County, asking for a price of $699,000 with an overhead and profit just under 18%. Moving on to our monthly cash flow and our cost breakdown, we thought this was really important, one for us, but also for the owner. Monthly cash flow, you can see we do have 2 higher months, October and December. We built that based around our schedule. So October, you're going to see us ordering those long lead items, and then December, getting those interior finishes, materials ready to be put into the house as soon as they're at the site. Cost breakdown, we really wanted to focus on the CSI division, see how much money was going to each division. I'm going to pass it back to Bryce now.
We would like to thank you for your time, and we're going to open the floor to questions now.
All right, nice job. Perfect timing, too. Like I said, I don't think that thing's quite exact either, because it seems like it catches everybody right at the end. So I wish I could push it to 11 minutes, but it just doesn't work that way. Anyway, a couple things I wanted to talk about. So I like the fact that you had new slides in your presentation. Sometimes people will come in and they'll pull a lot of information right from the packet. There are important points in the packet, I believe, that we throw up on the screen, but having new information up there is also great too, because it helps us sometimes fill in the blanks. So excellent job with that. Another item, when you were talking about safety, you're exactly right when you say fall protection is not something that is focused on in the residential world. I've worked both in residential, commercial, and in industrial. Residential world, I'll tell you right now, it's almost non-existent. So to have that focus is really, really a great thing. One thing I did have a question about, you talk about your trade partners and relationships and whatnot, and having them work with your project manager that's on site at all times. Did you figure having that person on site into your estimate? I don't know if somebody wants to talk about that.
Yeah, I can talk about the estimates since I completed it. So on site, necessarily all of the time, was it included in the estimate? No, but there are enough allowances in our estimate to cover up for that if he is on site all the time, or he or she is on site all the time.
Sure, and that's why I wanted to ask that, because usually they're a higher cost individual on your team, and so I know a lot of times project managers they may touch base with the site. They may have a superintendent or whatnot that's touching on those sites, but just the one question I had. So thank you.
I wanted to applaud you on your SWIP documentation and the proposal. It was very well done. I also liked your comment of if there's no sale within 2 months, then we will hire a realtor. That's an excellent way to, cut costs. Again, going back to my Sandyland comment, I love looking at houses and not seeing a bunch of garage. So the fact that you picked out a plan that still has 3 stalls but only 1 stall facing the road is always a plus to me. One of the questions I wanted to ask you was, when you were looking at all of the potential lots or locations that you could have chose in Johnson County, Iowa City, why this particular lot?
So whenever we first started doing our market analysis, looking at all the lots, we have $1 million line of credit, so we kind of want to use a little bit more if we can. And just kind of looking at the market, most homes were around the $400,000 range. The area we kind of picked, there's a lot of homes that are in the $750 range that are going up right now. We also love, like Tyler said, all the parks that are around. It's like a 10-minute drive from downtown, very close to the university. We just kind of felt like, for our target demographic, the combination of the high schools, the recreation, location to downtown, it was just kind of the perfect lot for us. And, as a company trying to make money, we thought that we could make the most of our $1 million line of credit with this lot.
So you focused on the amenities around the neighborhood?
Yes, that too.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever ask yourself, why are these particular lots on this side of the street still available?
We did think about that. We know with our lot there is a kind of steep slope in the back. We recognize that. We did lay out our house accordingly to that we think we'll still have enough adequate space for our homeowner that it's not going to impact them too much. But that was kind of our rationale with why those lots still weren't sold, was just kind of the back. And we know there's like a tree line and neighborhoods behind it, so we thought that was maybe unattractive because the other side is wide open.
Great presentation. I noted in both today and in your written presentation the sustainability section. What I liked about it was you offered simple things that people could actually do. Called them out, appliances today again, lighting, the recycling, and then drew the correlation that, hey, these might cost a little bit more up front, but the homeowner's going to appreciate that. So that's something that stood out to me. I do have a question on the marketing section of it. This is kind of a question we had going through it. Who are Rachel and Molly?
Rachel and Molly is a local real estate agent.
Okay.
Within the area, they have 25 plus years of experience. And we felt that with their experience and their network within the area, that they would be best suited for us.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, I saw that you guys have renders included, so who did the renderings? Okay, those are really nice. I think they looked really good. I think I say this on almost every single one, but I think nowadays with the technology that is available, people expect it. They want to be able to see what something looks like and what it's going to look like finished, be able to walk through it and stuff. So nice job on the renders. A couple of things on them, just to be aware when you're doing your field of view on the renders, make sure that your verticals are vertical instead of like looking like you're down, so you can change your field of view and make sure that you're at the correct eye level, just to be able to make those look a little bit nicer. And I would just say on that page, if you could add a little bit of detail instead of just dropping in a bunch of photos. But the quality of the renders is nice, and so I'm glad you included those. I just wanted to have one comment on the proposal. So you were kind of given a list of deliverables, and I guess I'm wondering what was your guys' thought process and how you organized your proposal compared to the deliverables that you were given?
I can kind of talk about that. As far as like the order of the deliverables, we kind of, as we were workshopping it and like doing it as a group, we kind of thought about it in a way that we thought flowed the best. So that's kind of what drove how we ordered our presentation or ordered our documents.
Okay. Sometimes it's nice to get a little bit of an idea of what you guys are building before you dive into a lot of detail about it. And so to have the plans and everything all the way at the very end, I think was a little bit challenging because I kind of felt like I was flipping back and forth all the time. And then also just in terms of judging for us, it's and you guys weren't the only people that did it. It's try to stick to the list of the deliverables.
Okay.
Just it makes it a little bit easier to go through it. So.
Just a couple things and we'll wrap up. It's very interesting for us and kind of what Deanna was just talking about. we've read these proposals over and over and over. We spent a lot of time on them, just like you have. So it's very interesting to have read through the proposals, and then, like GT said, you've got a bunch of new slides up there and a lot of really good supporting documents that, yeah, maybe we saw or thought there were a few holes or had some questions, and then, you know, you got some other stuff up there. So that was really good. A couple of those photos, I guess one question, the very first photo that you started out with is a picture of Des Moines, Iowa. In your proposal, you've got a picture of Iowa City. So I don't know where that might have come from, but just double check that. One thing I did like that I don't think anybody else has mentioned so far was you had a really nice disposal plan with your kind of sustainability. So that was nice. Nice list of trade partners, area people. So nice job.
One more comment, and I think you said there was a picture of Iowa City, it was a picture of Des Moines.
No.
Oh.
Up here was Des Moines.
Yes. There you go. There you go. Yep. So, and I just want to piggyback off what Aaron said about your waste material mitigation. You guys have done a little bit of research, obviously, because it's something I've spoken about in other areas. Yes, a majority of waste that goes to our landfills, unfortunately, comes from new construction. And so that's definitely an area that we can all, I think, improve on and do better at. So I'm really glad that you threw that in there. It was something that I had written down also. So and last little thing, you're talking about your start times and whatnot. You have your masonry scheduled to start December 22nd. That would involve having to do cold weather adjustments and whatnot. So just, you know, obviously we're gonna look for little things too, but just something to think about. Maybe present more information as to what you're gonna do to control that, because obviously masonry is really touchy with freezing weather and whatnot. But overall, very nice job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nice job. Nice job. Yes.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Nice job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Nice job.
Thank you very
Well
much.
done. Yes. Nice job. Nice job. Yeah. Carson. Nice to meet you.
Carson.
Dave, nice to meet you.
Carson.
You're trying to shut the door, so we're not able to hear your story. So, as you know, you have 10 minutes on your presentation. I will tell you that this timer, even though we set on 10 minutes, seems like that's almost everybody off about 30 seconds early. Please don't worry about it. It's just a guide for you to give you an idea of where you're at. So I'm going to set this for 10 minutes, and then you're welcome to get started.
Hello, my name is Henry Gaffey. I'm the project manager and the scheduler.
Hi, I'm Cheyenne Stein. I am a scheduler and a lead green associate.
My name is Zeth Reyes. I am the real estate agent and financial analyst on our team.
I'm Carter Simcox, I'm the architect.
I'm Carson Verano, and I'm the superintendent.
This year's project was located in Johnson County, Iowa. After thorough research, we decided to settle for a target market of a family size that is growing and looking for a builder home, upgrading their existing home already. They're searching for a suburban location, perhaps tired of the urban, high development cities. This family is going to look for a quiet neighborhood. We found the ideal neighborhood in the 1380 Lakewood Drive, Northeast Swisher, Iowa. It is right smack in the middle of Cedar Rapids and Iowa City. We are 16 minutes north of Cedar Rapids and south of Cedar Rapids and 28 minutes north of Iowa City. We don't have to excavate much as we don't have to bother any existing vegetation such as like the trees, as that topography is pretty ideal for our development here. So closer to Cedar Rapids, we have the College Community School District, such as the Prairie Heights is an education center there. That's only 12 minutes away from your home. We also have Lakeview OHV Park, which is excellent for outdoor adventuring with your kids when they're not in school. We also have the Lindale Mall, which is only 25 minutes away. It has 80 shopping centers in case you want to go shopping. And then the Eastern Iowa Airport, in case you want to travel with family or have family come over. A quick 12-minute stop is pretty convenient. Next to Iowa City, we have the Brown Deer Golf Club. It's only 22 minutes away. You also have about another 4 golf clubs within the 25-minute range. We also have the University of Iowa, which is the oldest and largest university in the state, which is perfect for any higher education if you're looking for it for your kids or for yourself as a parent. We also have the Osprey Trailhead, which is good for more adventurous amenities outdoors as well. So, our market analysis. We have noticed that there has been a 58% decrease in housing market competitors. We believe this is because of the COVID-19 pandemic. It caused a lot of companies to either go out of business or just completely slow down, but it is starting to pick up now that the COVID is coming to an end. We noticed that there is also a 30% price per square foot increase overall for the past 3 years. It has not been steady by any means, but we do feel confident that the average of $170 per square foot is now good for a current market. These are two existing houses already that have been sold in the county. There are similar homes within our neighborhood in the 1.2 million range, so we're still super in the market for that. We're not completely out of it. We are aiming for a 1.4, so these houses are within our similar range. They have the 6,800 square feet, again similar within our square footage. We have a greater advantage because these acreages are pretty small with the 1.09. We offer about 30% more for our land, for our homeowners, so that is great.
Our home's about 7,500 square feet with 7 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, and sits on a lot measuring 1.36 acres. The basement includes a home theater, a family room, and a bar and game room, a home gym, sauna, and yoga room, as well as a guest room with their own walk-in closet and bathroom. The first floor includes the entryway foyer area, as well as the dining, kitchen, and living area with an open floor plan. The kitchen has floor-to-ceiling cabinetry, as well as 2 islands to allow for more countertop and storage. More storage can be found in the pantry between the laundry and the kitchen. We also included the master bedroom on the first floor. They have 2 walk-in closets and their own bathroom. And we also have a covered outdoor area, patio area, and front porch. Our second floor consists of 5 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a versatile family area that can be used for a multitude of things.
Throughout our home, we'll be using various different sustainable materials and fixtures. We'll be using true definition duration roof shingles and James Hardie vertical siding panels. We'll also have stone paneling that goes around the house, and it has no VOCs in it. All of these products have a long lifespan, so the owner shouldn't have to replace anything while they're living in the house. We'll be using rock wool insulation in our walls and blown-in cellulose in the attic. These products both offer natural materials and low VOCs while still giving us the R value necessary. We'll be using permeable concrete for all of our hardscaping to allow the water to drain through instead of running off, and it also helps lower the heat island effect. Our building is facing the south, which helps with daylighting through our large operable windows. So if the temperature outside is comfortable, the homeowner can open up the windows and take some of the load off of our heating and cooling systems. We'll also be using WaterSense plumbing fixtures, LED lighting, and Energy Star appliances. All of this said, we'll be achieving an expected NGBS gold rating and LEED silver rating.
For our site logistics plan, we prioritized on cleanliness and organization. Our role was to put the silt fence around the perimeter of the job site, as well as the stockpile, so we have no runoff, mud runoff, or debris exiting the job site. We also put a temporary entrance on the plot, so it's ease of access, and we can get to our dumpster. High quality craftsmanship is expected from our partners. We expect my bad, sorry. Excuse me, sorry about that.
We expect high quality performance from all of our trade partners From all of our trade partners. We are going to do weekly inspections with them to keep track of OSHA standards, PPE, and any healthy environments, attitudes as well. We want to make sure that all of our employees feel safe, feel comfortable at the job site at all times, and are ready for their next position on the site.
So this gives us an overview of our schedule. We plan to have our land acquisition finalized by February 24th of this year and permitting to be completed by March 20th. And this will allow us to start construction on the same day. This shows us some of the milestones going on throughout the project, and the longest legs of the project will be the rough framing and the foundation and our interior. We're hiring top-tier trade partners to ensure that not only is our project completed on time, but with the highest quality possible. We expect to be finished on September 5th of this year. With rain days and other delays factored in, this 25-week schedule gives us and our trade partners adequate time to complete the project to our fullest capability.
This is a general breakdown of our hard construction costs. On the left here is a more detailed breakdown, and on the right is a more general of the main categories. None of the categories really stick out farther than each other. The two smallest categories are going to be our soft costs and our exterior and masonry work. For our 1.36 acre lot, it's about $125,000. Our hard construction costs are about $700,000, and our overhead for those costs is about $70,000. Using our own agent for the $1.4 million selling price, the fee for that would be about $14,000, and using an outside firm, the fee would be about $27,000. Using our own agent, our final cost of our house being sold would be about $942,000. And using an outside firm, our final cost would be about $955,000. Our goal selling price is $1.4 million, and our return on that investment would be about 47%, and our total net profit would be about $542,000. In our sensitivity analysis, at our lowest selling price of $1.2 million, our total profit would be about $250,000 with a return on investment of about 26.6%. Using an outside firm at our lowest price of $1.2 million, our total profit would be about $230,000 with about a 24% return on investment. We have about a $42,000 contingency for foreseen circumstances, including material theft, late deliveries, damaged materials, and anything that we foresee could happen. We have allocated time in our schedule to order well in advance for supply chain shortages. In our schedule, we have about 2 days to 2 weeks for that delivery to happen, and if that delivery is going to be late or not on time, we will notify our trade partners at least 24 hours in advance to change the work or the schedule in advance. We would like to thank the West Branch Builders Association, the Pennsylvania Builders Association, the National Housing Endowment, the National Association of Home Builders, and we would like to thank you for taking your time today. Thank you.
All right, great presentation, thank you. What stood out to me was the certifications and the sustainability. So probably a question for you. Can you comment why you chose to go with the vinyl for your flooring?
For the
in your
flooring?
Yep.
I don't even, we were doing the material recognition.
We use the vinyl flooring
Mhm.
because that's a pretty popular product now. It is a petroleum-based product, but it's very popular and it's inexpensive, and that's the look people are going for. Save the money on the flooring and use that money for another product somewhere else.
Okay, makes sense, thank you.
Okay, again, nice presentation. I'm just gonna comment, we totally get that you guys are nervous, like, I don't wanna, like, point out, but I think it's great that you guys are doing, like, getting involved, doing this presentation, getting out, getting used to talking in front of people, so don't worry about it. It happened to my son years ago, and it was literally the best thing that ever happened to him, because he kinda got it out of his system, and then, can be a little bit more comfortable. So, but overall, really nice presentation. My question is, so I didn't see anything in your proposal that kind of had interior finishes listed. So what kind of interior finishes were you guys looking at? And I'm gonna kind of pick on specifically cabinetry and countertops.
If you want to go specifically, starting with the cabinets, we're going like a Builder's Plus, so not a Builder's grade cabinet, but a slightly advanced. And some of the cabinets might need to be custom if they're going floor to ceiling, but those are going to be just above Builder's grade. And then most of the trim is just your general casement, and then some rooms have a little bit extra or capability to be trimmed out later for those coffer ceilings and things like that.
Okay, because I think in general, and we have found that everybody's pricing has been really low, but in this price range of home, people are gonna wanna be putting in quartz countertops and higher end cabinets, and I just think that your profit is really, really high, and I think that probably maybe should have been an indication that I think your overall costs on the house are a little bit low. I also had a quick question. Is this gonna be a pre-sold, or what is your kind of marketing plan for selling it in this price range?
So we were attempting to find a potential buyer before we close out the house. If not, that's okay. We're not really changing any specifications because that creates a lot of change orders, which then creates a lot of issues with construction and material delivery and everything else that we don't really want to deal with. So the existing home is as is. Some things can be changed, like the painting of the walls. That can be changed, minor details like that. But as far as any trimming, super fine detail finishes, we are not changing those.
Okay.
So I want to say I really enjoyed, excuse me, your market analysis. I thought it was really, really thorough. You guys had awesome slides. I really liked your PowerPoint, just the way it flowed. Going back a little bit to what Deanna just said, because I was going to say the same thing. Carson, when you stumbled a little bit, got a little awkward, but Lizeth, and I hope I pronounced your name right, you just jumped right in there and you owned it. Like I'm watching you, you're walking back and forth, and you're talking, you knew it. So that was awesome. And that is going to happen. And that just shows how well prepared, you were for it. And so just take that as a compliment. I thought it was good. And a little bit what Deanna talked about too. You got a ton of photos in there. A lot of them are stock photos. So maybe cite maybe some of your resources on those, on the ones you didn't draw yourself. But no, overall, you got some really nice stuff in there. So good job.
All right, couple comments. Kind of to build on what the other judges have said. Great job of showing all the area amenities. These are all things that I'm sure all of us have done or gone to, or places we've been. So great job of including those. The pictures with those were great. Also, the local vendors that you listed up there. Those were all vendors that are used in our area, and you found their logos and were able to throw them up there on the screen. So that was really good too. As far as schedule goes, we live in an area that can have harsh winters, things like that. I thought you did a good job of not starting too early. You're looking at the end of that March timeline. Our frost is going out about then. It makes it a little bit easier to dig that foundation and whatnot, so that was a great job. I thought your timeline was a little aggressive, though, for the scope of home that you're building. So, make sure and not try to condense it too much because you're trying to get it done right away. It's a custom home. It's going to take longer, so think about that. And then I had one question on your design. Is the basement, and I couldn't tell for sure, is the basement a walkout, a daylight, or a full basement?
So the basement is not a walkout, no. We just have egress windows placed in the guest room and in the game and bar room. So.
Okay. All right. And the reason why I asked this, and it's easier for me because I've actually built in this area. This particular lot slopes heavily from left to right, so you actually have the driveway where it would need to go in this particular situation, but know that it would take an extremely large retaining wall on the right side of the home in order to have a front yard. I only know this because I worked with a client, we looked at this lot, and we ended up building just a few hundred feet away. So that's information I would have. Unless you walk the lot, you wouldn't see that. So just, try to use your resources out there to know the lay of the land. Otherwise, I thought, nice design and well done.
I just want to mirror what Aaron and Deanna have already said. Your teammate did a really good save. That's going to happen. So good job. I thought and I think somebody already said this too, I thought the return on investment was a little aggressive. If the return on investment was really that in this area, I think we'd all be jumping on it. And whoever I had the idea of a yoga room, yeah, that's personal touch. I like that one. Is there any way you can go back to a slide, like slide 2?
Yes.
I'd just like to see the aerial of the site. Okay. As you can see in the second image, this is an established neighborhood subdivision. There's no fresh grading. All of the landscaping is established. There's no new construction here. And you see those perfectly those two ponds to the south. Why is it that you think this one lot is still available in this subdivision?
I honestly had no idea why it was so available. I wasn't sure what those two little things were either. Like, we couldn't really figure it out with the satellite.
So this would be a lesson for life. If you ever see a situation like this where it's the neighborhood is everything is built out and there's one lot left, ask yourself this: what's wrong with that lot? Those are actually wastewater lagoons. This lot, I don't know that you could actually build on it because there's a very large, and you were not asked to research this, but there's a very large sanitary easement running through this lot. So you could maybe build a little shed on it or a small house like they have in that parking lot out here. But that would just be kind of a learning lesson for life if you ever see that. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Did you not hear me start to talk? I stumbled too. You did a really nice job. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Nice job. Nice job.
I had it all good, but then it just like hit me.
Well, and you know what? You started off fine, and as you went through it, you were great. So you get yourself psyched out.
Yeah, I was studying like everything, everything's crazy.
So I would just say go ahead.
Nice.
I still have some school projects. I have another presentation on ISDA.
So you guys are
Yeah, absolutely, of course. I wasn't sure if we were allowed to read off. Okay, I would.
This whole thing's to intentionally make you feel uncomfortable.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah, because I had everything like written down.
Yeah, so I would just say, like, you can have note cards. I would just say if you're going to use note cards, just make sure they're
Don't read like
professional.
yes.
Don't have like some little piece of paper that's all folded up 100 times.
And we just found this today, yeah. Some of the students were using these, you know, which looks nice and professional.
Kind of, so, you know, just kind of keep that in mind. There's nothing. And I do, my son, who's in college right now, participated in State Awards in high school. He was a sophomore. He did, like, after, you guys know much about the state at all? They do this, okay, after dinner speech, okay? So he's doing this after dinner speech, and he gets halfway through it, and he just, like, fell apart, couldn't keep talking, like, stepped out of the room, pulled himself back
All right, so you know you have obviously your 10 minutes for your presentation. I'm going to set this for 10 minutes. I try to bump it ahead a little bit because it goes quicker than I think 10 minutes is. So if the buzzer goes off, just ignore it. Finish up your presentation, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, so thank you. Once again, we're from North Dakota State University. And on behalf of Silver Creek Custom Homes, I'd like to thank you guys for allowing us to be here today to present on our project. I'd like to get us just started off here on introductions. My name is Caleb Floggen. I'm going to be going over your overview quick and then your risk analysis as well.
I'm Hannah Weebold. I'll go over our market analysis and then our site design.
I'm Caden Henning, and I'll be going over the overall design.
Hi, I'm Latham Streeter, and I will be going over a quick summary of the project and our rolled-up schedule.
Hi, I'm Brooke Luters, and I will be going over the project management and sales and marketing.
Hi, I'm Zach Meyer, and I'll be going over the financial analysis.
Yeah, so as you can see here, we just have a quick rolled up presentation agenda for you guys. You can take a look at that. And then just to go over a project overview, we have identified our target audience as established home buyers. The lot size that we have chosen is roughly about 1.8 acres, located just outside of Tiffin, Iowa. The total expenditures are just right over $988,000, with project duration extending just over 6 months, and the asking price that we are asking for right now is $1.25 million. With that, I'll hand it over to Hannah to go over our market analysis.
From our research, we found that within the county, the population is just over 154,000 with a growth rate of 1.4%. We also found that the average people per household is 2.37 with a home ownership rate of 58.6%. We also found that the average income within the county is just over $63,000. A couple attractions around the area is multiple state parks, the farmers market, a children's museum, as well as the world's largest wooden nickel. There is available health care and air travel with the Des Moines International Airport, the Iowa City VA Medical Center, and then the University of Iowa Clinic and Hospital. We found that our target audience is home buyers in their mid-30s looking to purchase a single-family home. With the attractions around the area, it is good for a family with kids with multiple things to do on the weekends outdoors. We found that it's most likely home buyers looking to upgrade their current home, but could be for first-time home buyers as well. The site we chose is in Lincoln's Landing subdivision. It is Lot 5, located on the image on the left. It is 1.8 acres that was graded and zoned in 2022. Last we checked, it was waiting for final plat approval to be construction ready at the end of 2022. Next, Caden will go over the design.
We wanted to take a different approach to this project and do a barn dominium to try to tap into the rural area of Iowa. Some of the product design features are 3 bedrooms plus owner suite, oversized 3-car garage, and fireplace. Moving to the first floor, on the top you can see our kitchen and dining room, and then our living room and our garage. Garage has heated floor and epoxy, and then spray foam too in the ceiling so it won't freeze any of the pipes. And then the bedroom on the first level can be converted to a office, and there's an open floor plan between the kitchen and the living room. We also included a safe room, a female safe room, because it is located in Tornado Alley. Then moving to the second floor, here's a rendering of the owner's suite. There's 2 bedrooms on this level and a bathroom. Outdoor living is a big priority with this as well, because of this barn dominium rural area that we wanted to go with. That's how we included an outdoor kitchen, a fire pit, and an outdoor living space, as well as an oversized front porch. Sustainable design. We wanted to allow for all the windows and doors in the main space to be open in a way that allows the breeze to go through and cool that space during the summer to reduce loads on the AC unit. And then in the winter, when the heat rises, we have fans to blow it back down to the floor. We use Pella Impervia triple pane low E argon filled windows so that it can retain heat in the winter and then block heat during the summer. There's also from Pella, Iowa, so it's locally sourced. Finishes, granite countertops, carpeted rooms, epoxy garage floors, stone fireplace, and vinyl flooring. This is our base setup. When we have a homeowner who is a customer, they can decide whatever they want.
Thanks for that, Kaden. I'll be talking briefly about our estimate for our project of our barn dominium here. And as you can see at the very top, we have just over $106,000 for our pre-construction services. Site work and foundations is $142,000. And then we can kind of skip down to the bottom there a little bit. And we did acquire our land or a lot for $184,000, which you might see on your brochure is $185,000. We did notice they raised it $1,000. Our price per square foot is a little bit on the higher end at $283. And we do understand that, but we did locally source and procure a lot of our items for this project, so they were a little more expensive. And then at the very end, our total expenditures was just over $988,000 for the project. Rolled up schedule. We made just a really brief Gantt chart for you guys to kind of just look over. At the very top, our total duration is just over 6 months. And as you can see, we'll be fully enclosed or weather tight by mid-July or even early July, depending on how things are going. And we do note another thing is that our landscaping is noted to be taken in December, but we would move that obviously once we're watertight or airtight. Yep. And now I'll hand it over to Brooke.
So for our project management, we start off with safety, and we'll be following the NAHB safety procedures along with signage and public notices. We will also be having 7 o'clock stretches for our crews, and then we will have PPE requirements and local and state COVID and virus procedures. And then for our quality, we will be having in-house and local inspections. And then for trade partner procurement, we will be using our previously selected subcontractors. And for our material and product procurement, we have material lead schedules and pick procedures, along with space on site for material storage. For our sales and marketing, we are going to be using social media and online realtors like Zillow, and then we'll be having in-person and virtual tours of the house. And then we do have a Hometown Heroes incentive, along with a 3-month homeowner warranty and an addendum package. And now here's Zach.
So now I'll be going over the financial analysis. We currently have our selling price at $1,250,000, giving us a profit margin of 20.92%. And as we went through the different selling prices, we found that for every $50,000 that we decreased the selling price, we were going to lose about 3.2% of our profit margin. Now going over the dates sold, for our profit margin, we based our assumption on that we wouldn't be able to sell until January 1st. Now obviously before then is preferred and better, but this is based on our assumption. And as you can see on the chart, for each month that we have that loan is outstanding, meaning we can't sell the house, we'd be losing 5.32% per month. And this is because of the interest being compounded at the end of the loan. And so with this, there is like some kind of juggling you have to do with the selling price, because after about a month or so, it might be better or more profitable to lower the selling rate or selling price in order so that we sell the house quicker and we don't have to deal with this 5.32% decrease. So we are looking for a 6.52 fixed interest rate, and as you can see on the chart, that we would be losing 1.14% of our profit margin per 1% increase in our interest rate. Our materials cost is at $558,000, and for each 5% material cost increase due to multiple factors, we'd be losing 2.23% for profit margin. And I'll give this off to Caleb for our risk assessment.
Yeah, thanks, Zach. So like he said, I'm going to be going over just a quick risk assessment. As you can see, there's 4 major categories that we kind of identified as risks. Starting off with legal, so we dug into all local, including county, city, as well as state permitting, and we accounted for this in our estimate. Then going on to our labor, as everybody knows, there is a current labor shortage. We tried to mitigate this risk by using those previously selected subcontractors, just so we know we can keep that house on schedule as well as on budget. And land development, as we know, we will be digging, so there are some unforeseen site conditions that we did add a little bit of contingency into the budget as well. And we are building in Iowa, which we do know there is a big fluctuation in the climate between seasons. So like I said, thank you once again for allowing us to be here. We appreciate it, and I'd like to open it up to any questions you may have.
All right, thank you guys. It was a good presentation. A couple of comments. I know this was a design that we had a pretty good time, I think, discussing as a group. It was fun to see that. Enjoyed reading the sustainability stuff. You had the permeable pavers, you had some recycled concrete aggregate, and you're looking at how big the driveway is. That was good to see. Constructive criticism wise, there's a couple things, and they kind of popped up again today. You're missing a pretty big airport that's about 10 minutes away from this site, and you're giving airports that are 2 hours away from the site, so just check on that. I think that kind of popped up again, like in some of the school districts. I think one of them was like in Indiana when we Googled it. So just little things that we find when you have the stuff in there. It's easy to miss it, but you give us the information, and we happen to be from there, so it's pretty obvious. We have a little bit of an advantage with that. So, but yeah, thank you. I enjoyed the presentation.
I'll hop in. So, good job on the aesthetic of trying to go outside of the box on the home design. This is a rural site, and the shomes are popular. However, they are popular because of the cost to build them is generally cheaper. So, and there's probably going to be other judges that are going to comment on that more, and it's more their arena. But one of the comments that I wanted to make, I felt like your estimates were a little bit low, and the biggest struggle on this site is going to be actually the excavating and the stormwater work. Because this is in the county, there is, and you're not the first team to go after this lot. It does have challenges. It's almost not buildable because of the stormwater requirements, but you wouldn't have known that. A little bit more research into the area. We actually don't have a zoo, so but Tiffin is getting a Top Golf, so golf is big there. But yeah, that's my comments.
All right, nice job. Couple things that stood out to me. You spoke about a FEMA safe room. I think that's an excellent item to incorporate into your design. Obviously, the entire construction is from the ground up here. There is no basement, and yes, we do deal with tornadoes and now derechos and whatever other things Mother Nature likes to throw at us. So the idea that you put a FEMA safe room, which I've built those in the past, they're pretty extensive. Nice job of throwing that in there. One thing with your project estimate, I know how difficult it is to try to fit these images within your binder. Maybe if you could expand it a little bit more. It was difficult to read, really had to blow it up on the screen to be able to see it better. Just something to think about. Your NAHB safety procedures, nice job of including that. And then, I would have to double check on this, but you had spoke about a 3-month home warranty. Iowa requires a 12-month warranty, so just a little thing to look into a little bit deeper. But overall, nice job.
So just a couple things. I liked your executive summary at the beginning. I really liked the first slide. It was simple, but it laid everything out real nice. One thing that nobody's mentioned, this is awesome. We've had several teams after this is over before give us little things like this. I mean, anything you can do like this to kind of set yourself apart is great, and you've got really good information in here. Sandy mentioned the word showm. So we've got a builder in our area, and that's what they call these barn dominiums, a shop home, and they've actually kind of coined that term. I think they actually trademarked it so nobody else can use it. So kind of interesting. And I think we're all a little bit curious, what exactly was your thought process? Nothing wrong with it, but what was your thought process in doing the barn dominium? And then next question on that would be, how did you construct it? Did you conventional stick framing, or did you use poles, girts, that type of thing? Because when you get into these, you know, the construction techniques can be a little bit different. There's some challenges that way. So just more out of curiosity on my end.
Yeah, so the main reason we kind of chose to go with the barn dominium is just to kind of go with the culture and the feel of Iowa. We do know that it's basically like a heavy-based farming community all around, so that's kind of what we just kind of wanted to dig into, is that culture. And then the framing and all that kind of stuff, it is slab on grade, and then it'll be traditionally framed. And yeah. Yeah.
It's so conventionally framed. Conventionally framed with studs. So we wanted to use 6-inch studs for all the sporting walls, and then if you see those little squares that are posts, those are kind of holding up the roof trusses on that side. And you can see that carried out throughout the garage and throughout the living room. We really wanted to embrace that as part of the whole like barn dominium kind of barn style, instead of trying to hide it behind something. I thought it was a really cool aesthetic that we could use, and it's also is very structural.
Yeah. So thanks for the answer. And one thing you had was spray foam in there, and depending on whether you use closed cell, open cell, that can add a lot of rigidity to taller walls and structure like that. So good thinking.
Just because you guys did do something a little different with the barn dominium, showm, shouse, I mean, there's a lot of different names for them. They are really, I would say, starting to get a lot more popular out by us, although I would say that they tend to be more popular on larger acreages. And the people who tend to build them also have the types of hobbies that would require a shop kind of thing. Like, we designed one for somebody who likes to do some welding, somebody who likes to do some race car stuff and that kind of thing. And so they tend to be, rather than, I guess, kind of geared more towards families, that tend to be geared more towards those types of things. This is something you guys probably wouldn't know either, and this is just for your information. It's not anything like critical of your thing. The banks kind of struggle with them because we don't see a lot of resales of them, and so it's a little bit difficult to get financing for them sometimes. So that's something to just kind of think about too. And as Sandy talked about, most of them out by us, it's people that are trying to get to a certain price point, so they're using more pole frame construction as opposed to traditional construction. Because once you get into traditional construction, the cost is just about, like you guys had, more than doing other things. I had, as far as the posts go, so that post behind your kitchen island is going to be a problem with trying to slide your chairs back. So I would just say, as far as design, you need the post there, obviously, and so try to incorporate it into the design of the island. You could maybe do another one on the other side, kind of have an arch or something in between, but where it is right now is going to interfere with that. That being said, I like the outside of this barn dominium. It's cute. I think a lot of them are really ugly. But this one actually really has a nice aesthetic to it, and it's because you did do that other roof on the other side, and so it just gives it a really nice exterior. So actually, really nice job on that, because like I said, they're not my favorite because a lot of times people are just trying to build them cheap and they just turn out not attractive. I do have one question. because we had kind of brought it up, and this isn't necessarily like my area, but your HVAC costs were really high. Are you guys doing duplicate systems? Are you doing in-floor heat and?
We were doing, hydronic floor heat,
Yeah, so we do have hydronic floor heat all throughout the house. There are two systems because we wanted to keep the system separate between the garage and the house, just in case one goes out, you still have heat, or it just keeps them separated basically. So you can have one run higher than the other, or what?
Are you doing the in-floor in the residential part of it as well?
Yes.
Or in the house part of it as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. We're good. Thank you very much. Nice job. Thank you.
Nice job answering questions.
soon as you start talking, I'll be like, hang on, Aaron. Careful, careful, careful. We don't want more work down here. What are you doing? She speaks for herself.
Doing well, doing well. Y'all ready to buy home today?
Sure.
How are you guys?
Good morning.
How's it
Good
going?
morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Good.
Good.
Good morning. Nice to meet you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Allison, nice to meet you. Allison, nice to meet you.
PT. So I'm going first, is that good?
Oh, really? Not avocado? All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. So coming up next is Oklahoma, and they will have 10 minutes to present, and then followed by Q&A. Just a reminder that everybody in the audience, please listen to your cell phones and other devices are on silent. We will interrupt the presentation. This is being live streamed on YouTube and the NAHB TV channel. And then I will read it to, and I apologize for the whole here. I'll take this to David and we'll talk about the timeline.
All right. So as you know, you have 10 minutes to present. Unfortunately, I think this goes a little quick. So if it goes off before you're totally finished, don't worry about it. Keep moving forward. Go ahead and complete what you're doing. I have been trying to push it past 10 minutes a little bit. So whenever you're ready, you're welcome to start.
Perfect. All right, well, good morning, everyone. Thank y'all for coming out. We are Bloom Builders. We are part of the 4-year custom home competition team out of the University of Oklahoma. My name is Parker Smith.
I'm Allison Wood.
So to start off our presentation, we wanted to talk about the location and property acquisition. It was something that we spent a lot of time going back and forth on where we wanted to be. And what we ended up settling for was an escape from the city while still in close proximity. And we found that the Rolling Prairie Estates development just southeast of downtown Iowa City offered the perfect location for that. As you can see, we are just inside of 15 minutes away from downtown. Any commuting that you should do, less than 6 miles for schools, groceries, work, all that, while still offering an escape from the city. I think one thing that we've noticed in the industry that's trending in the post-COVID era is a lot of people wanting to get a little further out and have their own space. And we believe that this location offers that perfect balance between still being able to work in the city, but also getting to escape and go home to something else.
intended buyer is a couple looking to permanently reside in a home that is built with luxurious and spacious. Two of our biggest design priorities was for emerging trends as well as aging in place principles. Aging in place was one of the biggest priorities because this is going to be a significant investment. Aging in place, some of the principles included both physical and the mental impairments, and so we incorporated navy blue finishes, which is good on the aging eyes, and we also included hardware types such as holes instead of knobs, and that helps with the physical impairments in the future. Also, all of our doors within our homes are 3 foot wide and to accommodate possible wheelchair needs in the future. Some of the things we noticed post-COVID is that a lot of individuals are remodeling their homes because they're not able to go out on vacation. Some of the principles that we researched were just incorporating some of these luxurious spaces as if you're at a hotel or at a resort. And so we included an upgraded master bedroom with some of the casework, as well as a luxurious dining area with some of recessed ceiling to kind of give more of a luxurious feel. And we also incorporated some spaces that we're noticing are more important in homes, which are home offices. And since this home is going to be multi-generational, we want to incorporate a bunk room for those grandkids or guests staying at this home. Another huge important key that we wanted to acknowledge was biophilic design. We incorporated biophilic design in our project through large bay windows as well as a bifurcating door in the living area to kind of merge the both interior and exterior environments to enhance more of that calm environment that you would have on vacation.
Moving into our market and competition, one thing that we knew when we were presented with the prompt of an approval for a $1 million construction loan is that we were going to be catering to the high-end market buyer in Johnson County. One thing that we wanted to focus on was making sure that we weren't overbuilding or underbuilding, but finding the happy medium to where if we're going to put a high-value home in, it's still going to be desirable and comparable to the area. One thing that we were able to reference was actually 2 of the 6 lots in the Rolling Prairie Estates development, which were recently constructed within the past 2 years. When we get into our numbers later in the presentation, you will see that our price per square footage is right on the money with what these 2 are coming in at. We're offering similar design renderings to what's being built in the area, but because our home and footprint is larger than these 2, we wanted to go out and make sure that we were going to find a home that was comparable in square footage and design and age of construction. And what we were able to do is we found this new construction on the bottom of the slide right here. It was built just outside of Coralville. We are right around the same square footage. And while their price per square foot is a little bit lower than ours, one thing that we want to point out is that they're getting just under 1/3 of an acre, while our lot's offering almost 1.5 acres of space for the new trends of wanting to grow your own gardens or raise chickens in your backyard and be able to produce more for yourself and rely less on going out to the supermarket. And so I think that's a great value that our home offers, is the ability to do what you want with your space, being that we have such a large lot.
Pre-construction schedule. Pre-construction site work will take place in June and July. During this time, we will be design and permitting. Next, we will go into writing the home in, and that will finish in October. And we're going to do this that way we can allow us to do interior work during the winter months. And
Sustainability. Do you care about the earth? So we went with Mealy appliances because they aim to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. It is the best eco-friendly appliances on the market right now. Not only are they saving money once they're in your house, they're also saving money before it gets to your house because they're using 33% of recycled materials on their appliances. So not only are you reducing your carbon footprint, they are helping you as well in saving money in what appliance you're getting. You can expect a 20-year service life of these appliances. So they're guaranteed to last you 20 years, 32% of recycled materials, and lower their energy costs for your home. So another sustainability aspect that we have around this house, triple pane energy efficient windows. Most energy efficient than both single and double pane windows. If one panel was to break on that window, it does not stop functioning. It will still be well unless that creates durability of the house. It reduces the risk of hot spots and gas by preventing the transfer of heat. So it doesn't stop the transfer of heat, but it slows it down just a tad bit. So where your air conditioning and your heating during the winter and summer will be most cost efficient. The hot water valley installation does the same thing. This will be installing at our home, on your dream home. It does a better job of holding the air conditioning than the windows does. That's why we create the most energy efficient house through the installation and our windows, because that's where the energy seeps out the most through that house. The installation type with the highest water value, which we are using per inch, is the rigid foam panels. That's what is installed in our house. The life expectancy of a typical house is 100 years, and that's what we want to create here. We want to create a 100-year house that will outlive you and me, because this is a multi-generational home where your grandkids, kids will grow up in. And the sustainability is usually triggers designers and builders like me to, okay, where can we save money? How can we reduce costs? But it's actually about the durability of the home as well. We overlook it at times. And Iowa has 4 season climate. I didn't know that. I thought it was just cold and snowy up there all the time. That's what I thought. So once we researched, we saw the average about 14 degrees Fahrenheit that it gets below in the winters. So this is the durability that we're trying to create with the efficiency home and the durability of withstanding these extreme weathers. So we want to have high finishes because high finishes within the home because we know life happens, grandkids come, kids come, things break, stuff breaks. But we want to build durable cabinets and whatnot for you to create the best living situation for those that are most important in your life.
So originally, we looked at building and selling this project under the traditional method of listing upon completion. As we look further into the demographics of Iowa, it became clear there's not a large sector of buyers that will be able to afford $1 million home. This in mind, we proceeded by looking for a buyer ahead of time and completed the project under a guaranteed max price contract. With any additional work coming under costly plus fee contract of 50%. The guaranteed max price number of $975,142.56 comes from the most expensive cost scenario in the Painter testing. The estimated home sale value is $315 per square foot. This comes from comparable homes in the area going up to as far as $400 per square foot. With this value, we believe the prospective owner will be happy to work with us at 20% general contract. Any construction project takes on a great deal of risk. With this in mind, budget, schedule, quality, and safety are our top priorities. As we mentioned earlier, to alleviate some of the budget and time constraints, we decided to start this project in June to have the building dried in before the coldest winter months. For safety, all PPE will be worn at all times on site, and all of our employees will be OSHA certified and stress the importance of safety to all laborers on site. Labor, omnia, Vincent. Work conquers all. That's the Oklahoma State motto. We're bringing Oklahoma work ethic to Iowa. Thank you. This is our home. We are some builders.
Okay. Thank you. Nice presentation. I wanted to discuss the accessibility because I think that's really important, but kind of like talk about it in terms of having this be a pre-sold home. So I'm assuming just from your presentation and then also from your proposals, so you guys are going to be under contract to build this particular house, is my understanding. Is that correct? Okay. I was so happy to see that. I got to say, like, in this price range, I think as a builder, you're really taking a risk if you're doing something that's not pre-sold. Because once you get into this price range, people tend to be a little pickier about what they want to have in there. Unless somebody's just new into town or really doesn't have time to do this kind of stuff, most people in this price range are going to be looking at something that they can make some changes on. It was actually nice also to see that you were more targeting, because I was kind of wondering about the bunk room, and I'm like, well, that's great if like it's grandma and grandpa buying it. And I'll say, like, my mother-in-law has a bunk room that looks just like that in her house, and it's in the basement, and it's where all the grandkids stay when they come over. So I thought that that was a really creative design solution targeted towards the demographic that you've identified. And I do like your discussion of ADA, the knobs versus the hand, all that kind of stuff. It all kind of goes into it. I'm going to save my second question because if nobody else hits it, it's going to come back to me. But
I don't really have many questions. I've got some comments. I really enjoyed listening to your proposal. You guys, I mean, talking, this can be a little stressful. It can be intimidating. None of you had to use the mic. We could hear you. Parker, nothing against the rest of you, but you're like a natural salesman. I felt like I'm sitting across the living room and we're, you know, you guys presented everything as a conversation, which I enjoyed. Deanna just hit on it a little bit. I really like the aging in place design. We haven't heard a whole lot of that. 3-foot doors was smart. The renderings, you got really nice renderings. The one up there, it looks like the color naval. You mentioned that blue color. Sherwin-Williams, that's been the popular color, so kind of cool there. And the other slide I liked was the one with your construction phases. You had the different models, which was kind of neat. So as you're talking to prospective client, homeowner, whatever it is, they can kind of see those processes. So, you know, the only thing would be maybe a few more interior ones as you're going on. But I thought that was kind of a neat slide right there. So nice job.
Thank you. All right. A couple things from my perspective. So my deal is schedule typically and estimate. One thing that I saw in your schedule, you're putting concrete outside in late February. In Iowa, that gets pretty touchy because you listed out. So we have extreme temperatures and whatnot. Obviously, anything below freezing, and we start running into issues. And then also your landscaping, you've got scheduled for early March. I will tell you that if you're doing any kind of sod, you're not going to see that until probably April. So just little things to think about. Like you said, we're cold and snowy. I would rather be a little more south myself. So, but I also, what's that? Oh, yeah. Trust me, I go south whenever I can. So I wanted to point those out, but there was a lot of other items in your presentation that I really liked. You touched on the triple pane windows. Obviously, that definitely helps in our market. Again, to touch on what Deanna and Aaron both pointed out, the ADA accessibility items, levers instead of knobs, 3-foot doors, so on. That was all really good to put in your presentation so that you hit more demographics. So, nice job.
Thank you.
I can't remember which one came up at first and shook our hands and said, "Are you ready to buy a house?"
that was awesome.
That's our sales.
Yeah.
That actually woke me up. I was like, "What?" I really liked the house design. As I've said in previous comments on the other homes, I like it when you can't see. It's all garage. So the fact that your garage is on the side. I've really liked the comments on the biophilic. I have that in my house, and that is a huge thing, bringing the outside in. So, and the comment on the sustainable, the higher quality finishes for life, because, life is going to wear and tear on the house. So if you can spend a little bit more in the front end, and that way you don't have to replace it, then it becomes more sustainable. And good job on trying to identifying that there is not a lot of people that can afford a house like this, but going for, if you are going to sell a house for that much, you better have something there
and a 1.4 acre lot right outside of town is a good way to capture it. So.
You guys want to take anything else on my list? That's great. What hasn't been covered or just lightly touched here, when we went through and were reading this on the sustainability, lots of, it was in there, it's a buzzword, everybody does it. I think what was probably a big growth for you as a team was, hey, between submitting this and then coming today, we probably should define some of these things. And I'm looking at my notes again here. I've got kind of like a frowny face, like we're going to do all these things and we haven't said what they are. It's just like, oh, we're going to be sustainable. You had 2 slides at least today, went through it, explained why, and then what Sandy just said, drew the correlation to, hey, this is about building something that's durable. We've got weather events. We live there. You're going to, throughout the life of this home. So to me, that's a huge selling point, especially when we're talking about a $1.2 or $1.1 million project. So I think that was a big, big plus. So good job today. And yeah, I would probably buy just about anything from this guy up front. So that's trouble.
We can sell y'all our proposal after this if y'all are interested.
Okay, I've got, who did the renderings? They're fantastic. They're beautiful. Like, really, really nice work on those. The quality of them is really nice. They look great. I'm just going to ask one question. So is there a particular reason that we didn't include a basement with this house?
Well, one of the selling features that we've advertised is our ADA accessibility. And so in order to do that, we decided to keep it a 1-floor house all the way through, not building up, not building down. We do understand that it is very common in the Iowa home market for most homes to incorporate a basement. We just thought that we would focus more on putting the value into our features, appliance, cabinetry, what the home has to offer, and less on digging down, being comparable with other homes with basements. So we decided to stick with a base floor plan all the way throughout in order to avoid any issues with ADA accessibility.
Okay. And that's what I kind of have a note that I said no basement ADA because I kind of was wondering if that's what you guys were more going for. So in terms of that, just make sure, because I didn't really hear this address, make sure that you identify what room will be more of your storm room. And I think in this plan, it probably would be logical for the utility room to be that. But if your utility room is going to have a lot of your mechanicals as well, just making sure that there's space in there for someone or groups of someone if you have all the grandkids and stuff over. So just keeping that in mind. It's not that we don't ever build houses with basements. I'm actually looking at designing a really rather large home right now without a basement, which I just feel really weird doing because, as you recognize, like lots of houses around here have basements, but good answer.
Yeah, I was just going to expand on that. Being from Oklahoma, you know all about storms, so we deal with those too. So to just kind of build on what Deanna said was that would be something great to just list out on the plan, which is your safe room. I've also done slab on grade, ADA accessible, and we actually poured for our utility room. It has makeup air in it, but it is a concrete enclosure. So just something to think about in the future. Overall, great job.
Yeah, nice work.
Thank you.
You just sold us on no basements ever again.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time. Save you the headache. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Faster on the plane. And then the way home is even harder because we have a layover in San Francisco. So we're going backwards to then go home.
What's LSU ended up? Half of them in San Francisco, and yeah.
They were in San Francisco and Houston.
So they missed their presentation yesterday, and we did it this morning because they couldn't get here.
They got in at 1:30 and they presented at 7:30.
At 7:30.
That's fun.
And for you guys you're, gosh, 3 hours time difference.
So when we got here, we were up for like 26 hours. We did the same thing way back. We're ready to go.
Make it work.
All right. We're in Vegas. We got energy.
There you go. Well, good luck. Make sure you can get things hooked up here. Technology doesn't always work the greatest, so hopefully know that you have 10 minutes for your presentation portion. What I want to let you know is this seems to go a little quick. I'm still going to set it on that 10-minute time frame. Know that the buzzer might go off. Ignore it. I want you to go ahead and obviously finish your presentation. It's really a guideline for you and your time. All right? So I will set this, and the floor is yours.
Hi investors, we're Atlas Custom Homes. We're here today to present to you Harper's Hollow. We're based out of Boston, Massachusetts from Wentworth Institute of Technology. For our team, on my right is Nathan Kolniak, Christian Tugas, and on my left is Ryan Zuniga and Andre DeCastro. Myself is Nicholas Marola. Jumping into this, for our land acquisition, we have 3 Ellen Lane in Solon, Iowa. It is a 1-acre lot located next to a new subdivision, Spartan Hollow. It does have an HOA of $100 fees per month. However, it does include access to the community well and garbage. It is listed currently for $170,000. Pass this over to Andre.
Thank you, Nick. So regarding the market, Solon's demographics has been steadily increasing the past few years, including job growth, median property value, and population growth, which itself has seen a 48% increase in the past decade. Regarding the area itself, Solon is a prime location due to its minimal commute times to major roadways and cities. Regarding academics, they have seen a major influx of students into their district with an average of 20 to 40 new students coming into the district every year. It is safe to say that new families prefer Solon compared to other cities in the district.
So our future client will also have access to open areas such as Lake McBride Park and a busy Main Street. So with the slogan, "A place to put down roots," Solon is the best place for a family to settle down in Johnson County. So our sales and marketing team, we developed a 2-tier marketing strategy. The first one being, as soon as we get our renderings, we're going to post them online via social media. Our second tier will only kick off if after 6 months we haven't procured a buyer. We're going to use Urban Acres Real Estate and use our local services. We also understand that holding costs can be an expensive burden, so we have additional buyer incentives such as covering closing costs and discounted change orders. This is our competition slide. So this is a graph of local listings, and based off the trend line, we are at an average price per square foot at $270. And despite these local builders, we are confident in our build because of our prime location, green build, and trusted client relationships.
So kind of getting into the overall design of our house, one thing we wanted to keep in mind was open floor concept. So there in the drawings, you kind of see how it flows nicely all together. Upon entry into the first floor, you're going to be met with a beautiful double height foyer that's going to look up into the second floor. That's going to lead into where the kitchen area is. That's going to also be connected where the dining room is, which is going to flow into the living area. As you're going to see in our renderings, that's going to be a really nice vaulted ceiling. It's going to have some nice faux beams in there. All this is going to be attached to a 3-car garage, which is going to have a shop that can double as an office if need be. Moving up to the second floor, on the left side, you're going to have, that's okay, that double height foyer I was talking about. That's going to be a really nice naturally lit area. That's going to have a nice 3-bay window up there. On the right side of the hallway, you're going to have that primary bedroom. That's also going to have its own bathroom and an attached walk-in closet. At the end of that hallway, you're going to have 3 additional bedrooms, obviously. And then one of those is going to have an attached bathroom, and then the other 2 are going to share one. Looking at the exterior of the house, you're going to have that nice front porch. That's going to be nice for family gatherings. That's going to be a nice greeting area. That's going to be a nice place to hang out with your family, really. That's also going to be accompanied by an extensive garden space that's going to carry around the back side of the house, where you're going to be met with a really nice back porch. That's going to be nice to hang out with your family, and it also has a lot of green space it's going to carry out to the backyard. And then getting into the interior renderings we did, that kitchen, obviously, really big, a lot of counter space, nice working area. It's going to be a really nice place to cook with your family and hang out with them. Also, the family room and dining room, you're going to see those vaulted ceilings I was talking about, and the faux beams. It's going to be a really nice area to hang out with your family, kind of just, chill out with them, do what you want. One thing that we really take pride in here at Atlas is going to be our ability to do these in-house renderings. That's going to allow us to work with the client directly. We're going to be able to pick and choose colors with them. We can work with them. And anything that's not like major design changes, we can do in-house and make it a really streamlined process for anything they'd like to change. Along with that, I'd like to point out in these renderings, we have some features that are part of our design packages, which Nick will not get into.
So in addition to our design packages, these renderings actually match up to the interior packages you see in our proposal. So when you look at the interiors and the materials that we chose, they actually match if you were to look them up. In addition to that, Atlas wants to revolutionize the custom home building experience. For this home, it is semi-custom because we are technically building and designing it in-house without a client in mind yet. However, we want to procure a buyer early on so we can offer these packages. We did offer 3, as you can see in our proposal. In the top left, we offer a paver patio in the back. In the top right, you will see a wooden frame fireplace with brick veneer. It is an electric fireplace, which we will speak on later on in this and why it is electric. And in the bottom, we do have a composite decking made out of Decorators. The reason why we chose Decorators decking is it has a 25-year warranty. It's also replacement and materials. A lot of times for these brands, they'll only pay for the materials itself and not the labor. This includes both. So for our site management, the first thing I want to touch on is site safety. That's something big for us. We want to make sure our contractors make it home safe to their families. So we post site signage with OSHA regulations so they can refer back to it on site in case maybe they feel unsafe or just uncertain in the situation they're in, what they should be doing. In addition to this, we do have on-site PPE just in case the contractor forgets his gear. He can still prep up and work safely and keep us on schedule. In the top right, you'll see our site logistics plan. 2 things for our site logistics plans that we're key on is lean construction. The reason why we do lean construction is it not only enhances our schedule, it keeps a clean site, and it also enhances the safety as well. In addition to this, our site water management plan is done specifically to the EPA standards. As you can see in our proposal, we detail how we do that in the legend as well. For project management, it's one of the most important things we find in construction, and we take pride in the way we do it. The first things we do in the pre-construction phase is identify long lead time items, and in addition to that, we do utilize the Saloon Municipal Packet, which describes all the permitting requirements. We want to make sure we have everything in on time and correct, so it's not kicked back to us and delays our schedule. In addition to this, once the project starts, quality control is very important to us. Once or twice a week, our project manager will be on site taking quality service reports, and everything will be uploaded to our digital portal. In the top right, you'll see Builder Trend. Very similar to Procore, however, it's taken over the residential field. The reason for this, it's tailored toward the residential. That's a client portal right there. However, a contractor has their own portal, and so do we. We can all communicate simultaneously. Financials are up to date, weather, up-to-date progress, and this will stay with the consumer, I should say the customer, so on after the progress. So say they want to put something on a wall, and they want to see maybe how we ran the piping, or they have to refer back to something, it's all in their portal. For our construction methods and materials, we want to have a sustainable build, so we base it off of passive house standards. So for our insulation values, to get R40 in the walls, how we did so is we use ox membrane sheathing, which includes a foam board. In addition to that, we do have the R21, which will give us that value in our walls. And our floors and ceiling, it is R60. In addition to this, on the exterior, we have a cement board siding with Pellet 250 windows, which are passive house certified, in addition to this with composite trim. The reason why we chose those selections is they won't rot over time versus if you were to choose just a typical cedar siding. At the bottom, you can see our MEPs. Our house is all electrical. There's no gas in this home at all, like I spoke on before with the electrical fireplace. All of our stuff in the house for our heating system is a heat pump for heating and cooling. In addition to this, our fixtures are water sense, so we limit the consumption of water in our house. We'll pass this on to Christian.
Thank you, Nick. So here at Atlas, we value a realistic schedule. So that being said, we assume a 5-day work week with holidays, 5 days for permitting process, 20-day weather contingency, as well as a 4-month market buffer for both sales and marketing. So now that we can talk some dates, we have a strict project start date as of March 22nd, 2023. That allows us to get a smooth start on construction while skipping the winter conditions. Towards the end in September and October of 2023, we'll be due for our rough MEP inspection, and then jumping into the new year of January and February, we will be ready for our final MEP inspections. That being said, in March of 24, we will put our house to market as well as our obtaining our certificate of occupancy. That gives us a total scheduled duration of approximately 13 months. So here on the screen now you see an estimate cost breakdown. Our construction and design cost is approximately 2/3 of our total cost, followed by our acquisition, which is approximately 20%, and then following that, the remaining 14% will include our sales, marketing, financing, and closing. This gives us roughly a development cost of just under $840,000, and I'll pass it off to Andre to continue our financials.
So as Christian just mentioned, that $840,000 will be our loan amount. This loan will accrue a total of just under $27,000 of interest. By contacting local lenders such as Two Rivers Bank and Trust and comparing their rates to larger scale lenders such as Wells Fargo, we assume an interest rate of 6.5%. Selling the house at $1.1 million will allow us a profit of just under $182,000. This will yield us a return on investment of just around 20%. This graph displays our monthly expenses compared to our cumulative expenses. Our first month is our most expensive month due to land acquisition, property taxes, and design and architectural fees. By conducting a sensitivity analysis, we concluded the two major factors that can affect our profit margin the hardest are the selling price and the construction costs. By going more a conservative approach, we can assume a profit margin of in between 11 and 17%. By going at the financials at a more optimistic approach, we can assume a profit margin of anywhere between 23 and 28%.
So just a quick overview of everything we spoke about. We're building a single-family home on a 1-acre lot in Solon, Iowa. The list price is $1.1 million with a 13-month schedule, and we hope to profit a net $181,000. I want to thank everyone for listening today. I just want to welcome you to your new home. Open this up to questions.
Nice job, guys. I like listening to your proposal. You all spoke well, confident. I liked your recap at the end. That was really nice. Really good market analysis on Solon. I know Sandy's probably going to want to talk to that a little bit. Just a couple things. The local competition, you listed a couple builders from Des Moines, Iowa. In our market, Des Moines is about 110 miles away. So, and it'd be hard for you guys to know, how those stack up to each other. But Des Moines is a different market than Iowa City. So building, the prices that they're charging are going to be a little bit different. So just be careful on something like that. Who did the renderings? So kitchen, if you want, I don't know if you can pull up that photo or not, but check your upper cabinet height. They look tall. Yeah, they just need brought down. So just know that, and you can kind of tell it's because they're playing right along the top side of the refrigerator. They just need brought down. But nice renderings overall, and it's nice to have the video type tour. Last thing I was going to hit on, you were one of the few groups, I think, that's the builder trend, and that's the way everything's going, co-construct, builder trend like that. So to throw that in there was a really nice touch. People want to see that, they're going to use it, makes it easier for builders, so nice job on that.
Thank you.
I got to thank Aaron for stealing my thunder there as far as my next question. I'm going to say I know there's a few of us.
We'd like to go first on that.
Yeah, so Aaron's not my friend anymore, so. No, the builder trend was an excellent point. That was one of the items I definitely put down. I know I've used it in the past. I know they use it. I've actually had it save me a few times on items on my projects. So excellent idea to use that as your PM software. It keeps the owner involved also. And I'll be honest, I don't always want the owner on the house or in the house every day. This is a great way to keep them absolutely involved, but yet keep the job site kind of yours as you're working on it. So I thought that was a great idea. One thing I wanted to ask you about, you said you have an all-electric house. I live in an all-electric house myself, all right? But with that being said, you said you're going to heat the home with a heat pump. Do you have any type of backup beyond your heat pump?
So we do not, unfortunately. In our calculations, though, when you do look at the heat pump that we did choose, it was 6 tons, but we didn't have a backup at the time, no.
Okay, so using a heat pump is an excellent idea. They've gotten better. It used to be they would work well down to about 32 degrees. They've been able to lower that temperature a little bit yet, but we do see, we'll go through stretches where we don't get above 0. And so you're going to want something to supplement that heat. I have Geo in my home, so I'm working off of a compressor of sorts, you could say. Same basic idea, but just know that there's going to need to be some sort of backup. You do have a fireplace, but that's not going to be quite enough. So just something to think about moving forward. I like the idea that you use passive house. I'm try not to talk about it too much because I'm thinking somebody else is going to. So, nice job.
So you were the only team to select a lot south of Solon, and Solon is one of the fastest growing regions within Johnson County. It's also a lot of money. They'll spend money up there. And you cited the amenities that Solon has to offer, Lake McBride. I will take a point off because you had a picture of Iowa City, but it is what it is. But and somebody already said it. I think you both said it about the client portal. Nobody has brought that up so far, and that's just a great amenity to have. The Lumion video at the end playing, that it just really helps to sell that. What the house, so yeah, keep the owners out of the house while you're. I was going to mark you a little bit for the ROI because I was like, well, that's kind of aggressive. And then you came back and you're like, but realistically, it's going to be more like this. And that's more in line with our region. Good time frame on starting construction, end of March. That is very realistic for us. And it's just right at the end of March when it's like, okay, we've lost frost and break ground. Yeah, so, there is one comment. I really like your house. Of course, I really like this subdivision. Actually, the developer of the subdivision just texted me as you guys were starting, and I'm like, leave me alone. And then I sent a picture of you guys. How this site is going to be a challenge with this house design, because there's a lot of fall. There's about 20 to 25 feet of fall from the south end to the north end of this site. So you've got water coming down towards the house. You're probably going to have some substantial tiering or retaining walls, but just something to think about as you guys are moving forward in other competitions or in life.
So when was the decision to go all electric made for the house?
So that was one of the big things. I think that's really, in the construction field we're seeing, just sustainability in general. We did a market analysis on it, and that was one of the things we did see. Solon, we did notice they actually have a portion in that permit package I was talking about to submit your sustainability plan. So they are trying to encourage it. In addition to it, it won't really benefit us as home builders, but maybe the home buyer, is the tax benefits that do come with it. So that was one of the things that we really wanted. But in addition to it, with the passive house and the heat pump with the R values, it's just to keep a conditioned home a comfortable space. The house I live in now is from the 60s, and it's always cold. So that's kind of what we want to strike on with the sustainability side of it, and just having an all-electric house in general, because that's where everything's moving towards. Something we didn't have in the add-ons, but we could have had, and what we discussed, was an electric charger. However, where our site is, maybe not the best option for a car, just because there's not electric chargers in the area unless you go into the city. So that's why we didn't use that, but the all-electric home, that's why we kind of struck that. We're trying to move towards the future and not stay in the past.
I loved it, and I would say, we're getting to the kind of picky part of this. What we've seen is when teams go, past the point of, hey, we're going to be sustainable, we're going to be green, move on. You elaborated today, you've added stuff, it just opens the door, so as you're getting kind of some constructive feedback, it's a pretty big house, whether it's the EV charger, whether there's some sort of generator backup, because somebody that's going to buy this house isn't out in the country, isn't going to, the inconvenience of losing everything is just not at all, it's a deal breaker right off the bat. So consider that. And I did love, I'm glad that I was trying to get you there, but the incentives that you outlined that, if you go around, there's going to be presentations this week on some of these incentives that are kind of rolling out. So it was neat that you were timely in that and put that in your proposal, because I think that'll help pay for a lot of this too. So
thank you.
Good job.
Okay, I wanted to, just since this is up here, and I'm just gonna point it out, and it's not like what I main want to talk about, but if you look at your kitchen over there as well, when you put that refrigerator that close to a wall, that door is not gonna open. So just make sure when you're designing your kitchen layouts that you take functionality into account. What I wanted to talk about is that you guys, in addition to the whole builder trend, which, dang, stealing all the thunder, right? I use builder trend at work all the time. We haven't gotten to the point where we've opened it up to our customers yet because we're trying to implement it with all of our clients, and builder trend is something that takes a little while to get to use, to learn to get to use. But really, you guys are one of the only teams that pointed that out, and I think it's important. So that was great. I really like that you guys have an interior finish schedule. I think you are the only team that included an interior finish schedule, and I really appreciate it because a lot of the estimates that we've been looking at, we had no idea what was getting priced out. And I also think just in terms of communicating with your customer, just being prepared to know what you're pricing out, and just knowing what expectations are for the house so that they know what they're getting for that price, I think that's really important. So I really wanted to point that out. I think it's fantastic.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Nice.
Listed as Kirkland. No, on this video, on this one. No, not yet. I'm gonna go.
And that's kind of what I wonder sometimes, because you're not gonna find a ton of pictures of downtown Solon, but, my wife teaches there, my kids went to school there, I know you're close to that area. If you could've put something for downtown Solon, which they have really revitalized just in the last handful of years.
They had Big Grove, it was just the wrong.
Yeah, it's actually 8 minutes from
Yeah.
downtown
So,
Solon, a lot.
Yep.
So,
No, you
when
guys
you
did a
guys
really
are
good
open,
job of finding
you can go to both
information out.
breweries, but yeah.
So, nice job.
Did you guys by chance look at the Harper's Hollow video?
Yeah, so that's what happened was we've searched for a while, and then when we found the lot, we originally looked inside Spartan Hollow, and then we found the single lot that was available on Harper's Hollow, which is like the king houses. So we found the value of Spartan Hollow, or like, well, the king houses are much more. So that's why the size of our house. The lots were small. They were 0.4. This one was an acre, so we decided to go with more of a bigger house. So that's why we did choose that.
So I was the project manager on Harper's Hollow and Spartan Hollow. So those are my babies.
So the very interesting part for us being judges is we're all from this area.
Yeah.
I mean, so we know all these little intricacies of everything, which makes it.
And you're, 1,200 miles away.
Yeah.
So we
probably
couldn't be any It's not like you can just drive by.
Oh wait, and so we were on Google Maps trying to find stuff. Solon was definitely the place we landed on. It was just finding a spot, and which took us forever, but we found that.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I think they're the only ones that chose Solon.
Yes, they are. Nice little town.
Which,
And it'd be a good spot to, I mean,
That's,
yeah.
so we found the growth there, and we're like, that's the best spot, and you're close to everything.
so to Sandy's point, Solon is one of those communities that is
we've got our
really
team
correlate.
presenting like in 5
So
minutes.
I just pulled together our over knowledge.
So,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It was enjoyable, so it wasn't hard in that sense.
You guys, it's funny because there's been groups that have, everybody's going to Google the same stuff and find that just couldn't quite put it all together. And I think, you understood Solon was a good spot. You understood proximity.
I looked at it as if I was buying a house.
Right.
That's kind of how I approached it versus I'm just building.
Smart move.
Thank you.
Smart
Good
move.
luck.
We are Whiteout Customs and are thrilled. I'm so scared now. Oh my gosh.
Thanks, Joseph. We aim to design our home in such a way. Oh my gosh.
And I Hello, Savannah. Welcome. How are you today? Yay. Now presenting BYU Custom Home Builders. Whiteout Custom.
Savannah, can you download the PowerPoint and then put it onto the Google Drive and it'll download it? You have to download it because you can't run a Pro. Oh, that works. Either way works.
Is this on? Can you hear me? Oh, that's great. Carefully designed to maximize the efficiency and sustainability of our build process. To ensure that our build is efficient, minimum use of time and material, we have carefully met with and reviewed the work of various trade partners in the local Home Builders Association and selected only those with our greater responsibility and high quality work. We plan on maintaining a clear, tight schedule with them through consistent communication in the weeks and days before
Welcome, Michael. need to aim it at all, or is it fine if I go like this? It is. Do I need to double hit it?
Go back one slide. 2, go to 3, and then don't flip.
this close. Is that going through? It's going through a little bit, right? You sure? Okay. Yeah. So if I stand back here, that's still catching you, right? That's still, okay.
Last one I went to was right before COVID.
My parents are down in St. Louis or whatever.
And we go every year when they're in St. Louis.
Yes.
Or Omaha or Minneapolis. Oh, is it?
There must be some first.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you for being here with us. I was like the first person, I was like, why is that lunch at like the exact same time as this one?
We couldn't even go to opening ceremony.
No.
Right, because they had you booked like first thing in the morning.
7:30.
Well, because one of the teams yesterday didn't make it in, so they added them to the front end of our schedule.
For them today, please.
They didn't come in till 1:30 in the morning, and they were presenting at 7:30, so.
They've had a rough go.
I told them to go take a nap.
Oh my gosh. Hopefully they slept on their flight or something. Well, thanks for being here. We're very excited. We're very happy.
Be on here on about 2 or 3 minutes. No, but I don't. You know, no, I know.
Yeah, it's gonna be what it is.
Thank you for taking that into consideration.
Hold the heat in for you.
Remember, I stole everybody's thunder. Way to go. Well. I'm just fine leaving right now.
You guys ready? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Thanks to everyone for stopping in and supporting our students, so that they don't get interrupted. Phones are all on silent while they're presenting, and then, they will be presenting for 10 minutes, followed by a 10-minute, exchange afterwards. We are live streaming the presentation on YouTube on the NAHB page, so, that's something that you can share and watch, the other teams as well. I'll let Dave talk about the time clock and we'll get started.
So I believe we have Utah Valley University. Obviously, I should not be presenting. Tongue-tied already. You will have 10 minutes for your presentation. Remember, this is just a visual for you. If the buzzer goes off and you're still presenting, continue on. It's just so that you know where you're at. So, the floor is yours, and you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Hi friends, I'm Emily, and with me is the Cedar Valley Design Build family. We are a people-oriented custom home builder serving Iowa City and the surrounding counties. Whether we're working with a client or building speculatively, we just really love helping people find their dream home. So thank you for taking the time to meet with us today. We're very excited to explain and discuss our proposal with you. We're asking for a $1 million construction loan to finance 2 speculative custom home projects. Kate is going to go over the design of our products with you, and Hunter will talk about the numbers. Then Rob will tell you about our sales plan. Colton and Kaysen will tell you about our company's construction process. We will then address risks and answer any of the questions you have.
We designed not 1, but 2 beautiful modern farmhouses, and we chose this style because we thought it would give the homes a rural feel, but it still offers modern features and amenities. Our Terrace Acres home is everything that an established family could want, with 3,400 square feet of space. It has 4 bedrooms and 3.5 baths, as well as an unfinished basement to fit the buyer's future home needs. The home is multi-angular and was designed specifically for the 1-acre lot it's located on. The lot shape and the house size supports maximum lot usage and provides plenty of space as well as privacy. And our company is proud to say that these homes are fortified certified, because we see fortified as an investment because the homes are designed to last. Just 3 years ago, Johnson County, Iowa was hit with a devastating derecho, causing devastation, destruction, and grief throughout the surrounding area. Just recently, January 16th, 2023, marked the first January tornado since 1967. People reported wind speeds of 90 miles per hour, but luckily, only minor damage was reported. And these events in Iowa are a testament to why we are fortified certified, because we trust the process in designing and building durable, safe homes. Our Oakcrest Hills home is the little brother to Terrace Acres, providing just over 2,300 square feet of space. It has 4 bedrooms and 3.5 baths, and with an included unfinished basement, this home is perfect for any family just starting their journey, an average income family, or even to buy and rent out for investment purposes. The home is located on a 3-acre lot, which supplies a generous amount of space for any outdoor family gatherings. And we chose these 2 different types of homes to have a great outreach in today's already challenging market.
As we began analyzing the real estate market in Johnson County, Iowa, we discovered that homes are spending an average of 67 days on market as of December when this proposal was created. To give ourselves an advantage in an already fluctuating market, we have decided to list our homes beginning at commencement. We also took steps to manage material costs by cultivating strong relationships with local suppliers, purchasing materials in advance, and factoring those costs into our budget. Our homes also contain some unique features, such as our fortified standards, to set our homes apart from the competition. To combat the current market conditions, we at Cedar Valley Design Build have made the decision to adjust our profit margin. This decision has allowed us to maintain the affordability of our homes and still provide value to the bank and our client by being cost efficient. But overall, we put together a well-considered and confident plan.
Located in Frytown and Hills, we chose these sites for idyllic countryside living. This gave us a target market. We think professors and staff at the university, medical professionals, grad students, alumni, or even those just looking for peaceful country living would be ideal residents for us. We have a multi-step marketing strategy. We will list our home as soon as we break ground to give our project maximum visibility and allow potential buyers to make custom design changes if they want. Once we finish framing, we will ramp up our social media exposure and invite interested buyers for a love at first sight walkthrough. Although we are confident at this point our homes will be sold as a contingency plan, we will partner with a property management company to put our property up for rentals and partner with local real estate agents
to facilitate the remaining sales if necessary.
Our schedule emphasizes the early ordering and the procurement of materials to facilitate their timely installation and the completion of our projects simultaneously and quickly. You'll notice we've chosen not to finish the basement levels of our homes, and we believe this decision will greatly expedite our schedule. However, we do understand, and we have considered the possibility that a potential buyer may elect to finish the basement level of their chosen home, and if this scenario does occur, a change order will be issued with an appropriate extension of time. The finished square footage of each of our homes is considerably less than a traditional custom home build, and we believe this decision will also contribute to our accelerated schedule. These homes are not particularly large homes, and we've purposely chosen to build 2 modestly sized homes to strengthen our selling capabilities. Our trade partners will be given an account, and they will be brought on board our project lifecycle software builder trend. And there are many advantages the software offers us, and in our experience, the communication capabilities it allows all parties involved in the building process makes maintaining a schedule much more effective. All parties will have access to the real-time status of our projects, and the software is going to notify them of their scheduled start and their scheduled completion dates well in advance. You'll also notice we've designed a stagger between our projects. This was done to allow our trade partners to immediately begin working on our Oak Crest Hills Estates home, following the completion of their activities at our Terrace Acres home to optimize their productivity.
As you can see, our team is working efficiently and effectively. One key aspect of keeping our job site running smoothly is our ability to handle change orders. As you know, change orders can occur for a variety of reasons, resulting from unexpected site conditions to buyer-requested design changes. To reduce financial risk, we require non-refundable deposits of up to 50% of the request to be executed. We have a system in place to ensure that these change orders are handled quickly and efficiently. Our team is able to review and approve these change orders in a timely manner, and our trade partners are able to implement these changes seamlessly through Builder Trend. This not only keeps our project on schedule, but it also helps cut back any additional costs.
Once again, we are asking for a $1 million construction loan to construct 2 homes. We recognize that the current market conditions may present a higher risk for building custom speculative homes because it's considered higher risk than building for those who already have secured land and funding. At Cedar Valley Design Build, we have developed an as-needed strategy to partner with the mortgage lender to perform a point buy-down at the time of closing on our clients' mortgages to help make our homes more affordable and maintain profitability for our company.
You've heard a lot about risk today, and it's on the minds of everyone in the industry, including us. At Cedar Valley Design Build, we are aware of the ever-changing market, and every single decision we made for this proposal was purposeful and intentional for mitigating risk and maintaining value. With the steps that we've taken to navigate the market, there's no risk that we're not prepared for. We've put together a unique and successful building and marketing strategy for this proposal, and we are confident that us, you, and our future homeowner will be satisfied at the end of the day. Again, thank you for your time with us. We really appreciate it, and now we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
All right, first of all, I'm going to apologize for whatever's going on over here. I know that can make things a little hectic for you, trying to remember what you're doing, so I should probably use the microphone. Overall, you did very well. I thought that was a great presentation, and we don't have prepared questions. We listen to this and come up with them, so I hope I'm not stealing somebody else's thunder at this point. Most likely. So we'll try to keep that contained over here. But I really like the idea of taking the construction loan and building 2 homes. That puts you in a market that's probably easier to sell those homes rather than trying to sell $1 million home. So marketing-wise, I think that was a great strategy. Also unique to the project so far. So I commend you on that. And then within your packet, your start dates I think are great. I believe it was listed in there that you were going to start in April. In Iowa, I will be honest, most builders don't like to dig in between December and the end of February into March even, all right? Things really get going towards the end of March for us. Frost has come out, and so at that point, that's when things really kind of bust loose, we'll say. So you did a really good job of laying this out, and I'm going to reserve any more comments so that somebody down the road here doesn't, I don't know, throw their water bottle at me.
All right, great presentation. I had a few questions. You had referenced the Green Iowa AmeriCorps in your written proposal. I don't know whose section that was, but how did you find that, and how do you hope to kind of use that in your process?
I found that while in a rabbit hole researching Johnson County and all the things, and I actually really liked that document. Johnson County really cares about the resiliency of you guys and our citizens, and I believe it was their proposal just for 2023 or 2022 for, what is it? Just like sustainability, resiliency, everything like that. So I found it on your websites. And what was the second part of your question?
I don't know that I actually said a second part, just how you were going to probably implement that in
Oh,
with
how to
your buyers,
implement.
yeah.
Yeah, that document mentioned that they're a great person to partner with as far as monitoring like energy and water. And so I thought that'd be a great idea to offer our clients, because that's one of the best ways to actually be energy efficient is to monitor the things.
Our local HBA is actually working on that with Kirkwood right now. So the fact that you found that and could answer that question is pretty amazing. So good
Thank
job
you.
with that. And then I'm going to pick on you one more time. I'm sorry. Emily, what was your last line in closing or close to it? Every decision you make was made.
Was purposeful and intentional for mitigating risk and maintaining value.
That's fantastic. And last question, I don't think I'm stealing anyone's thunder yet. There was a comment during the presentation about adjusting the profit margin. Can you clarify that for us? Is that different than what we have in our written proposal? Okay.
No, it is not different
Okay.
than what we wrote in our written proposal. It was just to help re-solidify that point.
Awesome. Thank you.
And it's just adjusting it from maybe the high that 2020 put everyone in. So it's like just from that standpoint.
Thank you.
And I'll just re-clarify that. Adjusting for the current market conditions from where we were, like Emily was saying, to where we are now.
I'm pretty sure everybody's going to say this, but good job on taking on twice as much work for doing two houses. We definitely need more modest houses. We've got enough $1 million, what I call monuments to insecurity. And the modesty is going to help it sell. I was a little nervous when I saw the lot down in Frytown, and I was like, is this house going to fit on this angle with the setbacks and everything? It's tight, but I'm glad you addressed it during the presentation to say this was specifically designed for this site. So you're aware that you've got a big front yard setback throughout the entire thing. One of the things that I did observe, though, is, one more thing about Frytown. The fact that you put the front porch facing the fish pond, because a lot of people, we don't sit around much in Iowa. We're just kind of busybodies. But if we're looking at a pond, that's different. And both houses, the aesthetic of the houses goes really well with the sites that were selected. One note of caution, the Frytown one will need a septic, and I felt like your estimate was just a little low on that. So, but other than that, I think you guys did an excellent job. So.
We used the septic system quote that was provided to us with the problem. So if it seems a little low, we just use that data that was given to us on that.
Okay, all right. Good answer.
Okay, I'm just going to reiterate, really nice presentation. I was just telling Aaron before, just your guys's, and it's a note that I had, like, that page right there in your proposal, like, I had written down, makes me like you already. It's just like happy and sons, and and so I think that applies really nicely to residential. It gives it a much more homey kind of feel. And I'm going to segue over to the fact that you guys are one of the few teams that actually knew what your audience was for this proposal, which means you actually read the problem description. And so you were supposed to be proposing to a bank, and so you guys did that. And it was really nice to see the executive summary, so we actually knew what you guys were doing before you dove in and started telling us all about the community and everything else. Like, we knew you were building 2 houses, we knew how big they were, that kind of stuff. So, so that was really nice, and I really did appreciate that. I am going to ask you one question. Did you guys draft your own plans? Okay. What program do you use to do that? Revit 2022. Okay. So I would just say, looking at your plans, that's probably the one criticism that I had on, and I don't know if it's just because the elevations actually look really good, but the floor plans are missing cabinetry and things like that. And so just make sure that you have those details in your plans. You know, just think about it. I'm sure in your classes you're being told to make sure you label your floor plans and put down your square footages and all that kind of stuff. So just keep that in mind when you're doing that. Did you guys do any interior renders or just exterior renders? Exterior. Okay. So, and what program did you use to do that, or did you do them in Revit? Revit. Okay. So I would just say something that you may want to look into as well is just figuring out a photorealistic rendering software that you can use to be able to do that. I'm not familiar with, well, I learned how to use Revit, but I don't use it every day, so I'm not exactly certain how different rendering programs work with Revit. But those are the types of things that you're going to see your competition doing, and they're the types of things that your customers are going to start asking for, and we're starting to see it more and more, so that's just something to keep in mind. But really, really nice job.
Good presentation. I'm going to hit on a few things that I don't think anybody else has. So, one thing I would have liked to have seen would be a little bit more market analysis, just the amenities of Iowa City in the area. Cool thing about both these projects, though, I live south of Iowa City. Fragtown's about 10 minutes for me, so every time I go to Iowa City, I drive right by there. So that's kind of neat because all of the other properties were in Iowa City. They were north, so it's kind of neat. And Hills isn't too far away either. Talk to me real quick about the fortified certified. You mentioned that twice, and you got a good analysis in your presentation what that is. What does that add for cost? Could you speak to that at all? I mean, just even a percentage.
Yeah, so we figured it was roughly about a 10% addition in cost, just for like the extra parts and pieces we needed for the roof, the pressure rated garage door, and then it wasn't very many extra hurricane ties or several things on the roof. It wasn't a lot of extra parts, so a rough estimate it would be 10%.
Okay. And are you going to use that? I would assume you use that in your marketing or kind of a sales tool. Yes, okay. So that was neat. The builder trend, we had one of the last groups mention builder trend. I think you're probably only the second one that has, and we all commented on that, like that from the last group. That's something that's just going to be more and more prevalent. We use a similar program for where I work, co-construct, and it's nice if we're building a house for some people that live in Seattle right now. And even though they're not on site, they can see the progress of the house through the photos and things. So we give customer access to that. A couple other things. Your trade partners, really good list of those. My company was actually listed there, so that was kind of neat. And then I guess the last question with that, you've got in your schedule the stagger with the 2 houses and your subcontractors. Do you feel like that stagger is enough that you can use those same subcontractors all the way through? Or with labor shortages and everything, you think you'd have to maybe find other people to do that? What's your thought on that?
So based on previous experience, we feel that would be an appropriate stagger. We think we can handle that type of work. The overlap that would be most hectic, I think, was just with the framing. After framing takes place, we have MEP contractors that are able to handle that type of work and at that pace. So we felt that was comfortable.
Okay. Yeah, and that's just something, people get spread really thin really quickly. If you get any kind of delay, it can really affect a schedule. So that's what I got. One last thing, the mood board, I really like that. Was that an actual photo, it looked like?
Yeah, I went to a design center and made
Yeah,
it.
that was a nice touch. So, yeah, good job.
Thank you.
So, just one other thing I had written down here. With your safety plan, maybe just touch on the more detailed points, just a little bit more, all right? Explain what your safety plan is going to be, where it's derived from. I know within your deliverables, they even mentioned using the NAHB Health and Safety Plan. I would have liked to seen that in there, but just if I can pick on one little thing, that would probably be what it is. I'm a safety instructor, so it's fairly important to me.
Mine wasn't really a question. It was just, I like that the fortified home standard, it stuck out to the group, I think, looking at this. And you mentioned the derecho, which, hey, we've done some research on the area because none of us knew what that was till it happened to us. And then, oh, by the way, in the last month, we had a tornado, so dropping that too. You're still working on this, and I know you have other things to do in your life, so that was pretty interesting that you're still thinking about Iowa, several states away, so good job.
Very nice job.
We're good. Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your week.
meet you. Kate, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Joel.
Nice to meet you.
Appreciate your contribution to it.
Hey, Joel. Nice to meet you.
Representing Iowa and Cedar Rapids. Excellent.
So, as you know, you have 10 minutes for your oral presentation. Just know this timer is just for you to see. If it goes off before you're finished, that's totally fine. I want you to complete your presentation, and we'll do our 10-minute Q&A after that. So, whenever you're ready, you're welcome to start.
Good afternoon, executives. We want to start off by saying thank you for your time. My name is Joey DeVita. I'm one of the project managers here at Red Bear Construction. We are ecstatic for the opportunity we've been given to share our proposal and vision for Johnson County here today. To begin operations in Iowa City and meet the area's enormous unmet demand, we are requesting a commitment of a line of credit of $1 million. We intend to finish 10 single-family homes and 6 duplex units in 12 months as a result. We have a track record of experience in the Cedar Rapids and Bettendorf area and are confident that our team can easily transition to Johnson County to provide affordable, sustainable, and viable solutions to our target market and you as an up-and-coming company. Our proposal includes a well-described market analysis that identifies the current demand, competition, and underserved sectors. We recognize the ever-increasing interest rate and the impact it places on new home buyers as they try to find the right priced home, available builder, and quick closing lender available to serve them. With your funding commitment today, we intend to immediately close on properties under purchase contracts and initiate permitting to 2 duplexes and 3 single-family homes. We also pledge a full return of capital and profitable in 12 months, at which time we will reevaluate our market evaluation and financial partnership. To understand more about our market analysis, Joel will talk more about that.
Thank you, Joey. So Business Insider ranked Iowa City number 3 of the best cities for recent college graduates in the nation. This comes to no surprise, as Iowa City has seen a population growth of 22% and even more aggressive growth in the last 2 quarters. According to Redfin and the MLS data, Iowa City homes spend around 45 days on the market before they are sold. Within a mile radius of our proposed lots, we can see that homes are sold at around $278,000. Our SWOT analysis defined our weaknesses. The top three developers in Iowa City being Bedrock Builders, Urban Fuel, and the Watts Group hold 43% of the residential building permits within the last year. This poses a problem as the subcontractor trades become stretched thin. To combat this, we have established a professional partnership with Davis Homes, one of Iowa's leading modular home builders. We will speak more about our partnership with Davis Homes. Kai will speak more about that. Thanks, Joel. I'm excited to talk to you about our trade partnership and their place in the competitive home building industry. Davis Homes is a well-respected and established home builder who offer a variety of housing options to meet the needs of all of our homeowners. This is how we intend to compete with our previously mentioned competition. Davis Homes has been able to differentiate themselves by utilizing modular construction in the building process by having a well-established modern website and customer support program. Together, we at Redbird Construction are able to deliver a high quality homes, ensuring faster delivery than any of our competition. Faster delivery also benefits all homeowners by minimizing the adverse effect of ever-increasing interest rates. The ability to have a variety of floor plans and design options, customers can create the home of their dreams. In addition, modular homes are more sustainable than the traditional on-site building method. The factory environment allows for less waste and use of modern technology, ensuring the energy efficient materials are reused. This means that our customers are able to afford comfortable and energy efficient homes with their mindset on knowing their impact on the environment. I would now like to hand it over to Ben to talk more about why we chose Davis Homes.
Typically, when you think of a modular home, you think of a low rundown trailer. For us and our trade partner, we think quite the opposite. Davis Homes has been building modular homes in the environment for over 45 years. Whether it be decks, porches, or piers, Davis Homes has you covered. With over hundreds and thousands of different options available, this gives us a variety of ways to make our customer happy. Through luxury and sustainable concepts, it is very important for us. What I'm more excited to talk about is our sustainable concepts of these homes. Every home is built with no drywall screws, as well as built in a factory with controlled weather conditions. Can you imagine a drywall stud that has not been exposed to Iowa's rural weather conditions? Although there are many different options between these homes, and it could touch a lot, that can mess a lot of these budget and pre-construction up, it still gives a very aggressive schedule, and Cade would love to talk about it more.
Thanks, Ben. And as my colleague said, Davis Homes is truly special. What makes them so special, you might ask? We partner with Davis Homes to bring a new, unique style of modular home to Johnson County. By partnering with Davis Homes, we are able to bring a new style of sustainable, green building and flexible style home to our client. I'd like to elaborate more on this schedule and talk about why we selected modular homes. Our modular home schedule, we selected modular homes because of our build time. We'll be able to speed up and progress all of our build times by the on-site delivery and our site utilization plans, showing that we have our sites within 1 mile of each other and our modular sites to be contingent so we can progress substantially faster, minimizing material waste and material waste management. We acknowledge that there will be safety conditions on our site that will install silt fence around the perimeter and 1 to 3 inch rock at the end of the driveways to minimize tracking throughout the subdivision. And not only are we growing our company, we are growing Johnson County, Iowa, and Joey will elaborate more on that.
Thank you, Kate. As you've heard from my associate, Redbird Construction is committed in creating a relationship with our trade partners to build a crucial stake in Johnson County. As a young business, we understand there's challenges that lies ahead, but this gives us the freedom to establish quality partners with efficient practices. This allows us to complete jobs in a safe and convenient manner, which is essential for the successful acquisition of our trade partners. By utilizing Procore, we'll have clear communication and thorough coordination, which are key components in acquiring permits and for stakeholders and the ability to complete jobs in time and on budget. This includes a clean and organized plan of movement of materials to and from the job site, as well as coordination of workers and subcontractors. Our site logistics are well managed, which will provide productivity and profitability for all parties involved, which will minimize delays and distractions, which leads me to Patrick, who will talk about our financial analyst.
Thank you, Joey. Hi, I'm Patrick, and I'll be discussing the financials behind Redbird Construction plan to supply sustainable and affordable homes to the members of Johnson County. As we know, we were given a $1 million line of credit, in which will be assessed at a 5% interest rate. During the first phase of construction, we'll be spending a large sum of our money to buy 5 lots, in which we'll be putting 2 duplexes and 3 modular homes on. This is possible because we'll be making partial payments on each of those construction builds throughout the cycle of the construction process. By month 6, which is June, we'll begin turning the keys over to the owners and making some of our money back. During phase 2, we'll be able to have recouped some of our money and reinvest into more land and more materials and labor to further the construction process. By month 9, we will be cash flow positive. On this 12-month schedule, we will have a revenue of $4.5 million, and we will have a total expenditures of $4.07 million. This turns us a $447,000 profit at an 11% return on our investment. I also do want to note that since our initial proposal due in since November, interest rates went up about 2%. So we reanalyzed the interest rate, and it went from 3 to 5%. With rising interest rates and a challenging housing market, it is without a doubt that Redbird Construction's untraditional approach is the right decision for you during these challenging times. Thank you.
We would just like to say thank you very much for your time, and we're now open for your questions.
I'm probably going to go ahead and steal everybody's thunder because everybody was thinking it. You're the only school that chose to do as many houses as you did with this amount of budget. This was not the flashiest or the sexiest, but it was the most realistic and unique approach. You thought outside of the box and got the most amount of money for the money that you were asking for. In this particular neighborhood, these homes will sell. And yeah, this is what we need more of. I'm glad you addressed the interest rates, because initially when you put those interest rates up there, I was like, But the fact that you addressed it, that was an excellent point. So, but I'll try not to steal too many people's thunder, so.
Yeah, this was definitely stood out from a uniqueness standpoint. It occurred to me as you were doing your presentation today that if this fictional bank wasn't going to fund it, we could probably get 1 or 2 municipalities in the county to, like, as is with this proposal, get you money to do this. Just from a constructive standpoint, feedback-wise, as I was looking through this and reading about this, not knowing much about, modular homes and bringing items in, was curious how, you know, the permitting would go and the inspections would go, because a lot of it's done off-site. And I think that would be a really difficult thing to research, because you're not supposed to do a whole lot of contact there. But that would be something that I would love to see more detail on. And then also, just, you touched on it some today with the logistics, but you're bringing in a lot of big stuff with that, and just how that would work as an infill project, right? Because it's not 2x4s coming in on a flatbed. It's a two-piece house or whatever we have coming in. So, but yeah, it was a really neat take on something that I wasn't expecting to see when we went through these. So, good job.
Okay, so I'm going to say the same thing. We're all going to say the same thing. It was a really interesting approach. It wasn't, I have to say, I wasn't expecting it. Like, when I first read it, I was just like, okay, I'm not exactly sure if this necessarily fits into what everybody else thought the problem description was going to be in terms of custom or small builds, but I really give you guys a lot of credit for thinking outside the box and like others of us have said, just identifying the fact that a lot of the housing in Iowa City is really on the high end. And so I think that's fantastic. And you guys nailed the neighborhood. Like, that's exactly where you would do it. And so that's really good. I was really, really looking forward to your presentation, because I have to say, from your proposal, I was a little bit confused as to what lots exactly you guys were building on. I could figure out the duplex lots, but I really was having difficulty figuring out where you were doing the modular home, and so it made a little bit more sense during the presentation, so I'm glad that was made more clear. Shoot, there was one other thing I was going to talk about, and I can't remember. That's it for now. If I think about it, I'll do it later. So I'm going to move on. Nice job, though.
Nice work, guys. It looks like Davis Homes, because I Googled them real quick. It looks like they're out of Indiana. Is that correct?
Mount Pleasant.
Oh, Mount Pleasant.
There's two Davis Homes, and I got in touch with Lloyd Davis. I got her approval to use her name for her company, and she really helped us out with a lot of things. I kind of ran it over the idea in September with her. I emailed her. I reached out because we really want to do modular homes. So she kind of led us, and we kind of just explored the options and didn't realize how much modular homes could do for us.
So, and GT kind of just talked about it. Talk just a little bit about logistics, transportation, lead times, things like that for us.
So with the site logistics, we understand you're carrying in houses, basically. And obviously it's a fully functioning neighborhood, and we wanted to try and keep at least one side of the road open, and that's why we have our houses set back to past the minimum setback, so that when we're unloading, we have the ability to keep one side open and take the house off, even set the crane on site, and to be able to pick it off and set it on the duplex. And that's why we accepted the lots. And we understand there's a slide with all the lots on it, and some of them are fitted to be turned, and then they can be adjusted based on the lot.
Okay. And then one other question, and so when you guys were tasked with this project, did you first think of this, or was it, somebody saying, no, we need to build this single family $1 million house or 500,000, whatever it was? And then what was the discussion from that point to where you've ended up? I'm just curious there.
I think the traditional approach, as we kind of watched past presentations, obviously they weren't the same, but when we come in, we see people are building one home, and their return on investment is pretty good, but they're only getting a return from the $1 million they spend. And we realized that if we created a really aggressive schedule and kind of did partial payments on these homes, we could flip more homes in a smaller period of time, which would create more, basically we would turn over more keys and create more happy owners, which gives us more money. So that was kind of the driving force behind it.
So was everybody on board right away, or did it take a little bit of arm twisting and convincing?
It definitely took some convincing, because we weren't sure which route we wanted to go, but as we're all graduates going to be soon, so we're kind of like the real world's kind of hitting us and realizing that times are changing, and that kind of so have we, especially with the implementation of like green building more. So we're like, oh, like everyone has this idea of what kind of like a modular home is, but then as more as we explore the option, we realize there's so many more things you can do, and as we found a lot to kind of just started building together, and then the one thing after another, especially contacting with Davis Home, it made it a lot easier. Thank you.
Good answer, thanks.
All right, I feel like I'm going to be the bad guy here, Jeepers. So when you started off, you talked about your demographics as far as area goes, and you mentioned Cedar Rapids and Bettendorf. Those are both actually located outside of Johnson County, so just make sure we know what cities are located within our build area. And then the other item was safety plan. I didn't see a whole lot for a safety plan. I know this is modular, but with that comes, you talked about crane use. We have a lot of safety that goes into that, and Aaron has pointed this out before. I kind of nerd out on safety because I teach a lot of safety courses. So can somebody talk to me about the safety, what you're thinking here?
Yeah, so obviously with the crane picks, we'd have to have all the site planned and clear any living things from in there and make sure that nobody's underneath the swing radius. And it was a challenge to try and keep the road open with a crane and moving multiple pieces. But we felt that if we had the proper site logistics with our trying to keep everything in our silt fenced area and making sure that we have plenty of enough room with our setbacks and storage, we're not swinging over a road or disturbing any other housing or things going on in the area. So we would apply more safety standards.
Sure, and that's a good answer. Obviously, swing radius is important, making sure that we're not impending on anybody else or anything like that. So, no, that I just wanted to pick on that a little bit. Other than that, I thought very unique presentation. Your approach is much different than everybody else's, and I think that's great that you're thinking outside the box. So, nice job.
I think we're good. Great. Thank you very much.
Awesome. know that this is just kind of a guideline. If you're presenting and this goes off, continue to present until you're finished. And once we are done with that, we'll start our Q&A. But at this point, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Carter Newell. I'm the Senior Project Manager.
My name is Keaton Lord. I'm Head of Marketing.
I am Madeline Newell, Lead Designer.
Jack Davis, Project Executive.
Taylor McCracken, Lead Estimator.
And I'm Taya Bunker, Lead Scheduler.
We are Hickory Hills Homes. We are seeking a loan of $753,000 with a 7.31% interest rate.
Our lot is located in Coralville, Iowa, and we're actually on the border between Coralville and Iowa City. Coralville was ranked the #1 diverse suburb in Iowa and the 7th best place to live in Iowa. We're also located next to West High School, which was ranked #1 statewide. And we are conveniently located just 10 minutes away from the airport and Iowa State University, as well as 2 major highways. And we actually chose this lot because of all of the amenities that we have close to us, which include the Coralville Strip for a wide variety of dining and shopping, as well as the cross-country course and the Clear Creek River Trailhead. And we have the Iowa Children's Museum close by, as well as, of course, the University of Iowa. Our prospective buyer is a young to middle-aged family, and we offer this family a safe location that is far enough away from the city to get away from the noise, but close enough for an enjoyable commute. And when we look at homes sold in the area, we see an increasing trend in the sales price, with the most recent home being sold for $815,000 last August. We are seeking to sell our 3,600 square foot home for $780,000.
With our timeline, first we are going to list our home on real estate websites with our renderings and floor plans. Then, throughout the construction process, we will be updating those with photos from the construction site. And our goal is to sell before the house is completed, but if it isn't, we will hire a real estate agent to host open houses and help us sell the home. This is how we envision the home to look like, with the exterior facade and the landscaping. With the interior, we have a open floor plan with a master suite. Within our walk-in pantry, we have a grocery door, also known as a Costco door, which will allow the client a easy access from the garage to the pantry for their groceries. And with our customizable features, the earlier the client signs on and purchases the house, the more features they get, and they have a plethora of features, including flooring and paint selections, as well as landscaping, and even more.
To ensure the sustainability of our build, we will incorporate several measures into our build. We will use high-quality, long-lasting materials and finishes. These materials and finishes, in conjunction with our design, will allow the homeowner to age into the home, with the master suite being on the ground floor and the basement area serving as the children's area. In the basement, we have installed a radon reduction system. For that is a common occurrence in Iowa. As you excavate, you encounter radon, which is a poisonous gas. To further encourage sustainability within the build, we will install solar panel hookups and electric car charging ports should the homeowner decide to further the sustainability of the home. These measures will save the homeowner a significant amount of money.
As said earlier, the selling price for this home will be $780,000. The total cost to build is just over $752,000, which comes out to a cost per square foot of just over $231. With an 8% profit, this comes out to about a 9% return on investment. And to ensure that we don't go over budget on this project, we have a 2% contingency for any weather delays, price escalations, material delays, or unforeseen conditions in the soil that we may encounter during this project, as well as all of the customizable features of the home were bid as allowances to allow for some flexibility for the homeowner to choose a material that will fit within the budget, and if the homeowner decides to exceed the budget on that certain item, that will be up to the owner to become financially responsible for those change orders.
We have amended our schedule to begin mobilization on March 21st and to close out on December 10th, completing the home in just under 10 months. With the permit process, we want to begin as quickly as possible to ensure that certain phases of the home will be constructed during the more fair weather times of the year. In regards to obtaining those permits, we have allotted ourselves a little over 2 weeks, just to give us enough time, just in case that there's any delays with the county. With inspections, in addition to the inspections that will be performed externally, we'll also have our project manager do routine in-house inspections as well, just to make sure that the quality control is okay, to maintain regulations are kept, and to maintain that the site is clean and on schedule. Johnson County also has specific requirements when it comes to several day inspections, and we have made sure to take those into account and to implement them into our schedule as well. So for example, they really would like the site to be as clean as possible before the inspector comes. So in the schedule, you'll see that we have implemented specific inspection cleans before those appointments arrive. And as well as for procurement log as well, we have taken several things into consideration. One of those things is to make sure that we are aware that items will be delayed. Potential delays is a huge thing, especially now. Also that certain items are backlogged and will take extra time to come in. We want to be aware with that. We want to make sure that the procured items are safe until the time of installation, as to not order them too early. And also we want to keep our site clean and free from anything that has yet to be installed. We don't want to clutter the site. As well as our procurement, keeping tabs on our procurement, we want to also be on top of where our trade partners are. So in our schedule, we have when to contact certain trade partners to make sure that everybody is on the same page, everybody is responsible, and to identify any potential issues so that we can solve them before they even happen. Our extensive work history with the trades, or with our trade partners, we have really established mutual trust, respect, and high expectations. We've worked with them for several years. And we have a standard here at Hickory Hills Homes to give our trade partners enough lead time, sufficient lead time, and to notify them whether or not our schedule has changed or not. And we have found that that has been a great advantage to us in previous projects and has helped us become very successful.
Okay, now let's talk about everyone's favorite subject, safety. So, as you can see, all these trades have been chosen for the quality and the speed of work they were able to do, but also because of the safety. We've seen them and noticed that they live up to our standards, which we require of them. All our trade partners will always have PPE on job sites. We will always have personnel with first aid training. We will also always follow those OSHA standards, laws, and regulations that are enforced by the state as well as the federal government. Now, we understand that risks are going to be a huge issue here, especially with tornado season. So It's just going to be something we're going to have to be aware of and also maintain properly. But something really great that we've noticed also with our risk assessment is the logistics of it, the site logistic. As you can notice, we're lot 10 up there on the top left, top right. And not the whole area hasn't been developed completely yet, which makes it really easy for us to be able to move materials around without having any issues of traffic or pedestrians, making the risk very low. You can also notice in the site logistic plan here to the right of it, we have a material drop-off right in front of the home, just behind parking. This will make it easier for vehicles to be able to park the materials there and leave it, the truck might be able to leave a lot easier than it would be to say to try and park it in the back of the home, say we were to have the foundation going, issues like that. We also have a material storage plan for the back side so we can move things around too. If there's an issue, we have too much stuff in the front, we can move it all in the back. We got parking in the front for superintendents, project managers, and our trade partners. We also have a 30-yard dumpster to the right of that. So another risk assessment that I just talked about was the severe weather. That's something I really want to focus on here, especially because this could cause injury or damage to materials or a delay of any kind that would affect the work to be done. So that's going to be a real focus for us, is just maintaining and watching that weather as well as watching for those material delays. So, in final, we just want to really focus that all of these things can be affected by that weather, and that's just something we're going to focus on, especially with the safety part of it. Well, thank you so much for meeting with us, board members, for allowing us to be here today. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I'll start things off. Great presentation. One of my favorite things was in the event of the inclement weather, mentioning that you had a spot on a new construction site that workers could go to be safe, and you kind of hit that again today, so I like that. And also mentioning the radon. We haven't seen a lot of that, and that's very relevant. Sorry, I'm done. Promise. Just ignore that last part. I did have one question, and you mentioned this, I think, in your presentation. You amended the schedule, and that is updated from what we have. Is that correct? Okay. That's all I have.
Okay, nice job on your presentation. I would just say one thing, and I've noticed it on a couple of presentations now, you're allowed to have notes with you. And so if you're a tidge uncertain about, certainly bring some notes up. I wouldn't necessarily have them on a folded up piece of paper or something, but you can definitely bring note cards and things like that up with you as well. So, but I mean, nice job in memorizing it, because I've been where you guys are at. I've participated a couple years ago in one of these, and it is pretty stressful to get up there and have everything memorized and just be on top of it. So, so nice job on that. One thing that I did kind of want to point out, and this is more in the proposal, is that in a lot of areas you guys went outside of the 1-inch margins, and I know this sounds like really super picky and stuff. That was something that was specifically addressed in the Q&As. So I don't know if you guys followed the Q&As that went along with the project. I know there were some Zooms and things that we had participated in, and then those were also put onto a Google group. And so just make sure that you follow those things. I always kind of compare that to if you're in commercial, getting an RFI that you have to follow to be able to do a bid, or if you're in residential construction, just being able to listen to what your customer needs, and keeping track of all of those things. And when you're working on 10 or 15 projects at the same time, it can get overwhelming. So just make sure that you do that. I did want to say that I was glad to see you guys discuss the ability to pick out selections and make customizations, because that's something that with a lot of these proposals, as I went through them, I couldn't figure out if we were looking at a spec project or if we were actually looking at custom. So I like that you did that. So nice job.
Nice job. I'll keep mine fairly short. The one thing that I really liked on this, kind of drew my attention, was under your strategy page, your mood board. that was really nice. You had a lot of nice call-outs, your features, specific paint colors, and some specifics with your appliances, cabinetry, that type of thing. So that was really nice. As we read this, we kind of know what we're looking at and what we're getting. And good job on local subcontractors, trade partners. And then again, nice renderings were good, interior renderings, exterior renderings. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted, excuse me, I wanted to touch on that too. You had a great list of trade partners up there that are local, so great job on that. Also, the amenities within the Iowa City area, I thought you listed out a lot of great items there, so good job of doing your research and knowing where you're building at and whatnot. The question I had was about your schedule, and you touched on that. I guess my question for you is, what prompted you to change your schedule? If anybody wants to touch on it. I don't know who worked on your schedule, or if all of you did.
We just noticed a few inconsistencies after we submitted our proposal, and so after we cleaned it up, and especially with procurement, after we cleaned that up, it helped condense it a little bit more, so that's what happened.
And I'm glad you did that. Being able to come up in front and say, hey, we've made a change here because we saw something that wasn't quite right. That's an awesome answer, because originally your schedule was really long, and when you have a schedule that's that long and you're spending that amount of money, the interest will start eating you up, all right? And so I'm sure you saw that. So that was an excellent change that you made. Good job.
So these four have pretty much covered all the items that I was going to say. One of the things that I did want to ask, first of all, great choice in picking out a lot with woods in the back. That's a great thing to get in Coralville. So, and you did have a realistic profit, which that was some of the students have come forward with like a 25% profit, and it's like, I don't know what you're smoking. So, but could somebody go back to the selling price slide? I think you had like a $50,000. So you had a profit of $50,000, but your total cost to build was $752, and then the selling price was $780. I'm not that good at math, but how does that come out?
Yeah, the profit is in the return on investment.
Okay.
I kind of messed up a little bit on that one, but
Okay.
I just put the profit into the return on investment. So the profit, the return on investment without the profit would be about 1%.
Okay. Okay. That's it.
Great job.
saw your name, and we actually, to lighten the mood with us, we threw a fake proposal in Sherwin Williams. So somebody read
It was
like,
late at night.
Who's this Sherwin Williams?
We gotta keep it light. We've got a lot of hours wrapped up in this, so if we're getting a little punchy at the end here, just don't ignore us, all right?
I dish it right back.
So, but no.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much.
Charlie Jones over here.
That's coming.
Yeah, that's how we've been today. All right, so as Deanna mentioned, you guys know that you have 10 minutes for your oral presentation. I'm gonna set the timer. Just know that if it goes off, I want you to continue. I want you to finish your presentation. This is just what keeps us on track, all right? So I'm gonna set this for 10 minutes. You guys are welcome to get started.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. We are Bird's Eye Builders, and we are representing Roger Williams University for the 2023 National Association of Home Builders Small Build / Custom Student Competition. So we're going to start with an introduction to our team. I am Nico Prospero, and I am one of the project executives on this project. I focus mainly on the business side of things and project management side of things, and I'm going to leave it to everyone else to introduce themselves.
Hello, my name is John Tyne. I'm also a project executive on this project. My role is mainly into the field and the actual construction work associated with the project.
My name is Connor McGuire. I'm the project manager assigned to this project.
My name is Bob Rain. I am a estimator and the lead scheduler.
Unfortunately, two of our team members, Zach, who is our architectural designer, and Bryce, who is our financial analyst, could not make it to the competition today, but we hope to present on their expertise. So marketing and sales. We were given $1 million as a loan to budget, construct, and design this entire home. The cost includes the lot, so we chose lot 42 on Tamarack Trail, the physical construction, the marketing and renderings, and lastly, pictures and basically everything for the house. Our plan is to market to younger families looking to buy their first home or maybe establish themselves, and our plan for sales is to try to get owners or clients in as early as possible, get them to look at the lot, and possibly work with them as we progress through the construction for final finishes and touches along those lines. To drum up some business for ourselves, we plan on having open houses so they could come see the lot and the property. And additionally, for everyone who couldn't make it, we were using this program called Matterport, which gives a full 3D rendering inside and out, so you'd be able to see the full floor plan, rooms individually, and all landscaping and things of that nature.
Next is the overview. So we selected lot 42 in Tamarack Trail development. That's a little rendering of what we believe the house will look like from the front. We have roughly around 2,020 square foot. We decided on our lot because it's right where a cul-de-sac is and a roundabout. It gives a more unique feel to the house and overall makes it a better place, we believe. Next is the location and market. We think that the market's perfect for young families looking to start their first journey in a house. That is because it's close to elementary schools, high schools, right next to a highway, but not too close, so you don't hear them going by. It is also right near a bunch of parks, so it's a beautiful area to build your family.
Moving into the design elements of the home, we have 3 bedrooms and 2.5 baths, over 2,020 square feet. This floor plan is a ranch-style home. It utilizes the bedroom number 1 being the master, having its own section in the home, as well as heated radiated floors and central air to control temperatures throughout the year. It is an open floor plan design for the great room, dining room, and kitchen, as well as there's a 2-car garage with storage above and a rear and front porch. Having it as a ranch-style home, go to previous. Excuse me, sorry. But having it as a ranch-style home allows so that we can open our customer base to bigger than just younger families. Having it as a ranch style eliminates stairs in the home, so we can open up to older clientele that may need some help getting through the home. The house itself is not 100% ADA compliant with ramps and things like that, but that can be easily configured based on the client who purchases the home.
Next, I'm going to talk about pre-construction. This was a main point in our focus because we wanted to get our schedule down so we could worry about when we're going to do our permits and when we're also going to be able to get our inspections so that we don't have any subcontractors just waiting on site, not being able to work. The next part that was a big point to our company is safety. We want all workers to come in and leave the exact same way they did. We do this with a method of star cards, so you make sure that everyone knows what they're doing for the day and also be on the same page. This is big for us, and we also have a site logistics plan printed out so that we know where all the muster points or any safety points are if need be.
As a part of the pre-construction, we had to procure our trade partners and our material vendors. This list on the left side would be our major work packages. These will be all of the subcontractors associated with the project helping in construction. The trade partners awarded are from the area, local to Iowa City, and have been contacted and quoted for their numbers into our estimate. As well as suppliers, we are looking to get suppliers from the Iowa City area that will have quality materials and are going to be, they will be a big part of our project coming up. The trade partners themselves will be made aware of the high quality standards in our firm as well as sustainable building practices that we hold ourselves highly for. They will also be introduced into our safety plan as well as the star cards, as Connor mentioned, and the documents that they are assigned to the documents that they will be given will be completed as they are designed.
Moving on into site logistics, to maintain a clean, active site. Our goal is to have one dumpster, 2 bathrooms, a proper site laydown area, both in the front and in the back. There is a muster point, correct, in the top right-hand corner. And easy access for generators just in case if we need to work long nights.
We have our delivery route around the cul-de-sac, so it can make things more convenient for anything coming in or out. And overall, just material laydown on the front and the back of the site in order to transport that material safely and cause no damages.
We also make it a point to post emergency contact information across the site, just in case of emergency. The number and the address to these emergencies contacts will be posted.
Now for the major durations and milestones of our project schedule. Our project schedule will take place starting on January 4th of 2023. We hope to have site mobilization 2 days later. Our aim is to have the foundation completely all set in March 14th. Building watertight May 11th, and project closeout to be August 28th. The total duration of this project is going to be 7 months and 25 days. We hope that this is going to be achievable for us throughout the entire project. As you can see on our right-hand side, all the major inspection dates make sure that the project is properly suited to handle all conditions.
Moving on into our financials, the land acquisition cost, $1392 Tamarack, we bought for $120,000 all in, making it part of our total cost. The construction costs incorporate soft costs, hard costs, and our overhead, totaling in at $726,000. Our marketing and sales costs will just be under $20,000. We feel like this is a sufficient amount of money to market the house. Our financing, we have that $1 million loan. We looked into some credit unions, and Verdance Credit Union quoted us at 5.25% interest rate, so that will equal $52,000 of that million, making our total cost just above $900,000. Our price point that we will be selling the house at is $1,016,000. We feel like this is an achievable price and we could find sufficient clients within that range. The reason that is over $1 million is because of our contractor fee of 11.25%. So, as mentioned, our initial budget was $1 million, land acquisition as 120, construction being 726,000, totaling out at $918,000. Again, that price point that we wish to sell the house at is $1,016,000, with a profit of $102,000 or 11.25%. Thank you very much, and we will open the floor to questions.
First of all, good job. The design of the house, the marketing the ranch style to folks to people older that have more equity built up, that's going to help with this kind of budget. I noticed you had mentioned something about interior renderings, but was that something someone else was supposed to come up with?
Yes, we were planning on using a company called Matterport, but we don't have the renderings here with us today.
Okay. So, and then your floor plan on page 15, is there a basement in this house?
No, I don't believe that there will be a basement in this house.
Okay.
We've done research throughout the area, and they've not really included basements.
Okay, most of the houses around us have basements, and it's Iowa, so we get tornadoes. But that might be something necessary to capture that $1 million range, is to have at least an unfinished basement. So, do you-
Can you guys explain to me, I'm gonna just lightly hit on safety, I promise. Where'd you get the concept of the star card? Kind of walk me through that.
And real quick, not to interrupt, but can you put that slide back up? I just wanted to take a photo of that, because I'd never seen that.
The
safety?
the
Yeah,
safety slide.
with the star.
So
you go.
Star Card was a thing I used when looking for something, and it was it's a way for contractors to meet with their team every day so that they can get involved and understand what they're going to be doing, and everyone will sign off and they'll be able to see. And so it's called Stop, Think, Act, Review. So at the beginning of the day, everyone gets together and talks about it, and then you sign it off, and then at the next day you do the same thing, and you hand this to us at the end of the week, and we look over it and make sure that everything is okay with that.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, that was something that stood out. And then the other thing you had on one of your slides today, I run a small remodeling company, and it was good that you had, I think, the contact information for the hospitals, but then you had the urgent care down there, and that's something that you hope you never need it, but when it is a work-related thing and non-emergency, we've unfortunately had situations where, you end up going to the emergency room and they kick you back there, so that's a huge thing, and I'm glad to see that up there, so thank you.
Okay, nice presentation, especially considering that not all of your people are necessarily here, and sometimes that happens, and so, good job, continuing on. I had, a quick question on, under, if this is more from your proposal, you had talked about having G702 and G703, that your trade partners are gonna submit those to be able to get invoicing done. I don't think, well, at least like, I work as a project manager of a small residential company, is sometimes I'm lucky if I get a text message from somebody that tells me how much their project's gonna be, and, then I have to badger them to actually send me an invoice and stuff like that. So I think sometimes in a smaller market, when you're dealing more with custom and more personal relationships with your subs, you're gonna be a little more informal and willing to kind of be flexible on how those people are gonna be, submitting their, what do I call it, estimates. It's not gonna be quite as formal. Sandy kind of stole my thunder on the basement thing, but, I guess, so did you guys, did one of your team members actually, draft the plans, or did you guys just use the document?
Zach, who was not here, he is our architectural designer. He did implement those designs. He did draw them.
So you guys actually did, draw them up?
Yeah, he did. That was his portion of the project, yes.
But was that done for the proposal that was submitted in December, or was that something that you guys were going to present to us?
No, that was done for the proposal as well.
So the plan on page in your proposal is not stuck then, is it
I think it is the one.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay, that's all I was looking for. All right, thanks.
Just a couple things. Yeah, the STAR, I just wanted to get a photo of what it stood for, the STOP Act, so thank you for that. One thing I like underneath your headshots, you've got contact information or email, which I think you're probably the only group to do that, so that's a nice little touch there. The 3D Matterport at the beginning of your proposal, and it sounds like the guy that is not here was the one that did that. That was really nice. That's the first we've seen that, so had he been able to maybe do some more work, that would have been nice to include, you know, some of the other renderings. How are you achieving the garage storage? Is it attic storage?
Yes, sir. It's a loft style. It's accessible by stairs you pull down.
Okay.
And it's only half of the garage. So
Okay.
the whole span, it'll be half from the back to halfway.
That's nice because yeah, nobody ever has enough storage, so it's a good touch there. And then one other thing, kind of a bad start date. Iowa winter, typically new home construction, we're not digging till at least the end of March, April. It looked like your dig date was around the 1st of January, so it can be done. Is it ideal? No, makes it a little bit tough to do. So just a little bit of feedback there.
The reason that we did start with that date was we felt that we wanted to get the home finished for the summer so that we could get a client in for the entire summer as opposed to maybe the end or start
Gotcha.
of the fall the next year.
Okay, good thought. That's all I've got. Good job.
Yes, so I'll expand on that. The start date is aggressive, but if you can make it happen, that's great. And I had mentioned that to a previous team too. Depending on when you start your construction, it is nice to try to get a family in before school starts. I mean, that's just something to consider. It doesn't always work out, but good idea that we're thinking about that. Now, one question I had about your schedule. You pointed out that it is slab on grade, but on your schedule you list out that you're going to do first floor deck framing before walls. Just know that. Double check your schedule, I guess what I'm getting at. Since it is slab on grade, we don't have a first floor framing procedure, I guess. We're going to start with walls and go up. So just something that I wanted to point out, you know, it's having somebody else look over the schedule. Even if I develop it, I may have Aaron look it over just to make sure I didn't overlook something, depending on the type of build. So that was just one thing. Your exterior design, that was great. That would sell in our area all day long, all the time. So I really commend you on that style right there. That's a great look for our area. So I don't know who did the research on that, but nice job. So and then the marketing, trying to sell the home right away, getting it on the market or advertising it, things like that. The sooner you can sell it, the less interest you're paying, or well, not less interest, but you're just going to save yourself some headaches. So nice job.
Picture of it. Okay. And so it has all the checkoffs for everything. A lot of times it's no, but it goes into all the details like trenching and excavating, and then all the prerequisites like hard hats and the regular PPE going into it. And then this is like the form after they've read the entire safety report.
Nice. Well, and part of it, Dave and I both teach. He specifically teaches the safety class and wrote it. So, I mean, kind of neat. We're always looking for different curriculum and things like that to look for.
Source that from? So the company I had an internship with, we used it and it seemed to work
like if they were not tethered into like the crane or anything like that, it would kind of mess them up.
Yeah, no, it's stuff like that. And so you mentioned
If you
where
get a
you did an
chance,
internship.
just
Those
email
are things,
over.
yeah.
All right, perfect. I will. Yeah.
Yeah.
Daniel O'Connell and Sons. They're a small place out in Massachusetts.
Like residential?
No, they do a lot of commercial work. Yeah.
All right. I was gonna say, I figured it was a commercial base.
Yeah.
It was a lot of like civil work, so it was like sewage
So we have a time clock up here just for your reference. I'll set it for 10 minutes. That's what we have for our oral portion. If you do not get done before it goes off, that's fine. Go ahead and finish. We're not saying this is exact, but at least it gives us an idea. So whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Good afternoon. We are Louise Builds, and this is the Solon Drive Estate. The people who worked on this project are Keenan Torres, our lead estimator, Alex Alba, our superintendent, Avery Day, our architectural designer, and Mitchell Knapp, our project manager. I am Abby Maris, and I am the project executive on this team. When beginning our process, we first wanted to conduct a market analysis to determine the community in which we wanted to build, as well as gather an understanding of the demographic of people who live in this community. We decided to build in the city of North Liberty, Iowa, as it is a growing, thriving, and young community perfect for families. According to the 2020 U.S. Census, it is the largest growing population in Iowa among towns of over 5,000, and it is regarded as the 4th best suburb and the 9th best city in Iowa in which to buy a house. It is located only 13 minutes from bustling Iowa City, where we anticipate buyers may work, and we deem this an excellent location in which to invest in a property. The property we chose is a 0.59 acre property with plenty of space for a large house and ample outdoor space. It is located in a trusted and established school district and is walking distance from the high school and only a short drive away from both the elementary and middle schools. It also has easy access to many nearby amenities, such as walking trails, parks, recreation centers, grocery stores, places of worship, and medical facilities. We deemed this an excellent location because the demographic of people want these amenities, and it is well suited to the needs and wants of their lifestyles. We also wanted to consider the competition in the area and make sure that our house would fit in well with its surroundings. We didn't think the market would support a $1 million property, and because of this, we chose to build a house worth approximately $800,000. The map on the screen illustrates that there are a number of properties surrounding ours that support the idea that this price point is reasonable in this area. This also led us to believe that the market is sustainable. If we sell for approximately $800,000, our price per square foot comes out to $201, which is slightly below market average for houses of this price point in this area. We believe this will be a positive selling factor when attracting potential buyers. It is also sustainable because 75 homes in this area that are comparable to ours have been sold in North Liberty in the past year, making it the second leading price point at which homes are being sold. These justifying factors allowed us to believe that this was an appropriate location for our property and allowed us to move forward with the pre-construction process.
Thank you, Abby. Transitioning from the market analysis to the pre-construction phase, we go through strategic planning of the estimate and schedule to permit procurement and site logistics. As the lead estimator for our project, I was in charge of creating a budget for our project, going over our sales price breakdown. Shown here is a list of items that we use to create our project budget. Our total construction costs for our project were estimated at about $460,000. Adding in additional costs such as permitting, fees, commissions, and land acquisition, we estimated out our budget for our project to be around $740,000. Adding in an additional 20% for construction costs, split between our profit at 8% and our overhead at 20%. A breakdown of all of our separate costs, broken down between divisions or in CSI format, as well as in our sales prices and our construction costs, can be found in the estimate section of our proposal. Our company finds that it is highly important that we make sure that all of our permits are secured prior to the start of the project. By ensuring that all of our permits are secured prior to the start of the project, we are able to make sure that there are no delays in our schedule. Total cost for permits and fees was roughly about $5,300. These were among items like mechanical and electrical, zoning, and building permits. Considerations in both the schedule and the pro forma can be found with permits. Site logistics is an important part of every project. Shown here is our site plan for our project, where we take into consideration the placement of items such as material placement, waste management, temporary toilets, and weather protection. Shown in green is our silt fence, which is a type of weather protection that is located on the north, east, and west sides of our project.
Because of the location of our project at the bottom of a slope, we found that it was important to install this type of weather protection to ensure that any inclement weather, such as heavy rainfall, does not impact the production of our project. Louis Builds is a reputable company within our area, and we've been able to create connections with a number of trade partners throughout the years. Shown is a list of trade partners that we've vetted through qualifications and pricing that we believe would work well with our project and that work within the area. Our superintendent is in charge of working on day-to-day management with the trade partners and ensuring that all trade partners are following all of our company policies and guidelines to ensure that our project is productive and successful. The last part of our pre-construction phase was the schedule, which was handled by our project manager, Mitchell Knapp.
Thank you, Keenan. We will now move into the schedule portion of our presentation. We plan on starting our schedule. We plan on starting our construction February 6th, and we plan on getting done with it November 22nd. This gives us a total of 233 days in construction. We have allotted 20 days in schedule for weather and construction delays.
Thank you, Mitchell. All right, so as we all know, the pandemic has shown us to be prepared and plan. Therefore, we're going to order materials ahead of time so we avoid any delays on supply chains issues. Next, our storm water pollution prevention plan is simple yet effective. We're planning to install silt fencing around our lot perimeter, crushed concrete on our driveway to prevent any mud transfer to the streets, and straw wattles at storm drains. In addition, we're designing our landscaping with rain gardens on the west side of our lot to prevent any, to trap most of the storm water, and will qualify for a grant offered by the city of North Liberty. As dangerous as this industry is, safety is our #1 priority. And as the project superintendent, I'll be in charge of keeping a safe job site and having weekly safety meetings. We'll follow OSHA guidelines and will require all workers and visitors to wear proper PPE. At Louis Builds, we understand that sustainability is a social responsibility. So we decided to incorporate sustainable construction practices. Our home will feature Energy Star rated appliances and plumbing fixtures, a multi-speed HVAC system, a heat pump water heater system to conserve energy and water.
Thank you, Alex. Moving forward with the sales and marketing plan, Louis Builds realizes that we are intending to build for a second family, or a home that is a second home for the family and have school-aged children. We also realize that we want a product that our family can mature in when building the home. Our final design ended up being 3,983 square feet with a total of 4 bedrooms, 3 full baths, and 2.5 baths. Notable features are an open main living concept area, a 3-car garage, a private guest suite with a private patio, a loft with an adjacent bathroom, and a Jack and Jill bed and bath accommodations for the children, and a primary large suite. When designing the materials of the product, we decided our goal was to blend a traditional and modern style on the exterior and interiors. Some of the interior renderings include, on the traditional side is wooden beams, a brick fireplace, warm facade hues, a base and crown molding, a shaker-style cabinets, and oil bronze hardware. The modern styles are a wide plank floor, clean and simple lines, 2-tone kitchen, and a quartz countertop.
When connecting the sales plan, we decided that we were going to hire a real estate agent and with the 6% commission of the sales product. And we realized that the agent will be using all of the resources like the Iowa Press newspaper, Iowa City Press newspaper, and Zillow, and sales websites like Zillow, Home Finder, and Realtor.com. We also intend that we will be staging furniture and taking professional photos and posting these photos on our Instagram and our website to get a diverse, broad audience of potential buyers, and also be hosting a open house. We know that this will be an expense that we'd have to incur, but it'd be well worth it.
Thank you, Avery. We'll now move into the financial section of our presentation, starting with the pro forma overview. Here in our pro forma overview, we have the costs listed and also the profit analysis. We have all the major costs that we plan on occurring during this project and how much they cost and the percentage of the total. We plan on selling this house at $800,000, and if we can achieve that, we will have a profit margin of 7.5%. and on a return on investment of 8.11%, and we believe that these are solid numbers based on the market right now. Also in our proposal, we have a detailed sensitivity analysis addressing different scenarios that could possibly happen in the market right now. We also have a detailed interest schedule. Moving on to assumptions. We are assuming that we will not furnish any of the house. The homeowner will be responsible for furnishing all of the house. We will install all major appliances and lighting fixtures. We will also not finish the basement. We will leave this up to the homeowner if they'd like to finish the basement for an additional price. And we will also install basic landscaping. Some major risks that we address in the construction side of things are weather delays, dangerous work, and theft. We have chosen to mitigate these risks by putting an extra 20 days in the schedule, enforcing OSHA guidelines and requiring PPE, as well as locking up job site trailers. Some other risks that we have addressed on the business side of things are supply chain issues, labor shortages, market risks, and interest rates. We have gone into detail in our proposal addressing how we will deal with all these risks in the event that they occur.
As you can see, we have thoroughly considered each element of our proposal, and we would now like to open the floor for questions.
First, I wanted to applaud the design of the house. This is actually fitting with the homes that are in this neighborhood on Psalm Drive. A lot of them are built by Watts Development, and this looks similar to what they build. Yes, you had $1 million budget, but you did some research and said we don't have to spend all of it. So good job on that as well. I did want to make a comment on the stormwater. The rain gardens actually cannot be constructed until after construction is complete. Otherwise, they'll fill in with sediment, and then it's pointless for them to be there. But yes, North Liberty does offer the incentive after you have an established yard to install rainwater gardens. So, yep.
I just want to reiterate what Sandy said. I think the design of the house would really fit in nicely with that neighborhood as well. I also liked your mood boards in your proposal, and so I was glad to see them again. I think, and I've said this on other projects, I think customers like to kind of see visually what different finishes are going to be, and so it's nice to see that you also included those into your renderings, and that's really nice. So. I wanted to commend you on that. One thing as far as the floor plan goes that I really like the look of the house, that I would probably recommend, as you had mentioned in your proposal, having 2 different offices, which I think is fantastic because I think with all the COVID stuff, it's definitely made people think about those spaces in their own homes, and not really wanting to, do school on the kitchen table kind of thing. And so, but what I would probably do, rather than having an office in the center upstairs, I would probably figure out a way to add a fourth bedroom upstairs, so that if somebody didn't need that as an office, it could be something that would also be a fourth bedroom, which I think would also add to the value of your home. But other than that, I think you've got a really nice layout, and I'm really glad to see a 3-car garage, because those are really big around here. And it looks like the size may be pretty good size, just to be able to have a little additional storage, because we're driving pickup trucks and SUVs, and tiny garages don't work. So nice job.
Nice job. Couple comments, then I've got one question. I thought your market analysis was really good. The trade partners, you had good trade partners listed. I was going to comment on the mood boards also. Plan was nice, but the mood boards and the rendering really was nice. One thing, as you're speaking, you guys had a ton of information, and you could tell you had it memorized. And there were a couple times you got a little bit stuck, and that's okay. If you need to use notes, that's okay. Just keep you going. And we get it. It's tough being up here in front of some people. It makes you nervous and everything else. But nice job getting through it. My question, and you may laugh at this, where did you come up with the name Louis Build?
It's our mascot for our university.
What's that?
It's the mascot for our university.
Okay, cool. So that's all I've got. Nice job.
All right, couple things here. Safety page, good graphics for your PPE. Nice job on that. I like the idea of a weekly safety meeting, just a quick 10-minute meeting, so you can go over safety aspects of what might be going on that week. Maybe we're swinging trusses at this point, so we're going to have overhead issues, things of that nature. So great job putting that in there. I did have a question about your site plan. I noticed that you had 2 porta potties and 2 dumpsters on site. Does anybody want to touch on the reasoning behind that?
I do know that for the porta potties, I'm not entirely sure exactly the reason why we have 2 of them right next to each other. But for the 2 dumpsters, the reason why is because during our, I believe it's either the lead, when we were trying to make sure that our lead rating was high enough, we ensured that we had a recycling dumpster and then a trash.
And honestly, that was the answer I was really searching for. I was hoping that we were going to separate, which will help, obviously, with our landfill issues that we contend with. And depending on your workforce, I don't know what that might be. Having the proper amount of porta potties on a job site is also important. You can either cycle them, clean them at a more regular rate, or have multiple on site. So that's why I asked that question. Other than that, I thought you did really good. I was going to touch on the trade partners. I thought you did a great job there. And I'll let...
Yep.
You want to finish it out?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
The lead certification that you were talking about with the dumpsters, that's something I highlighted in there, and you touched a little bit more on it today from the sustainability standpoint. Like to see all that. The heat pump water heater, awesome. One of the easiest things people can do. A lot of places it's rebated. It's a no-brainer. First thing we've heard of that, I think, in the entire presentation today, all day. So very easy thing to do. From a feedback standpoint, if we were going to improve something, when you throw out LEED certification or you throw out even a home-built NAHB gold standard, once you give us that as a judging standpoint, be prepared to then know that we're going to go after that, right? So as soon as you give us real information and content, be prepared. So it was good that you could mention with the 2 dumpsters that, hey, that was for our LEED certification. I just love a little bit more information. What level are you going for? How you're going to achieve it? How you're going to pay for that inspection? All those things. So good job, though. Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, I think there's extra in there too because I only have. Oh, there's a double one.
So like stand like right here.
You're right. Well, this is
Good afternoon. We are from Clemson University here to present our Tarmac Trail Farmhouse and Custom Home. I am Jocelyn Miklich, one of the project executives of the team, and I will be introducing the rest of our team. We have Tyler A. Bear, Chase Drum, Jake Finch, Alex Hernandez, and Gracie Crosby. So for our house, we decided on the Tarmac Ridge subdivision in Lot 31, given that this is a super convenient location. It is 10 minutes to downtown Iowa City. There are plenty of restaurants, shops, retail, grocery nearby and in the neighborhood. There's also a few major cities in 3 hours or less from the home, including Chicago, the capital of Iowa being Des Moines, and Cedar Rapids. For our neighborhood specifically, we have a lot of family-friendly oriented activities in the neighborhood. We have Calico Farm, we have High Point Golf Course, Hickory Hills Park, and a little over an hour away is the Fossil Gorge. There's also highly rated elementary, junior high, and high schools in the area, as well as, of course, the university being 15 minutes away. So our target market for this house is going to definitely be a developed, higher income family, being that the average income of the neighborhood is over $100,000. And this is going to be a family in their mid-30s to mid-40s who already have a couple of kids under their belt, and they're just looking for that custom, fabulous, luxury home that's going to be their forever home. There's also a majority of the work being in the downtown area with the downtown businesses, the healthcare facilities, and the university faculty. As you can see in our neighborhood comps, the competitors in our neighborhood have similar price points to our custom home, similar acreage, square footage, bedrooms, and bathrooms. For our home specifically, we have a beautiful 5-bedroom, 4-bath house, a little over 4,000 square feet, and is sitting on a third of an acre lot. When designing our home, we definitely went for the farmhouse modern style look. And when researching, we found inspiration from barn dominiums. Of course, we couldn't place this in a residential neighborhood, so we took some pieces of it and we put some accent metal on our roof. We also have a lot of accent wood pieces throughout the home. In the back with some posts, we have matching front doors and garage doors. And we decided on a beautiful cream palette for the home for spacious and bright. And we have light hardwood throughout, as well as a lot of native Iowa plants that we will be using in our landscape design. Now I will hand it off to Tyler to talk about our beautiful floor plans.
Thank you, Jossia. Again, I am Tyler Aber. I'm the lead designer, and I'm going to be walking through the floor plan. Starting with the first floor, near the entrance, we have a flex room with a full bath located nearby. Moving on, we have a living room and a kitchen equipped with a prep pantry for added counter space and extra storage. Located in the back of the house, we have a screened-in porch that shares a two-way fireplace with the living room, as well as an additional covered porch in the rear of the house. Moving on to the second story, here we have 3 bedrooms, including the primary suite and the primary bath. The primary bath includes a standalone shower and tub, dual vanities, dual walk-in closets, and the 2 guest bedrooms also have walk-in closets. The laundry room is located up here for easy access to the majority of the bedrooms in the residence, and there's also a loft that can be turned into whatever the homeowner desires. Lastly, we have the basement with a spacious family room, which includes a wet bar, as well as an additional flex room with a walk-in closet and full bath. There's also a mechanical/storage room and easy access to an additional covered patio in the back. Next, I'm going to hand it off to Chase to go over the site plan.
Thank you, Tyler. Again, I'm Chase Drum. I'm the project manager. Here we have the site logistics plan. Trucks will follow the arrows shown. Trucks will follow the route shown by the arrows. They'll deliver all the material at the front of that property onto a gravel lot. We added an additional gravel lot for workers to park their vehicles to ensure they won't hinder any existing residents that regularly come through. Our dumpster and porta potty location is at the top of the property as well for easy access to pick up and pump out. Our temporary power is also located at the top of our lot and will be installed and inspected shortly after rough grading and excavation. We have made it a priority to keep a clean and safe job site. Next, we have our drainage plan. All stormwater runoff will run to the rear of our property, then into a retention pond located behind our lot. We incorporated a silt fence around the entire property as well as a straw wattle across the back of our property to prevent any soil erosion. We placed 4 gutter downspouts off each corner of the house, where they will run to the back of our property, then into the retention pond behind our lot as well. The red dotted lines are our building easements. We have planned for it and are building at least 7 feet from each easement to ensure that it can be used for future development without damaging our home. Now I'm going to pass it off to Jake to talk about sustainability.
Thank you, Chase. I'm Jake. I'm the project executive. I'd like to show you some sustainable aspects we've implemented into our home. Starting off with spray foam insulation, double pane windows, and a zip system to create an airtight seal of the home. This will promote higher energy efficiency and interior comfort for the owner. For landscaping, we've used local and native plants to the Iowa region. And we've also installed water-saving fixtures and Energy Star appliances. Here on the left, you can see our certified local trade partners from in and around the Iowa City region that we plan to use. As for material procurement, we realize that due to inflation and supply chain issues, that there is the possibility for long lead times. To combat this issue, we plan to order all anticipated products with large lead times immediately after permit approval. Here you can see we've allocated 40 days and a little under $7,000 to obtain all necessary permits. And on the right is a list of all inspections required per Johnson County. Now I'd like to hand it off to Gracie to go over our schedule.
Thank you, Jake. My name is Gracie Crosby. I'm a financial analyst for this project. So for our schedule, we allocated 179 days, with 20 of those days being for weather, delays, shortages, any type of thing like that. Our start date for pre-construction and permitting is February 6th, with excavation starting in early April. During the summer months, we plan to do our rough-ins and finish MEP work, and our projected day of finish is October 6th. I'm going to pass it off to Alex to go over the estimate.
Thank you, Gracie. My name is Alex Hernandez, and I'm the chief estimator. Here, before that, I wanted to say that there is a discrepancy in our total construction costs in the packet. And moving on, if we take a look at the pie chart, we have broken it down into division and the cost of it. We plan, the price per square foot is $295. And moving on, we have further dove in depth to this estimate. We plan to sell this home for $1.2 million and make a profit of $178,000. Now I'll pass it to Gracie for the sales and marketing.
So, for our sales and marketing plan, we have allocated about $64,000, with most of that going to our real estate funds. The rest of it will be going to professional photos, staging, and advertising. We plan to use Zillow, MLS, and other real estate websites to promote our home with our final pictures. And we plan to use social media with Facebook and Instagram for progress photos and the completion of our property. For our risk analysis, in Iowa, there is harsh winters and inclement weather, so we know that those 20 days that we allocated for that will help with unforeseen conditions, weather problems, anything like that. We know that delays and material and labor shortages are something that's happening worldwide in the residential industry. So in our schedule, we did add a couple additional days in probably those areas to allocate for those. And then for our interest rate and inflation, we know that our home is priced a little higher, but the comps around the area make up for it. They're all similar comps, and we know that we believe that our financials do account for it. Our sensitivity analysis. So the highlighted area is what we believe, what we set for our financials with our pricing, our interest rates, and all that stuff. And then the other areas are the baseline for the variabilities of our home, if something were to happen. And then our financial overview. So our total cost of our house is around total cost of construction is $655,000. Our sales price is $1.2, and our net margins are around $178,000 at 14.8%. This concludes our presentation. We'd like to open it up for questions. Thank you.
First of all, good job on your presentation. I'd also like to applaud, you did utilize the site grades and chose a house that you weren't going to have to grade the world to make this work. And walkouts do demand a higher, you get a higher selling price for them. As far as the house design, there's other houses in this neighborhood that are like this. So I'm sure you looked at those, and those were your comps. This was something I didn't, and this is more a Deanna's question. Did you see any other shared fireplaces in any of the other designs?
I didn't, but we've done one, and they're pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a nice touch.
That was one of our selling features for for one of those aspects was that because it was very unique. It was an added custom feature that we thought would be a great addition for the house.
Yeah, folks in Iowa like to sit out on the screened-in porch, but if you can maximize that so they can sit out there more in the fall, that just helps things. And I was going to say something about your financials, but you addressed it. So I'm going to pass it off to GT.
All right, thank you. Good presentation. I liked in the trade partner section how you identified some local HBA members, and for the most part they were very spot on in what they do. I did have a question, and you touched on it a little bit today, but are you anticipating issues with labor, trade partner procurement, or not?
I mean, nothing out of the ordinary, I would say. I mean, there are labor shortages all across the U.S.,
Okay.
but no, nothing different.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
So, I agree with Sandy on the double-sided fireplace. It's a unique feature to your home, and having the screen porch as well. We really see a lot of them in this area, and adding the fireplace does extend the season quite a bit, because really they're kind of not utilized very much in the winter months, so that was really nice. As far as your plans go, what program did you guys use to trap them?
I basically only used Revit. It was the main resource I used. We did use a little bit of Photoshop to cover up to kind of pretty
do
up
any
the
rendering?
Yeah.
Did you render the exterior then in Revit as
Yes,
well? Okay, so your exterior renders are really nice. I would, if you can and can learn how to use a rendering software, I think adding interior renders, especially if you're going to be trying to sell on social media and online sources, just so that people can see some of the finishes that are on the inside. Using stock photos is nice, but sometimes it can give customers an idea that the home is maybe something that it isn't. So that's just something to look into if you guys have an opportunity to do that. A couple of things on the plans. I think your staircases are missing landings. So a lot of times when we have U-shaped staircases like that, we'll have a landing, they'll kind of go up, have a landing, and then go up again. And just to make sure that you include cabinetry in your floor plans. And then this is a comment I had on another property as well. In this price range with this size of house, the loft is nice, but I think it might be better. I mean, just consider that it might be better used as a bedroom because it's big enough to be used as another bedroom. But other than that, nice work.
Thank you.
Nice job. Just a few comments. I thought your market analysis was really nice. You had a lot of good things called out there with the schools and amenities of the area. One thing I noticed on this that we didn't see in too many other plans was you had a really nice list of materials with the extended lead times, so good job on that. GT mentioned a good list of trade partners. One other thing you had that we didn't see too often was a landscape plan, so that was kind of nice to see in your proposal. And then one thing I would have liked, you had it in your written, but didn't necessarily discuss it, was the safety plan. So would have been nice to hear just a little bit about what you were looking at for safety, and I don't know if Dave may comment on that a little bit.
So being the last one to go, my list got dwindled by everybody else. So, yeah, safety plan is definitely one item I would have touched on, making sure that we make that evident. It was a deliverable that was asked for in there. Maybe expose that a little bit more in your presentation. And then one thing that Sandy pointed out, or I don't remember, maybe it was Deanna. Definitely grab the cabinets and make sure they're listed in the kitchen plan. And then you caught an error on your plan that I saw, your front door. You had it changed for the
Yes, sir, we did get that
presentation.
fixed.
So that's a great catch that you saw that and were able to make that change. So I know what it's like to try to get all this done. I also coach a team, and so I know the hard work that you've put into this, the time and commitment to this is extensive. So I commend you on doing this and congratulating you for completing it, and now you're done. So, any others?
Thank you very much.
All right, nice job.
are White Oak Customs and are thrilled to meet with y'all as a builders group to evaluate our current investment proposal. We are a team of industry professionals seeking to build high-quality custom homes. Following the approval of our $1 million line of credit, we carefully selected and purchased 1327 Tamarack Trail as the location of our company's first custom home. Our lot resides within the Tamarack Ridge subdivision, known for its luxury homes in Johnson County, Iowa. Our home is a 3,831 square foot, 2-story, 5-bedroom, 4-bath build in the contemporary craftsman style with a walkout basement. Our home has been deliberately designed to meet the needs and desires of the people of Iowa City, and more specifically our targeted buyer in this particular market. We purchased our lot on January 9th and are currently awaiting approvals for our submitted permits. We are allocating $686,000 of our available credit to build this home and anticipate selling for $775,000, which would be a 10.95% or $85,000 return on investment. By analyzing the market, we have found that the best price point for our home is $775,000. And instead of maxing out our line of credit and building 2 spec homes or 1 home over $1 million, we opted to leave $395,000 unused to hedge ourselves against the potential of a recession. This money can be used in the future to purchase land, begin construction on a buyer's custom home, or for anything else we deem the best course of action. We intend for this home not only to be a source of revenue, but also a showpiece bearing witness of our company's craftsmanship and quality, and a means for generating future clientele. We are confident that this home will be a place of safety, security, and peace for the family who will reside in it. Savannah will now cover our market analysis and how we plan to find that family.
Thanks, Emma. Through our market analysis, we have found Iowa to be a consistent place with less froth over the average of the United States. This shows us that they have a sustainable growth as well as a consistent income in their market. Upon further investigation, we have found 2 major employers within the county. These are medical and education. These both provide stable jobs to mitigate any risks within any market downturn. Iowa City has shown high demand We have found a select location within the northeastern section of Iowa City. Here we find a 68% increase in annual income as compared to the county average. Not only is our location close to those major employers, but it's also close to school districts and close to I-80. With only a 10-minute drive to downtown, Tamarack Ridge is a prime location for our home. Iowa City is showing a high demand for custom homes with cost-effective and sustainable savings. Within our development, 10 homes have sold within the last year and 5 within the last 6 months. In market trends, we align well at only $202 a square foot, with our competitors being $246 on average. We are confident that our home will be a valuable addition to the community while meeting market trends and setting apart us from our competitors. Michael will now discuss our pre-construction.
Thank you, Savannah. We are currently in the pre-construction phase of this project. White Oak Customs has been licensed and registered in the state of Iowa and has obtained an FEIN. We also purchased our Tamarack Ridge parcel on January 9th and have submitted our construction plans to the Homeowners Association pending approval. All permitting and approvals are on track to be granted before construction begins on the 1st of March. In addition to these submittals, we are actively procuring materials for the home. Because of lengthy lead times, we are already finalizing orders on trusses, windows, doors, and cabinets. These materials will be stored on site as necessary. 116 working days are scheduled from March 1st to August 16th. This timeline will provide closeout near the start of the school year. Notable features of our construction estimate include sustainable and energy-saving systems and a separate price to finish the basement. The costs of WaterSense products, Energy Star lighting and appliances, a SPAN Gen 2 smart panel, locations for EV charging ports, and raceways for a future solar system are included in our estimate. Due to current market conditions, we decided to keep the basement unfinished. This will help us to keep the asking price of our home down and increase our pool of potential buyers. A basement completion package is available, priced at $74,000. Joseph will share how we implement our plans during construction.
Thank you, Michael. Everything about our build has been carefully designed to maximize the efficiency and sustainability while reducing the risk of the build process. To ensure that our build is efficient with minimal waste of time and material, we have carefully met with and reviewed the work of various trade partners from the local Home Builders Association and selected only those with a record of responsibility and high-quality work. We plan on maintaining a clear and tight schedule with them through consistent communication in the weeks and days before their arrival on site. We have also carefully planned the material delivery schedule and will have our superintendent organize the material on site at the end of each day per the CC&Rs of Tamarack Ridge. More than efficient, our build will be sustainable. In addition to the sustainable features incorporated into the design of the home itself, a recycling bin will be placed on site between the home and the trash bin to encourage recycling. Any reusable materials will also be donated to the Iowa City Habitat for Humanity Restore. Minimizing risk and encouraging safety are paramount, and our site has also been organized to reflect that. Trucks and equipment will enter and exit from the north via Scott Boulevard. Proper signage and flags will be placed on site. Regular safety talks will be held by our superintendent. First aid kits will be kept on site and in the truck of our superintendent. And any employees or trade partners not practicing discussed safety measures will be warned once by the superintendent before being asked to leave if the issue persists. While many factors go into home construction, our build process has been designed to be efficient and sustainable with a focus on mitigating risk. Aubrey will now elaborate on our home design and marketing process.
Thanks, Joseph. We aim to design our home in such a way that it would fit in well with the other houses in Tamarack Ridge, but also have unique aspects to it so it will be particularly attractive to home buyers. After researching interior designers in Iowa City and looking at the other houses near our lot, we found that the contemporary craftsman style was popular in the area and best suited for our home. We show aspects of this style with our woodworking, exposed beams, stone wainscoting, grand porch, neutral tones, and open concept design in our Hawkeye floor plan. Our primary bedroom is located on the main floor, so age and place is a great option included in the design. Our home also has the opportunity to be an income-producing property as it includes a walkout basement that can be self-contained. Thus, the basement is great for multi-generational living or to be rented out to University of Iowa students. Our target market are those with medium to higher income for the area looking for a move-up home, or those who have students attending the nearby university. We expect this project to establish White Oak Customs as a strong brand in the industry. We have uploaded our renderings to social media and plan to do so on housing websites and hire a real estate agent to help aid us in our sales process. We have a landscaping plan that is in compliance with the CC&Rs of the Tamarack Ridge subdivision and with the Tamarack landscaping document. We have also included a drip irrigation system to help maximize water efficiency. The design, floor plan, and landscaping have all had thoughtful consideration to ensure our home will be attractive and easily sold. Next, Leo will talk more about our finance and risk mitigation.
Thanks, Aubrey. On this build, our hard costs amount to $605,000 and soft costs total out at $63,000. To finance this, we have a total loan amount of $605,000 at a 78% loan to value. This was assumed with a 7% APR and a 1% origination fee. There will be 5 draws during construction, incurring a total of $12,803 in interest. The total hard cost of our home is $686,000, and our listed sales price is $775,000. This sale will produce a 10.95% net profit of approximately $85,000. Each aspect of this build has been thoughtfully analyzed to mitigate as much risk as possible. We've created a sensitivity analysis with sales price, date of sale, material cost, and other various interest rates to show our expected returns in various circumstances. Our lot is in a desirous area, and our home is priced based on comparables from Tamarack Ridge. We have also included a 3% contingency to protect ourselves from any unexpected costs and price changes. By placing our home for sale at the beginning of construction, we reduce the risk of waiting for it to sell upon completion. Our planning, management, and communication will help this build be safely accomplished on time and on budget. Executives, we are passionate about this build and dedicated to providing craftsmanship and quality to our homeowners. As we build our first home, we are also building up team members, internal systems, trade partner relationships, and above all, our company's reputation. An oak tree is a great reminder that all great things have small beginnings. At White Oak Customs, we are excited and confident for our first home and for the future. We'd now like to turn the time over to the judges for comments and questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good presentation. Couple comments here on just what we saw today. I like to see, I highlighted it in the written proposal, but simple thing, the habitat restore that is, a mile and a half away. I highlighted it in the beginning, I'm just saying. And also, I'm sorry, I'm going to do this, guys. The understanding of how valuable it is to work with your trade partners, and you guys had a clause here in your section in the written where you're going to pay them, the next week so they can make payroll. I think big companies sometimes don't get that. That's a good understanding, and I appreciate that insight. So good job.
Thank you.
I was going to say the thing about the habitat, but one of the things that, and since you guys we're almost complete with hearing all the teams, you were actually the first team to actually mumble the word recession at the International Builders Show. So bravo, because that is just, saying that word in this building, but it's true. And you chose to not borrow everything and try and pull it down a bit, knowing that that may be coming around the corner. That being said, the other parts, Deanna will talk about the design and everything. It's well suited for the site. Your presentation was great, and your proposal looked really nice. The renderings were beautiful. The color was great. You guys look good. So congratulations. Good job.
All right, couple comments I have here are with your safety procedures and practices. Obviously, I saw what you had in your proposal. 5-minute daily meetings, that's great. Maybe think about 10 minutes. 5 minutes, you really can't get a whole lot accomplished. So, and I know a lot of sites, they'll do maybe twice a week or whatever. But I like the fact that you're thinking about this. What is it we're going to do? And honestly, I wish you would have just touched on it a little bit more. It's just something I personally cover a lot. And then with your schedule, I know the schedules are so hard to put in these proposals. If you could make that a little bit larger, easier to read, I actually put it on a larger screen and spread it out so that I could see it easier. I understand the difficulty of trying to fit it in here, so it's just me being nitpicky. I thought you did a great job on listing a lot of information within your proposal and on the presentation today. So GT kind of caught me on the whole habitat thing, but I knew he was going to talk about it. So that's a great idea. And beyond that, being able to provide your trade partners amenities that are in your area and whatnot, nice job. Thank you.
Nice job. I've got a few comments and then a couple questions at the end. One comment, a couple things that we haven't seen in a lot of the other proposals. You listed contractor licensing, which is a big deal, and proof of insurance, so you're working with reputable people. One thing, you've got some stock photos in there. You cited your sources, which was nice, where you got those stock photos from, because you used those, weren't all yours. Sandy touched on it a little bit with the recession, but you had mentioned the Iowa City area, and you were right in mentioning that is very insulated from a lot of big swings. So that was a good pickup on your guys' information with that market analysis. I like the lead times. You were really right on with the lead times, extended lead times on products. Talk to me quick about span. You had it in your proposal. You listed it. You didn't spend a lot of time on it. That's kind of the first we've heard about that. So elaborate on that just a little bit.
Yeah, so the Span Smart Panel is actually the IBS Energy Efficient Product of the Year from last year. Basically, what it does is it has the option of adding solar and EV charging ports to them. So
It makes that easy, and then it has a computer inside that connects to your phone, to an app on your phone where you can manage your energy usage, and it helps you reduce your energy usage by quite a bit.
What's money on that? What are you looking at for extra money to put that in a house looking forward?
Yeah, so the span panel itself is about $4,500, which is, maybe $4,000 more than your standard panel. But we decided to go with that because it has been proven that people are willing to spend up to $8,000 more on energy efficiency, and these types of products can save up to $1,000 a year in energy costs.
Okay. And then one last thing, kind of comment and question. Towards the very end on your marketing, you showed a QR code. That was not in your original proposal, so it looked like you added that. I like that. A few other groups did that. Does it work?
It does work, yeah.
Okay.
We can go back to it if you guys would like to scan it. It's just to our Instagram.
Okay. So, and that, we don't need to, just curious. So, nice job. Thank you.
Okay, I would agree. Really nice job presenting, really nice proposal. The thing I liked about your proposal is that you kind of did who put together the proposal, like formatted it and templated it and stuff. Okay, super nice job. Like the use of color was consistent throughout. I think like you captured the design and the concept of the finishes in your home in your actual presentation. And furthermore, I really like that you had that watercolor on the back of the pages. It's like it was a really nice way to continue your branding throughout the entire proposal. So like super nice job on that. Sometimes those are the little details that take, really good content into something that's memorable. So really, really nice job on that. As far as the formatting though, I'm gonna iterate what Dave said about your schedule. I can't say that I even looked at it that much because I was like, I'm not messing with this and trying to figure this out. And I was just I would only say that like you had the space in your proposal because you weren't the full 20 pages. And so it could have been split up into more than one page to be able to make it a little bit more readable. So just use up all the real estate that you've been given on your proposal. But super nice sales and marketing page. It was page number 14. You could use that as a sales flyer. It was fantastic. Like a really good way to use your renders and then actually put in a little description about them. The one question I'm going to ask you guys is, so you're going to put this house on the market when you start construction, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's say somebody comes up to you and says, I love this house. I think it's fantastic. I want to put a room above the garage. Is that something you guys can do for me?
Yeah, for sure. That's something that we can do for them. If a buyer came in, we'd be happy to do that. And above the garage is structural and prepared for something like that. It would probably cost around $10,000 to $15,000 to add that room.
Perfect. That's exactly what I was looking for. Because that's one of the things that I looked at on my plan. I'm like, well, you've got this catwalk going right over to it. And then I see this big window, and I'm like, well, I hope there's attic trusses in there. So go ahead.
I was going to say that catwalk, leaving off that fifth bedroom was one thing that we wanted to do to try to be competitive with our pricing in that neighborhood. So that's why we left that bedroom unfinished above the garage. So
Perfect. And especially since you guys had talked about the basement not being finished and potentially being a area that could be rented, that gives the homeowners then a little bit, it could even just be a rec room or something. So fantastic. That's exactly what I was looking for. I would like to have seen, I'm just going to say one other thing, unless, does anybody else want to go?
I was
Go ahead.
just going to say one thing. Obviously, none of us sitting up here are young, but I could actually read your cost estimate, your pre-construction estimate. That was great. And I'll be honest with you, some of them, like we were looking at them, it's just like, oh, just give up. I can't even read it. But this one we actually could. So good job on that one.
The one last thing, others, since I'm kind of rambling on here, I think you guys have a super great financial sensitivity analysis. I would have liked to see a little bit more on construction risk. Just in this area, I think there's a lot of topics that have been hit on just during the day, and I would have liked to see a little bit more of that incorporated, but seriously, really fantastic job.
thank you.
you.
Very intimidating. You're very good at staring.
All of us?
You.
You.
Scary.
I'm just a big teddy bear.
Thank you.
Way to go, Eric.
You did. See, you are. You didn't do that.
No, no, that's fine. Oh my God. Scare the kids.
I did.
John Callahan. Hey, we want to have a 3D reference.
Cool.
John Callahan.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
How are you?
John Callahan.
Yep, we got one.
I'm Gabby.
I'm Dave. Nice to meet you. Aaron, nice to meet you. I'm Dave.
I'm Gabby.
Start a collection now. Here's your model, sir.
I won't make you shake hands again. Second t-shirt. Thanks for all your hard work and reading. You guys have put in over the last 6 quarters. We appreciate it.
It's been fun. I mean, honestly, we've learned a whole lot about Iowa City.
For real.
Seriously.
There's been things that have been brought up that we're like, oh,
And we've all lived there for a long, you know, learned some things. It's been fun.
This is a great event.
So it's been interesting because this is a newer event. You know, this is only the second year.
Right.
So we talked to Scott and Mary a little bit. You know, like we're going to hopefully give them some feedback for
100%.
going forward. But it's been really fun because we all know each other.
Yeah.
And it's been interesting being able to judge it because we are all from the same area instead of the 4-year where people from everywhere. So
Well, 3 of us really pushed for this, and we've been pushing for like 5 years. And 2 years ago, they were like, "Fine, if you guys think you can come up with a different competition, go ahead." And we said, "Done. We'll have it to you in a month." And then it took about a year to get everybody to vote on it. And last year, they were like, you know, we're going to cap it at 8 teams because we don't know if anybody wants to do it." And now, what, 20 teams?
21, and it's a lot of teams. I mean, it's been a lot to get through. And the challenging part too is that everybody can do their own thing.
Yeah, right.
So, you know, you're and even the format, some people are listing things on page 2 or 3, others are on page 10 or 12.
right.
So, and that was going to become part of our feedback. Try and get it formatted a little more.
Yeah. No, that'll be good.
Just
to keep
for
guiding
the
it.
judges.
Yeah, we got to keep improving it. So thanks again for all
No,
the
but
efforts.
it's been good. It's been good.
Now, after they present, we keep the 49 of them from getting in trouble tonight.
You got 49.
Yeah, that's all Purdue kids.
So you got them in the 4-year.
No,
the other
well, our team
competition
went
too.
this morning
Yeah.
here, and then the second is that we can have unlimited team.
Oh, okay. I got you.
And they told
So
me,
you're just competing in these two.
yeah, they wanted to compete against each other. Yeah, and I'm like, you can compete against each other, but you're going to operate separately, so you don't know what each other is doing. So, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm up first. No, he said no. I'll go first. Okay.
Okay, so we're going to get started. If you have any type of Thank you, everybody, for being here and supporting our kids. I know we've got some really great students here. This will be the second team from Purdue presenting. They have 10 minutes to do their presentation. There will be followed by a 10-minute Q&A. This is being live streamed on YouTube on the NAHB Student Competition. So just to let everybody know that, I will let Dave talk about the 10 o'clock and then we'll get started.
First and most importantly, this is our last team. So, you have 10 minutes for your oral presentation. I'll set this. You're willing, or you can start whenever you're ready. Know that if the timer goes off, I still want you to finish, or we all want you to finish your presentation out. So don't get nervous about it. We have time, obviously. So I'm going to set the time at 10 minutes. The floor is yours, and here we go.
Hi, we're Hammer Down Home Builders from Purdue University, and today we're seeking $1 million line of credit for our newest project, potential project, Monroe Manor. My name is John Callahan, and I'm the Director of Operations.
My name is Natalie Huff, and I am the CFO.
My name is Hallie Baker, and I'm the finance manager.
My name is Eddie Overmeyer, and I'm the site superintendent.
My name's Gabby Lowry, and I'm the marketing coordinator.
My name is Hutton French, and I'm the pre-construction manager.
So to start us off today, we're going to talk a little bit about the demographics of the area where we are choosing to build. So we're going to be building in Johnson County, Iowa, and specifically Tiffin, Iowa. This is located right in between Iowa City and Grand Rapids, two of the larger cities in Iowa. Some of the nearby amenities that we thought a prospective homebuyer would be really interested in include downtown Iowa City, the University of Iowa, hospitals, schools, parks, and a children's museum. So some more about specifically Tiffin. They do have some of the top-ranked schools in Iowa for grades K through 12. They are also top-ranked as a green city, which we know is really important for these younger parents as they're wanting to improve their communities for further generations. Finally, there are quite a few postgraduate job opportunities at companies like Amazon, the University of Iowa, and these large hospitals. For the Tiffin housing market specifically, we are seeing that houses are staying on the market for an average of about 50 days right now. These houses are ranging anywhere from 2,500 square feet to about 3,600 square feet with an average selling price of around $600,000. While we do know we are over this average, houses on our street are selling for over the average, so we were wanting to stay in line with that.
So our home, located on a 2/3 of an acre lot on a cul-de-sac in Tiffin, Iowa, is located at 200 Edelweiss Circle. Our home is a craftsman-style ranch home with a finished first floor and a partially finished basement. Our design team knew that we had to set out to design a home that was both convenient and spacious enough for a family. Our first floor includes 3 bedrooms as well as an expansive open living, dining, and kitchen room that can accommodate both family and friends, and during the summertime has an expansive back porch leading to the backyard. In addition, we have a family center, which is perfect for keeping clutter such as backpacks, shoes, and anything else that doesn't belong in the kitchen or living room that a family might have out of the way. Our basement, while partially finished, includes a movie theater, a bar, as well as an office space, which with the addition of a closet could become a 5th bedroom for the home. It also has a guest suite for those out-of-town guests. Lastly, we have storage included in the basement that could potentially house things such as a tornado shelter or additional space for a gym or any sort of future renovation that a potential buyer might want to have.
We wanted to build a home that fit the green image that Tiffin, Iowa aims to become. We decided to stray away from high-maintenance options such as solar panels and gray water systems. We also wanted to have a low impact on the environment, so we chose materials that had low waste costs as well. We decided to work with materials that also had a high efficiency rating for the house, so that way the client has a comfortable setting that they can enjoy in their own home. These options will help our home stand out on the market. For the estimate, our lot was originally priced at $100,000. However, after researching on the market, some lots sat on the market for a couple of months, and they dropped about 15% in price. So we are going to procure the lot for $85,000. Now moving on to the construction cost. The material, labor, and installation will be about $380,000. The permits and SWIP plan will be $5,000. The financing cost for the house will be $29,000, and working with the sales and marketing will be $33,000. Finally, closing out for the house will be $6,000, which puts our house at $157 per square foot to build and $189 per square foot at the selling point. We will approximately be drawing $520,000 at a line of credit.
Above, we wanted to go over a quick summary of our cash flow. So here's a month-to-month breakdown, kind of a summary of what is going to go into each month. We noticed that currently the interest rate for fixed construction loans is about 6 to 8%. So in knowing that, we wanted to lower our accrued interest. So we worked with our construction team and figuring out the schedule. We wanted to know what needed to be paid for in certain months and what could wait until later on in the process. In the current economy, we also know that there are long lead items, and so we want to use our close relationships with our subcontractors who we trust, and we want to work with them, and they're going to help us figure out what items we need to order ahead of time, such as windows and cabinets.
So what you're seeing here is a macroscopic view of our schedule. We will be using 5 major points to track the progress of our project. Our first major milestone will be the excavation of our basement that will take place in late March. That is followed by our concrete foundation along with our framing package, then our rough-in MEP, drywall trim, and finishing touches. Our start date is March 6th of 23, and our end date is August 15th of that same year. You might be thinking that this is a tight time frame for us to be building in. But with our efficient design, superior construction management skills, and tight relations with our trades, we will produce a product that is highly efficient and high in quality. Now take a look at the top right. That's a street view of our site, and you will notice that like many residential sites, we do have neighbors. And as a site superintendent, my job is to make sure that we minimize our footprint that we leave behind in construction. The only thing that I want to leave on this lot is a beautiful home for our future buyer. That is why our SWIP plan will include a silt fence that goes around the entire lot, along with coconut logs and silt socks to go around the drains. Another thing you will notice is that we are located on the corner and on a cul-de-sac. This provides our buyer with a beautiful, spacious lot and us with plenty of space for our material laydown, soil pile, and other amenities that our trades will need to complete the job. Another thing that Hammer Down Home Builders believes in is that safety is honestly underrepresented in the residential construction community. We want to implement safety by having toolbox talks, proper PPE, proper fall protection, and making sure that all of our trades partners and employees have their OSHA 30 certifications.
Now moving on to marketing. Above you can see a simplified version of our marketing plan. To start, we looked for a realtor in our area, and we found that Jill Armstrong with Skogman Realty would be a great fit for our company. She has completed 131 sales in the past 12 months, and she has a great team of well-performing individuals working behind her that we really feel will market and sell our house to the best of its ability. Second, we are going to do some social media marketing. On our social medias, we are going to post things like coming soon messages, as well as some for sale messages, while also providing some highlight reel video walkthroughs of our home using Lumion software. This is going to help give an image to our clients of what their future home could potentially look like. And additionally, we plan to list our home when framing is reaching completion. This gives us the option to allow the future home buyers to potentially create some finishing customizations, and from a marketing standpoint, maybe create some incentive to pick our home over maybe others that are on the market. Moving on, we're going to market throughout our community. We are going to do this by using posters, flyers, signs, and posting them in places around the community like gyms, grocery stores, and even nearby apartments to create the most exposure that we can and hopefully create some word-of-mouth marketing while we're doing that. Lastly, we're going to implement some targeted mailing. Targeted mailing is a great way to implement some data analytics into your marketing and ultimately narrow down who you're advertising towards in order to get that best return on your investment. Finally, we wanted to talk about some risks that we mitigated throughout this process. First was the changing interest rates on home loans. As our company, we understand that today's interest rates are fluctuating, and within the past year they have doubled, but we also have noticed within the past 30 to 60 days they have started to go down. Because of that, we chose our selling price of $625,000 because it may be a little lower than those houses on the street and next to us, but we know that we want to be able to provide a house for homeowners that are trying to find a house and be able to keep it in this economy.
Our last risk that we thought of was, even though we are going to break ground in late March, we still would like to plan for unwanted weather, so we have about a week of free float time to move our schedule around accordingly. Thank you for listening to our presentation, and we'd like to open the floor for questions.
I'm going to go first here. Nice proposal. Your market analysis was really nice. You had one little slip up that's Cedar Rapids, not Grand Rapids, which wasn't, and I think you knew, right? One thing, the partially finished basement, your flex room, I was glad to see that you would add a closet to make it a bedroom. I'd probably just put it in there to begin with so you don't have to go back and do it later. The family center, I think it's a really good idea. I know Deanna commented on that, and she may again. Really, really good idea. Not so sure about the location. I've got 2 little girls, and it would not look like it does in the picture when they use it. So I don't know if it could either be moved or maybe some doors or something. Really, really good idea, though, and a lot of people are doing that. So I like that. Just know that if somebody bought that house, it's probably not going to look that way. Page 8 on your proposal, I don't know if you've got that or if it's a different PowerPoint. Great, like sell sheet. It says your home design. That was awesome. You got some Lumion photos there and some different vendors called out. So really nice there. And then lastly, it was a slide you put up on there. It was your scheduling chart. Back a few. That was just super creative. I just kind of caught my eye. I thought that was really nice. So nice job on that. That's all I've got. Nice job.
Thank you.
All right, a few notes I had. I like the idea that you have a basement in your design. Many teams did not include a basement in their design for one reason or another, and we live in Iowa. Unfortunately, we've had some not so great weather events in our not so past future, or whatever you want to say. So the fact that you've got a basement, I really like that. It is common in our area. So great job of including that. Your start date, you were talking about weather and whatnot. Late March, early April, that's when a lot of builders in our area, if they're going to start a home, that's when they start. They may start later in the year, but usually no sooner than that if they don't have to. Safety, I really liked the idea of having the toolbox talks, talking about PPE, but can you touch on why you are going to require an OSHA 30?
Well, we just think that OSHA 30 hour is really encompassing of the basics that you need. We all took that class at Purdue, and I just thought it was really inclusive, and it's part of NAHB, I think.
And that answer is great. I also teach OSHA classes where I'm at. We teach the OSHA 10 because that's kind of the entry level, as you could say. I think a few of us up here are OSHA 30 certified also. It is a lot more intensive time-wise, cost-wise, and whatnot. So I was just curious about that. I think it's great that you all will have your OSHA 30 when you graduate. It's something you'll never lose, and hopefully you'll always remember. So
yeah, absolutely.
Beyond that, one other thing on your schedule, and I'm sorry, I'll try to stop here soon. I did not notice any any inspections listed on your schedule. Any reason for that?
So we just thought that our schedule and our construction management team were good at scheduling, and permits would not delay our schedule. Those are built into the back half. They're not listed, but it won't hinder our schedule.
All right, and just going forward, I would suggest listing your inspections as they happen.
Okay.
That may help your project manager, your superintendent, or whatever. They should probably know when that's going to happen, but it's just good to have in there. So,
okay.
Nice job.
First of all, this is a great touch. You're the second team to have to do this, and if someday if you do this when you grow up, to have this in front of a potential owner and show them this so they can see this is really going to help them. So are the rendering images. The other thing that I wanted to say, and I kind of called this one, but we all thought it. The name Hammer Down, that is such a great name. And I really like the Bugs Bunny Looney Tune at the end. I caught that, yeah. And know that, in the future when you guys are marketing things, funny helps it stick out. Actually, one of the most highly coveted streets in Johnson County is called Dingleberry. But everybody who's anybody that's got a lot of money wants to live on Dingleberry Road. So, so that's some positives. One of the things I did notice on page 15 was your stormwater. The stormwater intake is actually at the base of the cul-de-sac. It's going towards the storm basin. So you've got your stormwater going the wrong way. But other than that, I think you guys did a...
Yeah, we had seen multiple elevations, different, so that map picture of it, we kind of thought that it sloped. So there's two storm drains, one at the back and then one at the edge of the cul-de-sac. And so we kind of took it there from right to left as a gentle slope, but there were multiple, from different websites that would have different elevations for us. So for this being a theoretical project, we kind of went with what we saw the most of, and that's kind of what we got.
Always look for where the big wet spot is. So the storm water, the big pond, that's where the water's going.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, and then the pond is on the other side of that house with the two garages, so.
All right, I promise no Charlie Jones references, so I won't do it for our group. Inside joke, if you don't get it, it's fine. I thought this was probably the best explanation from a sustainability standpoint for why you chose items, why you use the items. I mean, and you did a little bit today with your approach on, hey, we're going with low maintenance, long life cycle, because that's a component that a lot of people miss. And then we already referenced page 8, but I'm a siding guy back in the day, and the system that you kind of designed with the LP, the 1-inch foam, the spray foam, from a performance value and how you were actually, where the rubber meets the road, going to be able to do this. Pretty strong understanding of that. You could actually get trade partners to do that. So that's stuck out for me as well. So good job. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to say I think you guys had a really good presentation. I just noticed something just now. We asked you guys a question about something, and you had your proposal there. So you could actually look through it and find, do you have your proposal with you? Yeah. So fantastic, because I think you guys are the only team that was able to actually be like, oh yeah, I'm going to flip through and remember what they're talking about. So really, really nice, because I think that's helpful. We've asked a lot of questions about the proposals just because that's what most of our notes are on, and that's what we've kind of been preparing to ask questions. And then as you guys present, other things kind of come up that we want to ask questions about, but really nice. That's fantastic. So I have one comment and one question. So the first question I have, by the way, I'm going to reiterate what Aaron said about the mudroom. Beautiful design, but like if I had to walk past that thing on the way to my bedroom every night, I think I might lose my mind, because mine is a disaster and it's hidden for a reason. So yeah, just kind of, I think you have a good mudroom space, maybe just rearranging it a little bit. Going on with the design as well, I think your master bedroom is actually bigger than your family room. So kind of think about those spaces and what they're being used for, and maybe balance them out a little bit. The question I have for you is, tell me about what the little semicircles are on your deck in your plans.
So go ahead and pull those up on here. So those are little cut-ins, so we can actually have windows down there in the basement. And they'd have those little, plastic covers over them, with the idea that we get some natural light in the basement because we don't have a walkout. Mm-hmm. And we wanted it, we already have the 2 egress windows, so we figured, we could add these 2 without, much more.
And that's kind of what I figured they were going to be, so that's mm-hmm. what I was wondering. I guess if I had the deck in the back of the house, I don't know if that's where I would decide to put my egress windows. I think I'd probably try to rearrange my basement layout a little bit so that I didn't have those there. But it's just something I wanted to ask you about, but that's okay. What I was wondering. One more criticism, then I will end on a good thing. So, and this is just, it's not just your team, but I've definitely noticed a couple of other teams. So I helped coordinate the Q&A answers. So when there was Q&A questions that were brought up, I would kind of ask around and then help Scott send out the answer to that. And so I specifically was looking to make sure that the teams were paying attention to those and incorporating those into your proposals. So one of the things was that, and I totally agree that you could probably negotiate the price of this lot, but that wasn't permitted with the Q&A. And so just kind of keep that in mind. And then just listing specific contractors. That was another item that I know we had talked about in one of our Zoom meetings. So just something to make sure that, and I've said this on other ones, and we can get to it in the judges thing too, but make sure that you're listening and paying attention to what those Q&As are. Now, I really liked the cover of your guys' proposal. It was fantastic to be able, I mean, we've got 22 of these things in a binder, and to be able to like flip to yours and be like, oh yeah, that's that one, because your house is on the cover, your actual plans are on the cover, which I thought was a really nice touch. And so I really liked that. That was great. So nice job.
Just a quick comment on that,
Yeah.
on the lot price. So our lot was actually reduced 3 days ago to $89,000. So we believe it would have less of an impact if we couldn't negotiate.
Yeah. Well, you guys are lucky.
And one more thing, I wrote on here and I totally forgot to tell you, 3-stall garage, great job. So many of the teams did not include a 3-stall garage, and if you truly go around and look at the homes that are in the Johnson County area, whether they're in Tiffin, Iowa City, Solon, or wherever they might be, they're going to have 3 stalls. That's just, maybe that's a Iowa thing, I don't know, but great job of including a 3rd stall. So, nice job.
Thank you.
Golf carts. We've got a lot of golf carts in Iowa. Nice job.
Not this one, is it? You mean like that consistently we all commented on? Yeah, I noticed that too. So yeah, I can name at least 3 of them.
People in the front.
Yeah. I wanted you to. I don't understand that either. Are we still on? Yeah. Oh, that probably would have done. You wouldn't have judged again. Like you're right. You're good. That is how many? Holy cow!
everybody. I'm Scott Kelting, and this is the judges debrief for the custom home competition. We're going to start off by introducing David with the Young Professionals group of the NAHB.
There you go. Thank you. What's up, guys? You guys having fun in Vegas? Awesome. Well, we're really glad that you're here. So, myself, I'm a home builder, actually. So, I started out a lot like you guys. I was working in the family business. I was cleaning up garbage on job sites and sweeping out houses and cutting grass. And then I started installing flooring. And then eventually started in real estate selling houses. And then I started buying and building houses and selling them and then doing subdivisions. And now I own a very nice company and have a great stream of income, and it's been very good to me. So it's a great industry to be in. This is a wonderful opportunity for you guys to continue to develop your careers, and we really need you guys. Like, there's a huge need in this industry, and there's a wealth of opportunity for you. So if you guys keep staying with us, you guys are going to do amazing things. So I'm proud that you guys are here. I also want to mention that I'm part of the National Association of Home Builders Young Professionals Committee. So there's a group for you guys here, not only now, but in the future. So as you progress through your career, look towards that group. We would love to have you join in and be a part of it. And we support each other because we're constantly learning and growing all throughout our career. So consider joining the YP group when you get a little bit more set in your careers. We would love to have you because we're learning from stuff. I can talk to a builder all the way across the country about things that I couldn't talk to anyone else about and learn from them as well all throughout my career. And it's been wildly successful to do that. And so we're hoping to have a bigger partnership in the future with you guys, maybe get some of our people to come and help out at your events and judging and all that kind of stuff. But I just want to say thank you guys for what you're doing. And as a little thank you too, stop by the NAHB booth at Central Hall. It's right by the bookstore. Stop over there and say hi, and you actually get a free member gift for that too. So we'd love to have you over there. So thank you guys. Great job.
All right, thanks, David. Hey, I also wanted to say thanks to all of you students for putting in so much time and hard work for the student competition. I coached a team from 2008 to a couple years ago. I coached teams every year, and I know how much time and effort students put into it. What's neat for me is coaching teams from 2008 is now I get to see them after they've graduated in the industry and watch the success in their careers. And many times they come back to me and they say, you know, I used parts and pieces of what I learned in the competition in real life in my jobs today. So congratulations to all of you for putting in the time and effort for all of this. I also wanted to thank the judges, and let's give them a round of applause for all the time and effort for them. They spent a lot of time and effort going through all your packets and reading them and grading them. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to have each judge give a couple comments or a comment or two, and then open up this mic to you all to ask some questions.
Otherwise I'll yammer on.
All right, fine. I will lead off and steal all of your... Hello? Okay, I just want to say, as someone who... Thank you. My name is GT Carr, and see, I cannot present, so you guys all showed me up. As someone who I'm good. This is fine. But thank you. You guys don't talk yet. I was a construction management student at a 4-year school and would love this opportunity. It was fantastic to go through and kind of get to know how each school approached the problem. And honestly, it's been the highlight for me, and I know it'll be the highlight of this IBS, was kind of our trip just to really immerse ourselves in this, and you all did a wonderful job. I mean, top to bottom, however this shakes out, you should all be really, really proud and very, very impressed with the variety that we saw today. So congratulations, everybody. Thank you.
So I'm Sandy Style, and my background, this is kind of outside of my realm. I do more land development. So me getting roped into this was like, okay, I probably learned almost as much as you all. And this had to be an immense learning experience for you all. But to be brave enough to take it on, knowing you don't know what you don't know until you get into it. That's the part that, because you didn't get paid, you didn't get brownie points for this. You just got the experience and the ability to say, hey, I competed. I may have failed, but I competed. I got in the ring and tried. So, and if I could say one other thing, and this is going to go towards the females here. Get out in the field. There's nothing wrong with your arms. It's going to make you better at your job, and I know a lot of you don't get the opportunities to. But actually do some construction, because you can tell the difference. And for the guys who've never done construction, get in there and swing the hammer. I can tell when I talk to a civil engineer who's never actually done grading before that they don't know what they're doing. So that's just going to make you that much better.
Hello, I'm Dave Betchka. So I've been in different forms of construction for pretty much all my life. I've done everything from residential to commercial to industrial and whatnot. And now I'm on the other side. I'm an instructor, and I now teach at a 2-year community college, and we had a team here this week also. So I truly understand all the time and effort that you put into this. It's grueling, all right? We started out with many students and got to the point where we were down to our team and one alternate. So to see this many students here, kudos to you. I threw that out just for you. Beyond that, stick with it, all right? Like Sandy said, the diversity that I saw these past 2 days is great. I get excited when I see the diversity in the crowd that we've seen. For too long, it's been a male-dominated industry. So beyond that, keep working hard. Like Sandy said, go out, get your hands dirty. That's really where you're going to learn it, all right? We can only teach you so much in the classroom. Until you actually do the work, I think it's sometimes hard to understand it. So I can congratulate all of you for being here. The hard part's over. I hope you enjoy the rest of the week and the show.
I hate microphones. My name is Aaron McGlynn. I'm a little bit similar to Dave. I've been in the industry for a lot of years. I've worked for a custom home builder for the last about 15, 16 years. At your age, in a million years, I never would have dreamt that I'd be here doing something like this. 5 years ago, I started teaching, very similar to Dave, so I work with students every day. My class, and talking about females, I've got five out of my 14 are females, and they're some of the best ones I have, and it's really a lot of fun. So it's been a really good experience for me being able to teach, give back a little bit. This competition with what you've done has been amazing. We've learned so much that we didn't know, just like you've learned. I said to a colleague the other day, I was kind of showing him some of these proposals. I said, there's people that we work with every day that couldn't do what you just did. So congratulations on all that. And I don't think maybe any of them are in the room, but I want to, there are a few moments kind of stuck out in the past day and a half here. A team like Illinois State over here doing something completely out of the box, just taking it and doing something different. There was a team up here, one of the teammates started to fumble a little bit speaking, and one of the young ladies just stepped up, owned it, started talking. I mean, just came in, did her thing. Carter, I don't think he's here. He was from Oklahoma. Salesman, he could sell ice to an Eskimo. And then there was a girl yesterday talking about clover, that had clover in the yard. And we saw the proposal, like, what's going on here? And so we kind of quizzed her on it. And when we said something, her face just lit up, and she was passionate about it, and it was just super cool to see that. So take what you're passionate about, which hopefully is this, and grow and just learn from it. So thank you all, because it's been a great experience.
My name is Deanna Wobena, and I work for a small residential custom home builder. I'm a non-traditional career path person. I actually went back to school. In my previous life, I was a CPA, which actually works really well with what I do right now, doing estimates and things. But decided to go back to school, and I actually was a participant in the 2-year competition several years ago. So I'm just going to iterate what these guys said. I totally get like how much work you guys have put into this and how nerve-wracking it can be to get up there and present, and like really fantastic. I just can't say enough about like taking the chance to do it, even if you don't do well, even if you mess up, even if somebody doesn't like your proposal. I mean, it doesn't matter. You take the time to learn and grow from this experience, and that kind of like leads me into my next thing. It's like, don't be afraid to say you don't know something. Like, don't pretend like you know something when you don't know something, because you're going to get in trouble. And so you're going to learn through your entire career. There is always going to be something new that you're learning and that you're figuring out, whether it's, new technologies, new products, or literally something you just, were doing wrong and are figuring out. So be open to that. Be open to taking criticism. I know I can be a little bit critical sometimes, but take that as like an opportunity to grow and get better. And even when you're on the job site, if you don't know, just say, hey, I don't really get what you're talking about. Can you explain that again, or can you tell me a little bit more? I have to work with structural engineers when we're trying to figure out trusses and things like that, and I'm routinely like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Can you go over that one more time? It just makes you more real, and you'll get more respect from that than you will in pretending that you might know something. But really great job for everybody for participating. I really commend you all.
We'll just open up the mic here to questions.
Is this on? Hello? Yeah. Well, I don't really have much of a question, but more of just a thank you to NAHB and IBS. This is truly something that I'm sure we're all very grateful for. Some of us have never even been on a plane, and so that was just quite an experience of a lifetime, and some of us have never been to Las Vegas, and so to see everything going on here is truly something remarkable. And in terms of NAHB and IBS, I'm a second year, so I'm a sophomore, but first year in the CM. And, I didn't know all too much, and I really couldn't help out all too much, but coming here and going into our club, our weekly club meetings and learning is truly something that has helped out. And in terms of the criticism that you guys are giving us and questions and whatnot, it's not only helping, our projects for next year, but in building us up and helping us build houses, but also building us up in terms of character. And so once again, thank you so much. And I'm sure that we can all give another round of applause for these welcoming judges. So truly something that we are all grateful for. So thank you.
So I want to touch on what he said right there. You said you're a sophomore, right? So I fully expect to see anybody that's a freshman, a sophomore, or a junior back here next year, because it will only help you continue to grow.
So unlike the last guy, I actually have a question. What's something that you think all the groups can improve upon for next year?
Simply, I think almost across the board, it was really difficult reading most of the scheduling, I thought.
Can you guys hear him?
Okay.
Okay, good.
Okay. I think that was, for me, something that we had some comments where there were several of them where we couldn't even, you're trying to, it might have.
We're old. Like,
yes.
we can't see. I mean, so, yeah, being able to make it readable.
Yeah, and I'm not going to use the microphone. I think everybody can probably hear me in here. The schedule, when you do that, know how to format with the software that you're using. A lot of times with your software, it drags that schedule way out, and you're not able to fit that on an 8.5 by 11 page. Be willing to condense that or turn it into 2 pages, but I know you're limited to 20 pages. What is important? What do I need to put in that 20 pages? So I would definitely stand behind what GT's saying there as far as make that larger, make it easier, because there were proposals that we sat down and looked at and go, you know what, I can't even read it. Or, hey, it's pretty fuzzy, I'm not gonna, I hate to say it this way, we're not gonna waste our time on that. We're gonna go on to the next piece. So, double check that proposal, know exactly what's in there before you send it off. I get, these were due us on Sunday night at 11:59, I think. Our students finished theirs on Saturday to turn in. So I'm sure a lot of you were in that same boat. So,
Thank you very much.
absolutely.
I would say one other thing that we found across the board is that, like, get the easy stuff, guys. Like, you guys are given a proposal, it says very specifically what the deliverables are. Make sure you hit every single one. Make yourself an outline, and at the end, go to your proposal and say, do I have trading partners? Check. Did I listen to the Q&A where they said, go find your local people, go find your, local HBA? Check, so go through those things and make sure that you have them all. It's so much easier if they're in the same order as what the NAHB asked for them. Not that they have to be, but it makes our lives much easier. And then just formatting. If they tell you a certain way to do your title page, do it that way. A certain way to do your footers, do it that way. Margins, fonts, that kind of stuff. Fold out pages that are 11 by 17 for, certain things. Make sure you hit the easy stuff. Like, that's the easy stuff. The hard stuff is like identifying the lot and, putting together a house and things like that. And I'm just gonna say, because you guys are right here, think outside the box. Like, it doesn't have to be the most obvious answer. These guys did a low-income housing, which was completely different. And, we read it and we were like, well, we don't really know what to do with this, initially, but then it's like, so think outside the box. It doesn't have to be the most obvious answer right away. Although that can be risky, then make sure you can support it, so.
And that was just a perfect segue for what I was going to talk about. Almost all of you brought up that we have a university hospital, a lot of health professionals, a lot of college-educated students. You all are going to college, and you're all racking up some big bills. And I think my understanding is, Mike Rowe talked about it this morning, there's a lot of student loan debt. Some of these houses are really big. Please keep in mind when you're going into a college community or college-educated city, not only do these people get paid big salaries, but they have big student loan debts. Just kind of try and keep that into consideration. Bigger is not always better. At the end of the day, that house is going to be here when you die. So sometimes it's just about connection. And sometimes smaller is better. You don't have to spend all the money you have. So.
Anything else? Otherwise, you got a party to go to, right?
Other questions? I'll ask one. Can we come up to the mic, if you don't mind?
So, in the great words of Brendan Duran, there's 1,000 ways to skin a cat. But in a competition like this, what would be an approach that you see fit for most students to bring to the table? So you mentioned out of the box thinking, but with the custom home competition, many students might find themselves going down that one lane of a custom route. So some people thought that they might bring on a buyer early on in the project versus later on. Is there anything in the thought process of the first few weeks when we're getting together a proposal to start to get that right path down? That makes sense for the judges, in that way.
No, go ahead. This might not be the exact answer you're looking for, but I think, in general, I think a lot of the proposals were very similar, right?
Mm.
But I think little things like this and a business card at the beginning or something to set yourself apart from maybe another team is what would stick with me a little bit.
Yeah.
Or a really nice template for your proposal. So there's a lot of different places you can, if you can't make a template yourself, there's a lot of places you can get one. Creative Market is a great place that and if you gotta pay $10 for it, it's worth the money to put something together. It's gonna make it easier to put your proposal together anyway. Yeah, so, I mean, that's one way, it's like to make your written proposal kind of stand out too. And just like supporting, I mean, I think you can go down the most obvious answer, but make sure it like really fits, you know, and that you hit all those different things, so.
Totally. And I think kind of what she's saying with even the template, as we were looking at, you know, all these 21, 22, whatever it was, we would probably keep coming back to those 5 or 6 that really just stuck out in our head from how they formatted it, colors, pictures, that type of thing.
Yeah.
More so than the information. And then we got a little bit deeper in the information. So,
I would say if there's one thing, and this is, I know some of you would just be scared poopless, but that microphone does not have to stay on that microphone stand. I dare you to tap into your inner rock star, grab that microphone, and walk around and talk. Because I've done that before, and that makes you stand out from everybody else. So, and I know you want to hide behind it, but you're not really hiding behind it. It's not that big. I can still see you. So, yeah, just interact with us. That was such a part.
I guess what I'll add in, I'm a pretty details-oriented person, and so make sure and look over what the proposal is. What are the deliverables, like Deanna said, and go down that list and make sure you understand everything, because if you don't, when you get to the Q&A, it's a perfect time to take advantage of that, which I don't think a lot of schools do. And so put a little bit of time in up front. Get your questions answered, and then if you don't get them there, go to that Q&A board, that email chain or whatever you want to say it is, and start trying to look for the answers. And then as far as the deliverables go, I'll be real honest. When they were in the order that they were given, it made it a lot easier for me to make sure that I was covering everything that I needed to cover for your proposals and not skip over something, because I'll be honest, there was a few times that I would go through and I'm like, well, they don't even have this. And then I go back through it again. Oh, there it is. So if you work in the commercial or industrial world, you're going to see that a lot of times your design team will dictate how your proposal has to come in. And so you have to follow that method. But I don't want you to play inside of a box either. Think outside of that. Do something different. Be afraid, or don't be afraid to try that different item. You know, go down a different path. Do 2 builds instead of 1. Things like that. You had $1 million budget. Nobody told you how to spend it. Be creative.
I'm going to say one other thing that I know our 2-year team does, and we did as well. How many of you guys had an opportunity to do like a mock presentation? Raise your hand. Fantastic. Like, I was hoping to see that. It's a great way to like get we work with our local HBA to coordinate it, and so first of all, it gets us in front of our local industry professionals, and it helps you get your jitters out, and you've got other adults that are in the industry that will pick it apart, and so hopefully that'll help you like fine tune and make it a little bit better, and give you an opportunity to figure out how to like field questions and stuff, so take advantage of those opportunities.
One of the things that I saw on a lot of people's was 3-stall garages, and that's great and all. And somebody said it, I don't know who, but what that 3rd stall actually is, it's just full of a bunch of crap that you can't fit someplace else in your house. Nobody said that you can't have, you guys had $1 million budget. Build a shed. Build a house and a shed. Because man caves and she sheds are a thing. And somebody,
Lots aren't wide enough, really.
huh?
I mean,
But the county lots are definitely wide enough.
Yes.
So, and I do know somebody said it in their proposal that, I can't remember what team it was, but sometimes getting away from one another is the best thing. Sheds help with that, so.
Thank you.
Last call for questions. All right, well, hopefully, we'll go. Come on up. Yeah.
Okay, so we spent probably a little too much time on lot selection when we were talking about this because, you know, trying to figure out the area of Johnson County, what the best place is. You guys are the natives. I just kind of want to know the answer. If you had up to $1 million, same exact prompt, what area would you have chosen for your lot that you think has the most growth and potential to sell?
I probably would have taken something on Tamarack. I mean, we had several of those. I think probably would have been the easiest to sell with the price for me. The Tamarack, everything on Tamarack, I think we had several versions there. There's just not a lot of lots left up there, and that a lot of the other, I'm going to steal everybody's thunder here, a lot of the other lots that were selected, I think some of you heard this in your Q&A, but there are lots of, there's reasons why there's nothing there. So that would have been my first choice, I think, but I'm from Iowa City. I live half a mile from those lots, so I know a lot about them.
Oh, yeah, you can't wait for my answer. I actually would have chosen a lot in town that had a house on it that was a tear down and built a new house on it. So that's what I would have done.
I'd probably agree with GT over here, yeah, Tamarack.
I don't know. This one I struggle with because I don't live in Iowa City. I live in Washington, which is like 45 minutes south of Iowa City. And I live way out in the country, and I kind of like that. Like, I wouldn't even want to live in town. So, I don't know. Most of what we do is way out acreage stuff. And so, I mean, to be frank, I'm not that familiar with a lot of these more development types of properties in Iowa City. And so, for me, it was a learning experience, you know, from that standpoint. But, so I guess I don't really have an answer because I want to live on 5 acres or 10 or 15.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't have an exact location for you. I would say, depending on what house it is that you're going to build, make sure it's saleable. All right. Make sure that you can make a profit. Don't put yourself on a lot that's tough to build on, that you don't have a lot of lay down space, things of that nature. So, to Deanna's point, you don't know who your customer is. That's the tough part. So I'm kind of in Deanna's same realm. I would say if you can get a little bit larger lot, putting a home of the size that a lot of you designed would be easier to sell, I think. And you could probably see a little bit larger profit. Obviously, we're all in business to make money. The experience is great, but we need to make a living too. So, not a straight answer, sorry.
No, all good. Just curious. Thank you.
Okay, well, thanks everybody for coming to the judges debrief. And hopefully you're all going to go to the COLA reception right now. So enjoy that. See you all tomorrow.